Hello, hello, okay. Good morning, everyone. Call to order the Kennedale City Council special meeting. Today is April 15th, 2024, 9 a.m. or 9. Good morning, everyone. Call to order the Kennedale. At 9:05 a.m. We are at City Hall Council Chambers, 405 Municipal. Members of the, this is live, right? Okay, great. Members of the public may join in person or access a live feed, www.citykennedale.com/videos. However, the virtual option does not allow for public comment. We don't have anyone here to address council, so can I get a roll call?
David Glover, place 1.
Present.
Kenneth Michaels, place 3.
Present.
Ryan Griffith, place 4.
Present.
Jeff Navarez, place 5.
Here.
Madam Mayor, we have a quorum.
Thank you. We'll have our invocation and pledges, and this morning we're going to have Councilman Navarez give our invocation and Mayor Pro Tem Michaels give our pledges. So if you'll rise for the invocation. Okay, thank you both for that. And we're going to jump right into our work session where we have presentation by each director of budget overviews and new program requests for each department.
Good morning, Mayor, Council.
Good morning.
I just want to get an overview of what we're going to do today. Obviously, today's just a workshop. So we're going to present basically our needs as we move forward through the 2024-25 budget. You're going to see quite a bit of things that's going to enhance our capability as a staff to be able to move forward and get into today's technology realm. You'll see improvements across the board as far as employment, new staff members, new programs, new ideas as we move forward and what we will need as we move forward through the 2025 budget. As you know, this past year and the current year, we did not increase the tax rate. However, 2 years ago, our second budget, in the 22-23 budget, we decreased the budget by 5 cents, which is a huge accomplishment for us. We're looking as we move forward to continue this trend of lowering our tax rate and the increase in our capability and our services to our citizens. In order for us to do so, it takes a great budget to do so. And with that, we'll have our department heads come up and present what they believe that's going to increase our capabilities. Some of the things that we've been able to accomplish so far, this budget, we have increased our infrastructure. We have increased our roads. We've had 10 streets that's been overlaid and improved the quality of service. We've increased our water and sewer lines. We've had a $15 million bond that was issued to improve our sewer lines and our water lines. Our capability of holding 500,000 gallons of water to help Arlington move forward with our water contracts. Same thing for our sewer, going from roughly about the 1000 block of South New Hope all the way to Interstate 20 to improve the quality of our sewer system that had a bottleneck that was literally going from a 12-inch to a 6-inch, and from the 6-inch back up to a 15-inch. So your bond that we set this past, or this current budget, will help us increase our capabilities, not only in our southwestern corner, but our city as a whole, and how we move forward to accomplish our growth and how we conduct our business on a regular basis. And all of our developers come in and also see that we're moving forward and we're putting our infrastructure first, and how we move forward with that. In 2021, we came in and we roughly had 55 employees as an average, when we actually had 73 employees budgeted. As we move forward in the last couple of years, we have now had a steady employee rate around 70 to 73. So all of our improvements that we have done, we've been able to do for our employees. The employees that we come in are top notch. They meet our qualifications, they meet our demand, and they're coming out and they're working. And all these improvements you see is based off the employees that we have. 55 obviously does not do it, but as we move forward and we increase these capabilities, more employees are going to be needed to meet that standard. And you'll see that as we go through with the presentations as well. Another note with our employees, some of the things we've been able to accomplish just in this past year, we've had 4 of our departments are recognized through the state of some sort, which is a huge improvement than what we've had in the past. Our library is recognized, our police department's recognized, our finance has been recognized, our court has been recognized. And we have other departments that's going to be coming up in this next year. We'll have the same recognition, accreditation from our states and other organizations, which shows the improvement that we're having, our quality employees that we hire, and as we move forward. And all these things make a difference on our standard, our image that we're portraying to our citizens, and all the organizations surrounding us that have their eyes on us. So as we move forward, you're going to see that as we go through the presentation as well. Our sales tax and our property tax, one of the things that we're also seeing, we have a trend where our property values and our property tax from TAD, generally we've been hitting around the 74% that our revenues are from our property tax. We've actually seen the flip, although it's very minimum, but we're seeing the flip where our sales tax has increased enough where it's starting to take effect on how where our revenue's coming from. So we've had roughly about a 2% decrease. So we're hitting about 62% from our property tax. Then we're hitting roughly around the 21, 22% coming from our sales tax. So we're seeing a little bit of a trend where we're flopping the other way. Now, the other percentages you're seeing, it comes from other revenues. It could be from community development, where we have fees, permit fees, things of that nature coming in, from investment opportunities that we've had. We've been able to take advantage of that. So that's some of the other percentages that you don't necessarily see. It may identify itself as others. But all that is showing a trend that we're going in the right direction. We're making improvements. Our development that we have coming in, even the small businesses, and just conduct overall of what we see, and that trend is going in our favor. Kind of give you an example. As we move forward, and this is going to play a role in our budget in the 25 and 26 budget, we have some light development coming in for manufacturing that's here on the Parkway. We have a 50,000 square foot warehouse that's coming in as well. Those all increase our revenue for our sales tax and property tax. We have a daycare, a retail, we have Chipotle, we have Popeyes. All those are coming online either this year or next year. These businesses are making an improvement and based off of our property tax and our sales tax. So this trend that you're seeing that our sales tax is going up and our property are going down as far as revenues, we're starting to see that trend. So that's a good thing for us. And that's one of the things that will help us here in the near future be able to drop that property tax down. And that's one of our things that we're wanting to accomplish. We have a new building. It's the truck repair that's roughly in the 700 block of Kennedale Parkway West. That's a new one that's coming in. Although it's an existing business, it has a new building coming in. It's going to look a lot better. It's going to improve our image on Kennedale Parkway. One of the things that we've been attempting to do is clean up the parkway. That's one of the things that we hear on a regular basis with our comp plan, is to improve our image, improve our quality of life as people come through and visit on Kennedale Parkway. This is going to help that. You see that now. You know, another business we had was Frontier Waste Solutions. They came in and they painted, done some construction, improved the quality of the image of the city. Those things are happening. Although they're little, they're happening, and you can see the difference as you go on up and down the parkway. And all this is based off not only the development, but meeting our standard as we go forward with our codes. The UDC, these things are making a difference in how we're improving our image on the Kennedale Parkway and other parts of the city as a whole. But our main concept is just to improve our image. And these tools that you have given us in the past year, year and a half, 2 years are starting to come to fruition. You can see it. And I encourage you to go up and down the parkway and other parts of the city as you guys do on a regular basis, and you'll be able to see that. Some of the things, others is our parks. Improvements been done to our parks. That's based off of the last year and a half. We're putting emphasis where the quality of life sets, and our citizens are telling us that. Just like the comp plan, the comprehension plan is dictating that for us. As we've been working through the comp plan, you can also see how we're making improvements that our citizens are asking us to do. So when we come into June, July, and the comprehension plan is completed, we will have a roadmap of what our destination is and how we're going to get there. And ultimately, you'll see our budget reflect that same standard as what is our comp plan? What is the citizens telling us? The citizens are a choice of the council. They're a part of our community. They're representing just about every part of our city of some sort. And that defines who we are, that we're doing what they're asking us to do. And I'm going to go back that this is also what's going to dictate our budget. This is what we're going to present to you guys. It's based off of some of this from the comp plan. That means something. The citizens are asking for it, so we're going to bring that to you. And ultimately, that's what you're here for as well, is to represent our citizens. And I think we'll be able to accomplish that as we move forward today. And obviously, as we move forward, there's going to be some things that are approved, and there's going to be some things that are not approved. Some, I don't want to necessarily say it's a wish list, but it's a true need. It may not necessarily be for today, but it may be something we're building for 2 years, 3 years, or 5 years. We need to get prepared for what this growth is. We have growth that's coming not only residential, but commercial as well. And if we don't have the staff, we don't have the product, we don't have the things that we need to prepare for it, then we're setting ourselves back. Or at some point, we may be setting ourselves up for failure, which we don't want to do. That's what we're here for, is start presenting these things to you, not only for today, but 5 years from now. And you're going to see that within our department heads. Our leadership is going to display that to you today. And it's very important as we move forward. And also it helps us understand what our future is. How does it lay out for us? And today is going to start that. One of the things I'm very proud of is our leadership staff. We've been very solid for the last year and a half of having the same leadership. That defines our city. It defines how we represent and how we present our standard. Who are we? How are we defined? Although we'll still have challenges, it doesn't matter what that is. It's how we present it. How do we face that challenge? How do we go about correcting it or making improvements or whatever that case is? but it starts with our leadership. Our leadership is what dictates that style, that image, and ultimately, how do we serve our community? How do we serve our citizens? And this is another part that you'll see from our leadership today, is exactly that standard. We're setting that standard, and we're going to present that in that manner and exceed it. We're here based off of our image as a person, but ultimately is how we present ourselves as a city. And I think we got a great leadership staff to be able to do that. And they're leading their department, they're leading their employees that they represent every day. I want to go back to our steering committee, which is the same thing as our leadership. They're representing you of what we want, or as you want, or as our community, or as an individual. That's what's defining us. I put a lot of emphasis on this steering committee because ultimately that's what you're asking them to do, is to map our future. As we move forward, you'll have roughly 3 workshops. So you'll have one today, you'll have another one roughly in June, late June. Then ultimately, we'll have pretty much a final one in July. And with the hopes that we'll bring a true budget to you in in August. That's going to depend on some of the things that the steering committee presents to us. Ultimately, we want to be able to finalize that as we get the plan itself. As you're aware, we had a workshop a couple of weeks ago with the steering committee. And those updates, you'll see a little bit today. And like I said, once we move forward and we start getting true numbers from TAD, Tarrant County Appraisal District, what the property values are, some of the trends, and you'll hear that from finance today, dealing with our sales tax. A lot of those moving numbers mean a lot. And as we get closer to August, we'll be able to confirm those numbers and bring a true definition of what our tax rate will be. And today is just the start of it. I thank you for giving me the opportunity to come and speak with you right now. We'll let our department heads come up and start presenting their outlay for the next 3 years. And ultimately, that's what you see today. So you're going to see a lot of employees, new employees being asked for, and just be open-minded of what we're presenting, but there's a lot of needs in reference to it. One of the things that I talked about in 2022 when I came on is that we're operating off of 2001 tax rate. We're also operating off that number of employees. We're 10 employees short from 2001. So we're operating at a very high efficiency level of where we're at, which still indicates we have challenges as we move forward. We still get complaints in time to time, and that's not going to be it's not unusual for that. But there's things that we can do that can improve that. And one of those is going to be software. They're going to present a software program that's going to help us be even more efficient of what we have today. And it's going to improve the quality of life, not only for the city employees, but ultimately for our citizens and for you. And I'll ask Caroline to come up and she can get us started on the first presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, welcome.
Good morning. Good morning, Madam Mayor, Council. Well, in the meantime, thank you for allowing me to come before you on behalf of Human Resource Department for the 2024-2025 budget workshop. I just wanted to start, of course, with my mission and my vision. My mission, of course, is for who I serve, what I do, my objectives, and my plan to reach these objectives. And my vision is my description and my desire for the future of the HR department. Just a little of what I actually do, which I know you're aware, but I handle, of course, benefits. We're getting ready for our citywide compliance with federal, state, and local regulations. I'm still handling the employee classifications, employee development and training, employee recruitment and retention, as well as employee safety in our workers' compensation program. I'd like to speak on behalf of all the employees. I wanted to thank you, council, because of you for approving our monthly morale luncheon, the award, the annual awards banquet, as well as giving employees employee tuition reimbursement. I feel this has helped our employees. Recognition is one of those most effective ways to increase engagement. And not only does it make our employees feel appreciated, but it also makes them feel like their work is valued. And I hear that time and time, every time we have the monthly luncheon, they're very grateful for that. So I thank you very much for approving that last year, and that's one of the things that I'd like to continue. This sense of purpose is essential for our employees, the engagement, because it motivates employees to do their very best work for our city, and I'm sure we see that across the board. I wanted to give you some stats on candidates who have applied for positions that we have had open in our city. And I wanted to go back to when I first started in September of 2021. For just the 1 month alone, from September 1st to September 30th of 2021, I received 120 applications. From October 1st to September 30th, 2022, I received 616 applications. October 1st, 2022 to September 30th, 2023, I received 324 applications. And I also did the stats for this current year, October 1st, 2023. As of April 9th, I received 177 applications. This does not include any resumes, cover letters, certificates that are attached as well. I also wanted to give you some additional stats on our new hires. We currently, as of this morning, because I onboarded one this morning, we have 72 employees. For our new hires, termination, those that have assisted us through Texas Workforce Commission, our new employee termination, as well as the exit interviews, I wanted to give you some more stats of what you see there. My first month here, from September 1st to September 30th, 2021, we have 4 new hires and 1 termination. That's in just 1 month. The next year, October 1st, 2021 to September 30th, 2022, we had 22 new hires, 23 terminations. I have completed 18 new hire classes as well as 22 exit interviews for that year. The next year of October 1st, 2022 to September 30th, 2023, we had 22 new hires, 11 terminations. I've completed 21 new hire classes as well as 13 exit interview courses. So far this year, for the current year that we're in, I have completed, from October 1st of 2023, I have completed 22 new hires, 11 terminations, the same pretty much almost as what we're forecasting. The only difference is the terminations are now lower. And so because we, as the city manager stated, we have the correct people in the correct positions, we don't have as many terminations anymore. Our turnover is actually is on the low, and our new hires are on the rise. So that's very good and I wanted you to have all of those stats. And I actually have broke them out as well in case anyone in council would like to see the actual information. My HR budget request for 24-25 is I would like a part-time personnel. And the reason why I would like that, I wanted to add this to my budget request to have additional personnel, is because it will save me some time. Just from the applications and all the attachment as well as the new hire and termination, that'll give me back about 33% of my time on an actual average of a month. Currently, as you know, I'm an HR of 1, And so what you will hear from my peers are their requests, as the city manager stated, for additional personnel. And what I would like, so as your HR director, I would like to be able to have the manpower to be able to support not only the employees that we have right now, but the ones that they're going to request as well. And I want to be able to support that need. Does anyone have any questions for me?
Just a quick one. You said you were going to be doing like the insurance here really soon.
Yes.
Are we looking as good as we did last year? What's your expectation of that?
So as we're doing this budget workshop, the finance director and I, we're going to start having our talk April, I believe, so that we can at least see what the forecast is way ahead of time. We're actually starting like a month in advance as well. But I definitely keep the city manager updated on the forecast to see which way we're going to go, and I'm sure he will do the same for you. But no additional information right now.
Okay, thank you.
Caroline, looks like we're using Civic Plus for the HR portal, at least from a job posting standpoint. Is that portal working out for you, or do you see changes to that in the future to move to something like Workday or something else?
Well, I'm glad you asked, because Civic Plus is actually going away September 30th, 2024 of this year. So I've been having talks with, of course, our finance director as well as my peers. We've had several meetings because I have to find another software in order to retrieve those applications like ASAP. So the company that we've been looking at will be able to support my needs because it's pressing, and I definitely don't want to lapse in how people apply for this.
And from a cost standpoint, will the new software be comparable to what you're paying for Civic Plus, or do we need to anticipate maybe some wiggle room in there for the budget?
That I'm not sure exactly of the cost yet. I'm hoping that it'll be somewhere the same, but this new company has even more software and better technology than what we've had, because apparently we've had Civic Plus for many years. And so the technology has changed drastically that would help expedite a lot of the functions that assist HR.
Perfect. Hopefully, maybe you can also gain some time back
I
with
would
some new
like that.
software.
Anyone else? No? Caroline, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Morning, Bertha.
Good morning. Let me get this up and running. Good morning. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate it. I'm a nervous speaker, so please be patient with me. I know what I'm saying, but I get really nervous. So I was never good in speech. I always dreaded that class. So.
You're part of my tribe, so welcome.
So I'm here to present the Kennedale Municipal Court 2024-2025 budget. We always start off with our mission statement. One of the things that I want to emphasize in our mission statement is the exceptional customer service that we provide. No matter who comes to our window, that's something that we provide all the time. And in order for us to keep providing that exceptional customer service, we're asking for a couple of things. So we're asking for a new court clerk to assist the public at the front counter. We are asking for court software. I will be presenting on court software, HR software, because you had asked Mr. Glover, and then finance as well. But that'll be towards the end of my presentation. And I'll have some prices for that as well. And then as my other directors, they're also going to include incentive pay. So you'll be seeing that with my other directors here in the back. So this is what our current model is. So we have a municipal judge, the prosecutor, the court administrator, and then we have a juvenile case manager. So I'm looking at the future of the court. I'm hoping not next year, but in the future, we'll add a deputy court administrator and a senior court clerk. When I was doing this presentation, I was looking at statistics and seeing in the past what the court looked like and how many employees the court had. So I went back to 2014 and I saw that in 2014 to 2018, the court actually had 3 employees. So from 2018 to 2019, it dropped to 2. And then in 2020 to 2022, when I got here, there was 1. I don't know if you guys remember some of the presentation that I gave in February, how the stats have changed over the years. Pandemic affected the court, affected everybody. So I understand why it dropped from 2 to 1. But another thing that I wanted to show y'all is the population, how it has grown over the years and how we're at 2 employees, but when we had a population of 7,000, we were at 3. With more people comes more crime, as Chief Holguin has said in the past. So we are looking for, hopefully in the future, to add even more to be able to keep up with crime. I know it sounds not good, but they're doing their job, so we need to do ours. Another reason why we're looking to hire someone else is because there's a new law that's coming effective January 1st of 2025. And I touched on this last update. That's why you guys provided me money for training, because we did promote our court clerk to a juvenile case manager. Starting January 1st, every court in Texas has to adopt a diversion plan. This diversion plan is to increase opportunities for early identification of at-risk youth for redirecting children across accused of certain Class C misdemeanors. So a lot of this came out of the mass shootings that have been occurring, and they're wanting to know if they got Class C, what were the first warning signs and how could we have prevented that? So this is where this law comes from. I wasn't too worried about it at first because we don't get a lot of juvenile cases. I think last year we received a total, the whole year, we received 29. And the year before that, we received 25, and in 2021, there was 14. But this year alone, we've gotten 23. So we are seeing an increase in juvenile cases coming from the school, coming from people and from off the parkway. So we are seeing an increase in juvenile cases. And just to give you an idea of how complex this new model is, the state provided us a flow chart, and this is the flow chart that they want us to follow per child. So this is going to take away a lot of time that Vera has for her regular duties, and she's going to really need to concentrate on this new program. And of course, the state gives us these mandates, but doesn't provide us any funding, right? So we have to make do wherever we can. So she's going to be really busy dealing with this diversion program. Another reason why I'm also asking for someone, we've just had a large increase in cases. Before I got here, no one really provided any type of data as to what the court was doing. So the city manager and he's like, well, what is the future of a court? And, how can we get ready for that? I said, well, and I gave him his reasoning. I was like, I'm going to put a dashboard together for him. And so I give him this monthly to show our increase across what we do. As you can see, from 2023 to 2024, we had a 125% increase just on violations that were imported. Now, this is code, fire, animal control, police, and then, of course, any citations that are issued through the court, which are failure to appears. So we've had an increase of 100% almost across the board. Even in February, we can see. And then in March, we also had an increase of 66% across almost all areas. Another thing that I am keeping track of now as well is on-site services. So these are people that are physically coming to the window that we're assisting. On average, we're helping about 160 people at our window. And it takes us 10 to 15, sometimes 30 minutes to help them. That's over 40 hours in a month that are taking away from our regular duties. So that's another reason why we're wanting a court clerk to sit up front and be the person when anyone walks into the city, not only for court business, but our window is the first window that anyone that walks into City Hall sees. So we direct people to finance, we direct people to HR, we direct people to the city manager's office, to the police department. So that's another reason why we want someone there full-time that is a Kennedale employee. And so now I'm going to change gears a little bit on that, and we're going to talk about technology. John's going to come up here and help me with that. So we have been talking to Tyler Technology. I provided books to all of you. They came out and gave us a great presentation. And they provided us books to kind of describe what Tyler will be able to do for us. So the yellow that you see are the fees that are going to be every year. And then the services is what they're charging us to transfer the data and for the training. So the total yearly fees is going to be $37.35, and the upfront cost, including the fees, is going to be $121,955. One of the benefits about this technology, I've worked with Tyler. I can only speak for the court. He's going to speak a little bit about finance, but one of the great benefits that they offer is a processing module. Currently, right now, to issue warrants, it's taking me about 8 to 10 hours to issue warrants. With this process module, it'll take me between an hour to 2 hours at most to issue warrants. And another thing also with this process module, it lists each step, and you can't skip a step. So it doesn't allow you to go on to the next step until you complete that one, which also leaves less room for error. And that's just one of the few things that's going to offer. We're also going to get signature pads up front that'll allow defendants to e-sign their documents, and I can email and print them out, which will save us on paper and time as well. But that is just a couple of the benefits of Tyler. And then this is what we are currently paying now, and then what we're going to be paying. John has a little bit more information about his finance and how it'll benefit finance in the city as a whole.
So since we already have this page up, I just want to point out that for finance, this is actually $3,200 cheaper than what we're paying now per year. And this is a 3-year price that would be locked in. This previous price is what we paid for our current year, and that price is only going to go up every year. So if you think about a graph, us being locked in at $15,075 for 3 years, that gap, that increase in savings will go up every year. But with the finance piece, this is what I've been talking about every time I've come in front of you and talked about software. It's improving or approving invoices online. We can get rid of the paper altogether. Currently, paper literally gets shuffled around the office. That's not hyperbole. It gets sent back and forth to obtain signatures. This brings it online. This brings the idea of purchasing online. We wouldn't need to use P cards as much. There's a purchasing module. People can go and buy supplies through that. Their department director approves it. Depending on the dollar amount, it comes directly to me or it goes to Daryl and then me. But all this before anything is purchased. The impact on the budget and whether financials are is instant in this case. We don't have to wait to get paper, get signatures, and then load it in the system like we do now. As people purchase items through the financial module, the budget impact is right there. In fact, you can see it as you're approving the purchase. If I approve this, this is what my account looks like. If I don't, here it is. So you can make a real-time decision based on those financials. I mentioned the savings. Just going back to, I started in banking in 2006, and this was what we did in 2006. Here we are 18 years later, and at the City of Kennedale, we're not able to do that right now. As far as if someone goes on a trip, fill out some paper, get signatures, hand it in. In 2006, we scanned an invoice in, and all the approvals went online. So this is getting us more in line with, in my opinion, where we should be. When we look at the monthly financials, those reports that I'll give tomorrow, those take almost 4 hours to make. I mean, it's an 8-page document. Quite frankly, it doesn't look very impressive. It's to the point, but that's taking something from an Adobe file and putting it into Excel. This financial package will allow us to put things straight into Excel and manipulate them directly instead of having to pull in a 78-page PDF file and cherry pick the information from there. We can slide right into it. So the time savings on this is legitimate. Mr. Glover, or Councilman Glover, apologize, you did talk about human resources. This software would be a little bit more expensive per year, but I do believe the increased capabilities do justify the price.
Another aspect of the technology, as you can see, there's going to be an app called My Civic, which will be an app that will allow our citizens to be more engaged with the city and what the city's doing. John had the pleasure of kind of doing a video, and I'm going to go ahead and show that now. I'm sorry. I got
It is a kind of your, again, your citizen engagement app. You do have
app. Oh, I'm sorry, thank you. That was kind of a brief overview of the app. If, I also wanted to mention, real quick again, I forgot to mention this earlier. There's a thing called Content Manager that will, I hope, one day replace our current Laserfish. So this Content Manager, you're able to upload documents. You can redact documents and it keeps the original. What I like about it too is that anyone that goes in and changes the document, it keeps a log, a history of who did that. So if somebody goes in and that's not, let's say the city secretary, and redacts something that they're not supposed to, it gives a history of who actually did that. So we'll be using that with our court since we are paperless. So I'm hoping with that Content Manager, all of the departments will be able to access that. So city secretary, me, finance, but that is something that hopefully will get rid of Laserfish. That'll be a less of a charge in the future.
And we're also talking about continuity, interconnectivity. We're looking, part of this package includes Tyler Pay, which would push, instead of us having 3 different merchant services providers, this puts us all under one. And it also opens up our capabilities for receiving online payments. So on that app, he did demonstrate how to make a payment. One thing that was really important also that he did mention, but that MyCivic, it plays well with others. So if, say, community development, when Nathan comes up and speaks, if they go a different route, which we expect them to, outside of Tyler, that app will just map to whatever software they go with. And as far as the user goes, they don't know, and it doesn't matter to them. They click on report an issue. It'll take them, the app will take them where they need to go to report that. So we see this app and just interconnectivity and how it can smoothen out our operations is something very beneficial.
Did you guys have any questions for us?
So, John, one of the things we talked about before is kind of for our big capital projects, take the $13 million budget or bond for the sewer infrastructure. Can we track that spend with this application also, or would that still be a different tool?
Great question. This app does have capability for project and fixed asset accounting. We're asking for both of those modules. So rather than now where we spend out of an account and we have an Excel spreadsheet in the background that we have to update on a monthly basis, this software would allow us to just tab a project, and as an expenditure hits an account, we just tab it to that project, and we can provide that data as expenses happen rather than trying to do essentially batch processing, if you want to think of it that way. We batch process at the end of every month when we close out months. This capital project module, let me get the exact name. Yeah, they call it, well, yeah, capital or core financials. It's all part project accounting, but it would allow us to see that real time instead of having to go back and do it later.
Okay. And then just one follow-up question from a reporting and dashboard standpoint. Is there, let's say, a citizen view of the reports that we could just publish on the website and just basically complete transparency? Here's all the money, here's the budget, and I see Elizabeth also turning her head sideways. Listen, is that okay? Some systems will have that, some won't. It would be something where we have to produce the content and then publish it ourselves. I was curious if there's a interface for that or a dashboard.
There are some reports, I believe we would still need to load them on the website, just from the fact that our website is on a different platform than Tyler would be. But right now, for anyone listening, after I present the monthly financials to council, they do get uploaded to the finance department's website.
Thank you.
Sure. Oh. John, on that video, there was a very brief mention of some business integrations. Is it possible that the EDC might be able to get access or have some sort of portal on that will allow them to start utilizing that?
As far as editing information on a city app, I'd recommend that stay with a city employee. So be it Daryl and myself are both on the EDC as dual charge. So I would be a lot more comfortable if he and I are in charge of that. But it is something that if the EDC wanted to provide a listing or recommended businesses or whatever, we could load that for sure. I just not comfortable with a member doing that.
Do you have more information on that specific part of, or that specific module?
Today, not offhand, I can definitely get some soon.
Okay. Thank you.
Just a few questions on the software, just mostly simple ones. I just want to make sure, because sometimes with SaaS, it is what it is. This app will be offered on both Apple and Google? Or is it just Apple? Okay.
That, they do offer it on both, was it Google
Play.
Play Store, and then, yes, Apple.
Okay, and then are we still hosting the information on our cloud servers and they're just connecting the dots, or are they gonna host all of our stuff?
Anything that's with Tyler itself is on their servers and it's through AWS. So like the financials and that data would be on their servers.
Ugh.
But that's part of
I
us being on the
s-
cloud and
Yeah.
having, one thing I did mention as far as the online approvals, this does allow, for example, when Daryl's at a conference, if he needs to approve something on the evening, he could log on to his computer and do it. Whereas now, since we require a signature, we can't do that. So the capabilities do enhance. If we have another Snowmageddon, we can do some work remotely instead of shutting down or forcing somebody to drive through ice to get here.
So I assume because they're 40,000 or whatever it was, I saw in their information across the United States that they're compliant with federal and state guidelines for protecting that information?
Yes,
And they have redundant backups for this?
they're top of the line.
Okay.
Kind of the gold standard in this, so, yes.
And then you were mentioning about getting rid of Laserfish. So this is the software that will hold our digitized
Yes.
information, even the old stuff that we still have in paper?
It would need to be a phased-in approach, but we could on a date just say, we need to load into here instead of Laserfish. We need that content manager anyway for Bertha and myself to be able to put journal entry support straight into the financials instead of us keeping it separately. So it would be a spin up, but at some point, we could potentially replace Laserfish with this.
This will include like Nathan's documents?
Yeah.
So you're wanting to migrate off of Laserfish, which I'm totally okay with, into this as a full encompassing one-stop shop system?
I can't speak for community development. I wasn't a part of his software. He'll be able to speak on it more. But this is for like maybe the city secretary, for court, for finance. We are able to use this software. I've used it in another city and it's great. It's better. I've used Laserfish. The police department at the other city that I worked at used Laserfish, and I personally don't like Laserfish.
Yeah,
This
trust
does
me, I get it.
everything that you need and more. And I will say Tyler Technologies is one of those companies that has been around for years. And their software is leaps and bounds above what we have right now. I always like to compare it to like Word and Notepad, and we're using Notepad right now, and their Word. They're just way above what we have right now. And they've been a company for years.
And part of the Laserfish thing that you're discussing is historically, department directors have been making these decisions on isolation. So there are some things like this in Laserfish where we see redundancies and we see that there are multiple software packages that cover the same thing. Part of Tyler and then this push that we're doing right now is to try to eliminate some of those redundancies, which will save money in the long run. But there will be some time where we do have to have two systems in parallel while we're bringing over the existing data.
Of course. Bertha, just remind me, does our courts handle anything that require e-filing?
Yes, I e-file documents to the state, and this has a capability.
It does.
Files to OCA, it e-files to the DPS. Just like the current software that we have, I'm not able to e-file. I have to save the document to my drive and then go log in and upload it. This one will allow me to e-file it as well, so it does have that capability.
For you, does it also for the attorneys?
What attorneys?
Any attorneys that might want to, that's what I was asking, what do we do? What do we do in our courts that require e-filing?
Well,
Like
we
besides
e-filed the-
tickets and,
Oh,
Yeah.
well, we don't e-file anything to the county, is that what you're
yeah,
asking?
I know,
No.
but there's talk about making y'all do it as well in the next couple
No,
of years.
we're a Class C, so we don't have to do that. I know what you're talking about. Yes,
Yes.
in Tarrant County, yes, that law is changing with the OCA.
Mm-hmm.
We are not required to do that since we're just municipalities, but we still have to report to the OCA
Mm-hmm.
once a month, but it's not the same type of requirements that OCA is for county. I've heard about it, but we don't have to do that.
So my concern is the talk around the courthouse is the state's going to require all courts to do e-filing.
Yes.
Will this have that capability is my original question.
I believe so, and I can only speak about Tyler and the current software that we have right now. The current software that we have right now does not play well with others. Tyler is very confident in what they have, so they play well with other softwares. That's why John had mentioned how they can just connect to any other software. Right now, I'm struggling to find a new payment method because our software won't play well with other payment methods. And so Tyler, what it does is that they're so confident in what they have that they are willing to integrate with any other program. And they're really good about bringing out anything that we need statewide, they're good about bringing that up. In the other city that I worked at, any type of reporting that we need whenever legislative updates would happen, they would provide that for us. I'm currently in a class that is only with county courts, and they talk about Odyssey and how Odyssey's that's their
That's
Tyler.
retired, actually,
Yeah,
now,
that's what they're using. We don't use Odyssey, we use Encode.
No, they got rid of Odyssey. The county's using their own software, which is a whole nother nightmare conversation, but let's switch gears a little bit talk about the juvenile. You had a slide there that wasn't in mine. Can you just expand on the juvenile? Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Yes, so this new law that's coming into place is a diversion program that is required to be offered to all juveniles. Currently, we are able to have diversion programs, but it wasn't a requirement. The state is making it a requirement for us to offer all juveniles that receive a Class C penal code violation to be eligible for a diversion program, which means we have to have a diversion program in place.
So I helped Arlington start their teen court back in 2009, I think it was, 8. Have you considered that?
Well,
As an
we did.
alternative?
We did. We talked about, Vera went to a teen court program to start up a teen court, but it is very costly. And at that time, we don't have the justification to start up a teen court for 23 cases. So what we were talking about was getting with Forest Hill and Everman and doing a combined teen court. But we're not getting a lot of receptive information back from Forest Hill and from Everman. What we were also thinking is partnering up with Arlington, using their teen court and seeing how much they'll charge us per case or per year, what the fee's going to be, what the fees are going to look like. That is something that Vera is currently working on right now. But we did think about starting up a teen court, but for that we have to have a judge. We have to have juvenile attorneys that come in. We got to reach out to the schools, see who's going to volunteer. It's a lot. It is a lot to run a teen court. And we don't have the staff right now. There's only 2 of us.
Sure. And I understand that. I would argue that because your numbers are so low, that would be a good reason why you would start a teen court, because of the time consumption, especially with students, student attorneys, and judges are just volunteers anyways. So it'd be like somebody like me that would come up there and do that. If you ever want to talk about it a little bit more, I would love
Yeah,
to
of course,
chat with you about
yes.
it. But I would want you to at least look into it. I understand the cost, but I don't think it's probably as high as you think.
Okay, yeah, we're open to it. Like I said, Vera went to a training in South Texas where she went for 2 days to talk about small courts. And I think all the courts are kind of freaking out about this, trying to figure out how they're going to be able to scramble up a diversion program. And one of them was Teen Court, which is a great, I love Teen Court. I think it's a great program.
All right. Thank you, Bertha. You're doing a wonderful job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bertha, just a couple of questions, just for clarification. And if you want my help with partnering with Everman and Forest Hill, just let me know.
Okay, great.
Glad to help you with that, if possible. Just for clarification on your request, your wish list, the wish list is is a clerk,
Court clerk, yes.
that's full-time.
Yes.
And then you mentioned an on-site services window. Is that the same person, or is this?
It's going to be
two-
the same person.
Okay.
We're just going to put her up front, or him, sorry. Whoever we hire, we're going to put up front, and we're going to move Lauren, which is the water, to the back.
Okay.
She's with Arlington, as you know, so she's not a Kennedale employee. So we would have our court clerk sitting up front, handling anyone that walks in.
Okay, so the court clerk is the on-site services window.
Yes. Mhm.
And then your new court software, so this is the Tyler that we were
Yes.
just talking about.
Yes, ma'am.
And it looks like the Tyler that increase, the difference is, so help me with this, walk me through this.
Sure.
am I looking at current is 43.9,
Correct,
and then the new cost is 37,
correct.
making the reduction 7,000?
Correct, yes, so it'll be
Okay.
cheaper.
Okay,
Yes.
so, so that's an easy one. Uh-oh.
Sorry,
hitting the
this is
finance-
John's spreadsheet, sorry.
There's just a slight difference because the city secretary, we have it on here, so we need to take those numbers off of the calculations. When we were putting this together, there was an idea that Tyler would be able to provide a product for the city secretary, but as that role is now vacant, we haven't had anyone that can, with the expertise to vet Tyler.
Wouldn't there be some overlap though in the budget? You'll have to keep paying the existing vendor while you're onboarding Tyler, so I would say if we do this in this year, your spend's gonna be higher than what's on the sheet.
The idea would be, there would be possibly some carryover, potentially. We, like for STW, we've paid for that through the end of October, and we've already paid that, so that money's gone. So yeah, there would be a little carryover to ensure that there's a smooth process. But the idea would be if possibly we could start that in this budget, and during the finance presentation, I'll talk about ways that we could pay for this. But the idea being, yeah, we would be spending some of that in the current fiscal year, and then the bulk of it would be in '24, especially the annual fees, or '25, sorry.
But Tyler also had some implementation charges that were 6 figures, basically to pro services. Is that on a different budget line? Yeah, the upfront cost.
The upfront cost, this is a little bit flexible. This is, I don't want to say a worst-case scenario, but this includes a pretty conservative training estimate for the new software. Bertha has experience with this software, so her training requirement will be less. The software, to me, is one of the easiest I've seen. Now, granted, it was a demo, so they're going to show me that it looks easy. But compared to what we have now, this is significantly easier to use, so I don't anticipate that we would need the entire amount that we were budgeted for training.
Yeah, it's not the amount that's, if you need it, you need it. That's not the issue. I just, when we were looking at what the ask was, I didn't see the 6 figures on the other sheet. We were looking at the software cost. So do we just have one sheet that is, here's all the money we're asking for? Is it the 37 plus the 121? Yeah, so it's on
Yeah,
here.
The next slide's the full spread. This was just a comparison to show you, here's what we're paying, either what we paid in '23 or what we've paid in '24, the last known payment, versus what our contractual annual agreement is for Tyler.
So I think for physical 20, well, this year then 24, we need to account for the 121.
Hopefully.
Right, but it's just not on the,
Is Tyler the one that's transferring the database? They're the ones, because that's a headache. Do you know, did they tell you how long that would take?
They have not.
I mean, once it's transferred, they can cancel.
I didn't hear you, what?
I said, once they transfer the database, it can be canceled. If it takes them 2 weeks, then it takes them 2 weeks. If it takes them 2 months, it takes them 2 months. Depends, I guess, what kind of data we have and how big it is.
Yeah, I'm not worried about that. It's just the, just to make sure. So what we're asking for is 160.
No, it's 121,955. That includes the SAAs. So that 121 is including the annual fees as well.
Okay, so it's not just pro services. That's that's
Correct,
all.
yeah,
So year
with-
one's 121,
Correct.
and then after that's 37. So
37, yes.
in year one would be this year, 24, the second half.
Yeah.
That's up to you guys.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
up to you guys.
No, well, you're asking. Well, I'm just, so if we go back to the next slide, though, I'm just for fiscal year 24, I don't see it on there. So we just want to make sure we're calling that out. That's all.
So this year, we're looking to pay $43,948 in technology. And I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, you told me if it was less. Mine is gonna be less, but as a total, it is gonna be more because we're including the My Civic and the Context Share. That alone is like $4,000 a year that we're gonna be paying. But like my software is gonna be cheaper, John's software is gonna be cheaper. HR is gonna be a little higher, so that's where the $6,913 comes from, that we're gonna pay over what we're paying right now.
Okay, so the 122,000, sorry, is going to be on your wish list? Is that where,
We're gonna be splitting it between all the departments.
okay.
So like
So-
finance is gonna ask for 53,570.
I see. Okay,
HR is
good.
going,
Thank
and so
you.
where each department's
I
going to be
see.
asking for their own. Now, the content manager app, I'm not sure who's that one's going to fall under. Maybe, I'm not sure who that one's going to fall
Probably
under.
city secretary.
Probably city secretary.
Okay, so that's a good slide. Thank you for that. So you're actually, municipal court is asking for 20, under software, it's actually 25,000
Yes, ma'am.
is what you're asking for. Okay. All right, thank you. That's very exciting. We definitely need to go toward the direction of connecting us on a software system where it goes from one A to Z without a piece of paper. Yeah, and where one department can transfer to another department without someone physically getting up and taking a piece of paper over there, so.
And that's what we're having to do now. I'm printing out like 5 pieces of paper and putting it in his mailbox every day,
Yeah,
every day.
yeah,
This will also fulfill some of the state requirements for, there's some mandatory requirements coming down for cities and courts to be online, so this is exciting, actually.
well, it's like you said, it just shows how far behind we have been and how far behind we've been operating for so many years. So with the possibility of at least getting us, in my opinion, even up to standard, is where we need to look at as far as what that looks like, and the opportunity, the thought that we can do that even with continuing to keep those taxes in mind and, lowering the tax rate, all of that in balance is very exciting. So thank you so much for everything you're doing. Thank you for being here in Kennedale.
Thank you.
Really am thankful to have you here.
Thank you.
We're very lucky to have you.
Thank you so much.
If it's okay with everyone, we'll take a short break. Or are you about to come up, Jonathan? Okay. Okay, just like a quick 5-minute, literally 5-minute, okay?
Yeah, right.
All right, thank you for the break time. So we've heard from HR, we've heard from courts, and now we're going to hear from our Finance Director, Horton.
Again, appreciate the time, and Daryl did ruin a surprise, but I'll just start up with that. As far as sales tax goes, last year we ended up about $300,000 ahead of expectation once all of the numbers came in for the fiscal year. Doing a trend analysis, it looks like we're going to be in about the same position this year. Of course, we do want to wait further on in the year to see what trends happen over the summer and during the fall. Of course, we're in an election year, so there could be some different variances there that we didn't have the past couple of years. But as we're thinking about how to pay for it, what we're asking for, there's a slight option out there. But my first ask, calling this a staff expansion, although it's not a new position in essence, it's shifting a position from part-time to full-time. I mentioned during the annual update from finance that we have a person in place now that came out of retirement to come work here. Very excellent work product. We get a full-time effort, full-time product out of her in 20 hours. Well, as I mentioned, this person did come out of retirement, so at some point we're expecting a re-retirement. What I would like to do and what I'm asking for is to be able to make that position, instead of a 0.75 position, go ahead and push that all the way up to full-time. Part of the reasoning, the standard for the department, it's definitely increased. I mentioned putting our financial reports on the website. We do that. I'll present the finances for the month tomorrow. They'll be up by Thursday on the finance website. Quite frankly, last week, I was doing some updates to our website and I found some things that Brady Olson was the last person to touch. Now, I'm not aware of the timeline, but I know Brady is at least 3 directors before me, and the website hadn't been updated since he was here. So that's part of the increased standard, or the elevated standard that Daryl has on the finance department and just all of the management as a whole. For us to be able to meet that standard, we do need to be able to take care of the finances so we can have time to do things like update the website, put reports out there, increase our transparency. When I was looking at this, I was looking at 2 options, and I've presented a grid before. I didn't want to double up on that, but we could look at another associate level 2 position, although I would prefer to find another senior accounting associate. So the expected cost increase, we're looking at about $25,800 to $32,000. Benefits, in my calculation, I didn't include payroll tax as a benefit. So the benefits are approximately 21% of the total annual wage. Retirement and insurance. Currently, a part-time employee that'll work over 20 hours a week, we do have to make that retirement contribution. Of course, more hours is a bigger contribution. The insurance would be new to this position as opposed to what we have now. I did put on there our 23 budget. It did have the $49,000 for the part-time role. The next, this is a true staff expansion. This is a new position I'm asking for, and it's a grant writer. I don't believe that'll be the official title, but that will definitely be the function. We're receiving some pressure, and you are probably getting this a lot more than us, given those that are running for office, but there's pressure to find additional sources of funding. We're getting pressure to elevate the condition of our infrastructure. We've mentioned lowering the tax rate. One of those options that we can control versus sales tax, which we don't have direct control over, but would be to go out and seek funding. So conceptually, this position will cover the total employment costs by obtaining external funding that would have otherwise not reached our city. The ramp I'm giving is 2 years, with the idea that the first year, this person, established or not, would be going out and seeking funding. And then by the second year, the external funding, and the important piece on this is that would not have otherwise reached the city, meaning this is new money, not grants that say our fire department has been habitually getting, but this would be going out and seeking new money from sources not currently used, would far exceed the cost of employment. So this would be, in essence, a revenue generating position. The initial base wage offering we're looking at is $65,000 a year. Bertha also ruined the surprise on this as far as departmental incentive pay, but this pay, the plan is mimicking the template that we already have with public safety, in that we would have intermediate, advanced, and master, and as an employee reaches different thresholds, they would get paid out at the highest available threshold. Currently, none of these or all of these paths do allow someone, in theory, could reach master without having an undergraduate degree. That's my ask with finance. Of course, I did loop the software was part of Court's presentation, but my last few slides are citywide that we talked about, and I was the lucky one that gets to stand up and discuss them. But they involve pay, so it makes sense. But citywide incentive pay, we mentioned the departmental incentive pay that's more based on like professional training. This is based on primarily education. So we would have a series, we have 4 levels for obtaining formal education by highest degree earned. So for example, somebody who has a doctorate couldn't run up the score by having the other 3 and getting all 4 categories filled. They would just get the doctorate level. We did have an idea for a professional certification. The validation would be obtained by the applicable department director or chief. That way, like I couldn't get a certification in something that has nothing to do with finance and get $75 a month. The next one is something that we discussed as a management team, but obtaining a certification to communicate in a language other than English. This is especially important with our departments that interact with the public. Court has a lot of Spanish speakers that come and visit and need assistance. Fortunately, Bertha is bilingual. If I was up there, we would be in trouble. But the idea being that we would provide an additional pay for somebody who obtains certification in fluency in a language other than English to help serve our citizens. This is also citywide. We're calling it a step plan, but the essence of this is it would lock in a minimum annual raise of 2% per year for the next 5 years, using the current fiscal year as a base. And every year we would do a minimum of 2% increase. And this is really just showing a commitment to our staff that at a minimum you will get 2%. I can come and Caroline and we can try to negotiate along with Daryl a higher percentage every year, but being able to tell the staff, hey, you're at least going to get 2% for the next 5 years. My final slide, I believe, no, my next to last slide is this public safety, a step plan adjustment. What we did is we took the step plan from FY24 and we added $10,000 in every square. So the essence is that every public safety employee would get a $10,000 a year raise and then follow the step plan going forward. What does this mean financially? So we have 21 eligible police officers, 18 eligible firefighters, and I put the important thing is as of pay period ending 3/30, because as Caroline has mentioned, there's we tend to have some ebbs and flows with staffing level. So from there, the salary increase, this is just math, but the total increase would be about $480,000. I'll say $483,000. That concludes my presentation. I'm available for questions.
So John, if the increase is 482, what's the current budget? I'm trying to gauge if that, is that 2%, 5%, 10%?
I don't have that available. Just there's so many variances that I wanted to have actuals, and I just don't have those available today.
Ballpark?
I don't want to provide one that's not going to be in the ballpark. I'm not comfortable doing that right now.
Fair enough. And then maybe a question, and Caroline may also want to speak to this one, but the citywide civilian step plan, is the 2% increase, is that comparable to other municipalities?
Can you repeat, counsel?
For the slide here, the citywide civilian step plan, is the 2% increase, is that comparable to other cities, or are we above, below, on par?
We're below. I have been doing, and I would like the city manager to speak to it, because I've been doing a market salary survey over 18 cities. And so I've turned that in, but.
You ready? Yes, we are still under market. Now, with that, our cities are vary in size, from very large to smaller than what we are. We're going in and trying to get an average of cities that are our size. Even with that, we're still below market, but we're very comparable in that same manner. The only ones that we're truly way below market at this point is public safety. Public safety is roughly anywhere from 8 to 13 to 15,000 under market. So we're dramatically under that. We reset the pay plan for public safety back in 2018, which the step plan works, but unfortunately, as we go forward, the market is beyond what we've anticipated at this point. One of the things that we will do is reevaluate the public safety plan. Right now, you have a top-out pay at 15 years. As you saw earlier, we did make the adjustment on the amount salary, but we're also needing to decrease the payout year. That's one of the things we're not even comparable to other cities. They range anywhere from 5 to 8 year payout, and ours is doubled. So you can see that that's even changes the dynamic of the pay plan to begin with. One of the things that we're looking at is city civilian employees. There's very few cities that even have a step plan for those. One of the things they do have is certification pays, the education pay. Those are something probably 99% of cities have. We do not have. That was one of the options we wanted to make sure we bring up, and one we share with everybody. Our public safety has some of those same benefits for our certifications. We want to meet that with that same concept for citywide. The salaries that are on civilian side were comparable, but we're generally anywhere from 2 to 8% below market. So we would have a little bit of adjustments to make in that mindset. I have not seen any cities that truly have a step plan for those. However, most of them have a very steady increase of cost of living. So the cost of living ranges anywhere from 2 to 5%, and most cities have that every year. It's an annual increase, and we haven't had that in the past. We have at times went 6 years without an increase at all, 0. The last 5 years, we've definitely improved in that line item, particularly for the public safety side, which was just truly not even close to the market. We made a huge increase in 2018. We did not do that for civilian. Last year, we did make that adjustment that got us a little bit closer. However, it was kind of a hit and miss. So give an example, our administrative assistants were roughly about 20 to 25% below market. So we weren't even comparable in that. So last year, that was one of them that we made an adjustment. Same thing for our public works. We made an adjustment there. The other was our leadership staff. We were not there as well. And that's another one. Even today, we're roughly about 25% below market for North Texas, not nationwide or anything like that. It's our metropolitan area that we're sitting in. That's our competition. Our competition is not Abilene, per se. It's here in the Metroplex. Those are the factors that we're looking at now. And one of the things that we looked at, if we can have a 5-year plan for our civilians, at least it's a selling market that some cities are not offering. Although it seems to be a standard across the board, but they don't market that either. And I was hoping that that could be a selling point for new employees wanting to come in and say, hey, at least over the next 5 years, I'm guaranteed a 10% increase, which I think is a good standard.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Daryl, like one of the benefits of coming to Kennedale is a small town, 6 by 6 square miles. It's not as intense as, for example, Forest Hill or Arlington as far as workload goes. I understand that, and we can't, obviously, and I'll pick on Chief Holguin's department. You know, Arlington is pretty much full-time. Their officers are always constantly doing calls where ours are not. So should we justify the pay increase even though we don't have the increase of the workload?
There's several ways you can look at that. Number one, no matter what our call load is or what our workload in general, is that we're still competing against other cities for that dollar amount. Now, also, if you look through what an employee wants, salary is not always number one. It's actually around the number four. Number one is, what is our work environment? What is our culture? And you see that's one of the last 2 years has been our number one goal, is to increase our culture. What do we have to provide for them? Are they happy? Are we giving them what their needs are? Do they have the equipment? Do they have the capability of doing what we ask them to do? And I think that's step number one, and I think we have been able to accomplish that in the last 2 years. And that's what I mentioned earlier, is that we have a staff that wants to work here. They want to go out and serve our citizens, and they're doing it at a very high level. And I'm very proud of them. And I think that shows when we're average of 70 employees, we're no longer hitting at 50, 55. Our turnover is very normal to a certain extent. It's not out of the ordinary. You know, when we have 20, 25 employees turnover each year, there's a problem. That's a culture problem. That's not an employee. That's not a salary issue. That's culture. And I think one of the things we've done in the last 2 years is to improve that. Can we do more improvement? Absolutely. We always can. And we want to excel at that. But the other side of it is also the salary. You know, as we move forward, as everybody knows, the cost of living is we're over 20% in the last 3
ridiculous.
years. And whenever that starts truly affecting not only your way of life, but how you go out and you buy groceries, how do you get to work, those things like that also pay a huge difference in where you work. We have some that travel 20, 25 miles a day. Some of them live here in our city. As cost goes up, they start looking at that. They may start looking at somewhere where they live closer to home. Those are some of the factors that we have. We have some that lives far north, is almost in Denton. Obviously, I live in Weatherford. There's others that live in Arlington, Burleson. So when I talk about that we're competing with other cities, the size to a certain extent doesn't matter. Our call load doesn't matter. It's the quality of work. It's the quality of, am I happy? Some people are not going to leave for $5,000 raise. But if you start talking about 10, 15, 20,000, I encourage them to go to the other city. And I'm just being honest, that's a lifestyle change. That's a difference in the way you live. That's a difference to your family. And I can't blame them for wanting to make that change. But I think it's my responsibility, and it's the responsibility of the council to recognize what that is. What quality of employees do we want? How do we want to move forward? Do we want to continue with that standard and provide that to our citizens? And that's what we're faced at. Obviously, our budget is what dictates how far we can go. And I take that in consideration. Our staff, our leadership takes that in consideration. We want to be fair to our citizens. However, the expectations also is for us to be treated with that same dignity and respect as well, of the quality and the standard of excellence that we're providing to them. Once again, what we're showing today, in my belief, particularly when we talk about the civilians, is that there is a standard, and we're getting quality employees that come in and apply for these positions. And they're coming because of the culture, first and foremost, or I want to believe that. The salary, the culture, the equipment, are we giving them the capability of doing their job? And ultimately, the salary. Are we comparable? I'm not going to ask for us to be number one. And the reason why, because you go back to the workload. And I'm going to use the PD for example as well. It's been my last 31 years, so it's the easiest one for me to see. As you saw the chief present last month of the quality of work they're doing, what do you want? We're very, very community-driven, not only at the PD, but every department. You can see that in the last 2 years, how we managed. Our management is community-driven. Everything is based off of our community. What are their needs? And we're providing that. Just like the events, we have had the largest increase in participation from our citizens than I've ever seen. Last 28 years, I've never seen this many citizens at our events. Same thing, I'll go back to the comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan shows that same thing. What are we offering to our citizens? And this is one of them. They continue to say, what do we do in Kennedale? What do you have to offer? Well, we have a lot to offer, and we've been giving that to them. And they're coming out, in a sense, I hear thank you all the time. All I hear is what a great time they had, our park system, our new playground equipment. These things make a difference in the quality of life that we're giving. And all of it's based off of not only you as the council and the mayor, but just as important is our employees. They're the face for you. They're representing you. And when we provide that type of quality of employee, it makes a difference. And I think we see that every day. And I think we're going to see that even more as we move forward and we're able to provide that service through our employees.
I think you made my point spot on of what I'm speaking of. And don't get me wrong, I want to obviously cover the spread of inflation. It's something that's hurting even me as a business owner. So I can relate to that as well. My biggest concern is obviously it's our biggest budget item is, employees. And I also understand the concepts of, if you're like a young fireman starting off a family and your family's growing, you're gonna probably go into a bigger facility to cover that. But I also know that it's on the flip side, we get experienced workers or experienced leaders from bigger cities coming down because they've already maxed out maybe their retirement in Arlington. They're looking for a second retirement here, a nice easy job to kind of phase out, but we get the benefit of that experience for 5 or 10 years while they phase themselves out. Again, but my biggest concern is that's our biggest expense is all of you guys.
And that's a great point for you. Whenever I went into the police department as the chief, one of the things that we looked at was our hiring practice. Who are we marketing to? And that shows, who are we looking at? Who fits into our culture? What is our future going to look like? And when we market these positions, who are we marketing? It may be that 21-year-old, 22-year-old person may not fit what we have to offer. And it could be to our call load. Some public safety people come in and they're gun-ho. They want that big fire. They want that big structure fire. Or they want these heavy call loads of police services. That's not us. We have one of the lowest crime rates in the Metroplex. That's something we should be very proud of. It's the same thing for our fire department. We don't have a whole lot of structure fires. We're very heavy on medical. And we can go into stats and look at the stats and figure out the reason why, but they're all positive. We have inured residential communities, which factors in a lot of the fire retardant products, materials. I mean, there's other factors that come into it. But, to go back to, it's our hiring practice. Who do we want to hire? And do they fit what we are or who we are? And it's extremely important that we choose the right one. And I think we're on the right pace to be able to do that.
I think what John's presenting today with the step plan for other employees we've been missing for a long time. We've talked about it for over a decade. We finally did the police and fire, which was needed first. And it is time for us to do the rest of our employees so they understand their upward mobility within our system. And correct me if I'm wrong, John, you said it's a 2% increase? So that doesn't even cover inflation.
The idea would be this is the minimum. We would lock in and guarantee a minimum of 2%. And then annually, as we do budget workshops, if we can get 3, 4, whatever the case may be, we would negotiate at that time. But the commitment to the staff would be at a minimum, you will see 2%. If we can get more, we'll definitely ask. we'll probably ask anyway and then let you guys make the decision, to be honest with you. But the idea would be that we would commit to a minimum every year, that this wouldn't be the finite.
And also with this 2%, it's not a cost of living. This is an increase on their salary. So just for example, you guys decide, hey, we're going to give a 3% cost of living. There could be employees that are within that 5-year period could get a total of 5%. So they still get their 2% increase that we're guaranteeing. However, if we come in and say, hey, we're going to have a cost of living, that 3% is on top of what this is. It's the same thing for the public safety. One thing that somewhat has hindered us where we're not at a minimum market value is when we implemented the step plan, and as we got raises over the years, the last 6 years, we never increased that step plan. We never implemented those costs of living. So when we started out a $60,000 starting salary, it's been that for 6 years. It's been that for 7 years. There's never been an increase of those costs of living. That is what set us back from being in the market. Even within an 80 or 90% market, that's the reason why we never kept up with that step plan. And that's what this is doing. It's guaranteeing, just like the police department or the fire department, it ultimately came into every other year, you got to increase. So actually, when you had a top out at 15 years, ultimately you're only getting 5 to 6 raises within a 15-year period without a cost of living raise. So ultimately, we put a package together that didn't work. I don't think the process was thought out of the future, and it was more of a today plan, and it wasn't followed through for the last 7 years. I feel if it was mapped out over the 7 years, by adding the cost of livings, we wouldn't have this discussion today. We would be where we needed to be.
I would agree on that. I know it's been a long time coming for us to do this, but the situation with Kennedale just wasn't able to before, but I think we're in a better spot now.
Absolutely.
I did have a few more questions for you, John. Did you say that we pay out retirement for part-time? Is that what I heard you say?
Yep.
Why?
And that's a
That's
requirement.
mandated,
Required?
that's not a choice, that's a mandate. If a person is in a position expected to work over 1,000 hours per the year, we're required to put in that retirement contribution.
Okay, thank
So
you.
that's
new one
that's
for
a
me.
20-hour employee.
Okay, and then besides Spanish, is there a need for any other language? You were talking about certificates to encourage employees to learn.
I mean, not in finance, but
It's open for any language. Obviously, we're a melting pot, so we have a lot of citizens in Kennedale or visitors come to Kennedale that have multiple languages that
Have you-
can be utilized.
there was a discussion that we did have a population from Afghanistan that's moved in, so.
Iraq, yes. And then under the grant writer, that's going to be under your department,
Yes.
but all departments will have access to that.
Yes, the initial plan is to have that person focus on infrastructure and park equipment, but certainly as opportunities come up, the situation that we can run into is that each agency has different standards for the grants to be written. So the governor's office and then our federal government have different standards. So as we go into different specialties, that person in the position would have to know the language and the formatting and what's expected on the applications. But yeah, certainly everybody would have access to the person. There's going to have to be some initial focuses and then training to broaden that scope.
Madam Mayor and Council, I can't express how important it is that we have just a position to run grants. It's an expertise, just like you and I have expertise in what we do. And just to put it very simply, one comma out of place, one word that's misspelled, and the stack of grants this big, we get skipped. So to have somebody that is efficient in it, and to reach out and know all the different grants that come from state, county, and federal, I think is extremely important and beneficial. And like Daryl, I think, well, maybe John said it, it's a revenue stream that could be worth it. 65 to get several $100,000 or even a couple million to get a new baseball field, for example. I know that's one of your goals, Madam Mayor. I think that's absolutely worth it, and it should be a high priority that we open up that position here in Kennedale.
Just to clarify, if you don't mind, Councilman Navarez, 65 is our base salary. The total employment cost is just under 88,000. Just want to provide it. And that's estimated with current benefits rates.
Thank you for clarifying.
Yes, sir.
Also, just clarification, where the position, the intent is to help on our infrastructure, our parks and rec system internally. That's where our missing point or our missing complexity is. Right now, our police department and our fire department have grant writers that are under training that will help them continue their capabilities. For instance, for the police department, on an average, they have the opportunity to get a grant, equipment grants up to $100,000. And we've been very blessed on getting those grants that I'm aware of probably for the last decade. And we want to continue to do that. However, it's a grant it's not a simple grant by any means, but it's a very well laid out grant that you can follow or process. The grant that we're looking for at John's office is a little bit more complex. It could be for personnel, it could be for just about anything. There's quarterly and sometimes monthly reports that have to be generated, particularly for federal grants. Those are going to take time. That is a full-time job. In a sense, just say we get 3 grants a year. Those grants literally will be worked on every day. There's stats that have to be generated and given to our state or national federal grants. So that's the reason why we need the position, and it's not department generated. For instance, for our department heads, that's just another workload that we're putting on them that is already at cap currently. This position, honestly, it could go up to millions of dollars a year that could be very beneficial for us, particularly as we move forward with our parks and recs. There's a ton of grants out there for that, state and federally. They're everywhere. And it's not even including the independent grants that are available that's $20,000, $30,000, $50,000. There's a lot of those. Obviously, there's a lot of research that goes into it as well. That's the reason why John's indicating it may take us up to a year to start seeing some of the benefits that come out of it. On the PD side, currently they're working on a grant now. That grant, if approved, and you'll see one of them tomorrow night as well, we're not even looking at the funding until January of next year. So there's generally an annual or a yearly gap when you apply for something than when you're approved and you start the process. Those funds are generally also either you can have 50-50 matches, or it's upfront money from the city first, then you're getting reimbursed from the state or federal. So you'll also see that as a budgeted line item for that. And you'll see that as we move forward, or actually we did it this year. We took that grant line item and made a line item by itself. So it's easier to see where grant money is located besides having them in each department and itemized.
Just to support what you just said, last year, $3.6 billion in federal Pell grant money was never unclaimed. So there's a lot of money out there, not just federal, but state and county, which you know all too well, but also organizations that, like 501(c)(3)s, and also corporate businesses that, want the tax reduction. So if we can get a subspecialist in this, there's plenty of money and plenty of time to do a full-time job to be filling out these applications or finding new grants.
And I do have some experience at a previous job supporting grant writers for federal grants, so that it does make sense to roll it under finance for multiple reasons. There's one more thing that I do want to discuss that didn't make the presentation, but I have committed to you to eliminate off-site storage. And we did get an estimate, well, not an estimate, we got a quote for what it would cost to send that service packing, really give us our stuff back and let them go away. That quote is $11,090.27, which is not in the finance budget this year, so that will likely be a next fiscal year ask that will be in this upcoming budget.
And just to be clear for everybody that's listening at home, that'll fulfill our obligation to go digital by the state.
That will bring all of our boxes that are off-site into this facility. We will still need to scan them on-site using our personnel that's in place right now.
And this includes documents that can go back 50 years, correct?
Everything that they have at Access will be delivered to City Hall. We'll have to drag it in the building, but that clears our portion of their facility out completely.
Yeah, you can store it in Daryl's office.
Hey, John, that's
We utilize the
11,000.
mayor's office for storage.
Even better.
Well, we do have some space in finance, and I got into it one day and measured, and if we do 4 boxes high, that meets fire requirements, and we can use my conference area. So we have the space here, but as Daryl's mentioned, that will annoy me as I come into my office every day and see stacks of boxes, so we'll scan through it as quick as possible.
I guess that just goes to another question. Are you guys going to digitize, or we're going to hire some part-time workers to digitize, or a company to digitize it?
We've had some estimates from companies, and they're as laughable as this $11,000 thing. I mean, it just doesn't make sense to me, so it'll be in-house.
And currently, the reason why we were wanting to bring this to us, they itemize everything. So we have a monthly charge for this off-site storage. So if we ask them to pull a file, then we're charged. If we pull the file and want it here at City Hall, we're charged. Then we're charged for mileage, then we're charged, I mean, we're nickel and dimed. And that's, one of the things that you approved was for HR to go digital. So as we continue to go into this battle, it was a large amount of money for us just to pull it. So the idea, if we're going to do that, just bring it all here. Let's get it all done, and then each department and go through the process of if we don't need the paper, or if we don't need that document, let's go ahead and get it shredded and get it out. And that way we don't have to pay additional costs or time to have the other documents scanned into the new system, which is somewhat of a triple fold when we're talking about Tyler Technology and how we move forward with all of our digital plans, which is, as you can see, everything's starting to be mapped out as we move forward through our 3rd year of just managing where we're at. And ultimately, that's our goal internally.
And Content Manager with Tyler and Laserfish also has a capability where we can put an expiration date on certain files. So as we digitize things like, say, accounts payable items, so the receipt, invoice, all that, that has a period, I believe, and I'm going off memory, we'll say it's 5 years for argument's sake. Well, we would put a 5-year expiration date on that file, and a notification would come out as soon as that file is eligible for destruction. So a good bulk of what we have at Access right now is, I'll say, eligible for destruction. But when you mentioned the quote or the cost of going digital for HR, that has doubled, correct? It's doubled since we first approached them last year. So the cost of digitizing HR is larger than the cost of them bringing the stuff over here. And to Daryl's point, there's quite a bit just based on what the roster says that is eligible for destruction, but because you can only destroy something once, we really want to look at it before we authorize someone to destroy it. So that's the idea of bringing everything here, so we don't accidentally destroy something that was really a permanent item.
And that's one of the things Tyler Technology gives. We can put a retention period on it by state law. And that way we're not duplicating our time of 2 years from now going back and going through all these boxes again. It's already earmarked for that date, which is ultimately saving us manpower once again. And it's just that we need to get to that technology to be able to do it. And that's the step we're trying to take.
And looking at our audit cost, by having us place items directly into the software, I mentioned the invoice process. Someone gets an invoice, puts it in the software, we do all those approvals. We can actually give our auditors read-only access, so they can just go pull the information that they need as they're going forward. Instead of sending us a list, we end up with a free block of time, we send it to them, maybe they're working on something else, and we have a 9-hour plus turnaround. They could just go, oh, we need these items in a sample, log into our software and pull it direct. That should save us on audit fees as well. So there's some savings that, like we're talking about paper and other things that are inherent to the process, but they're hard for us to actually put a number to.
Does the software give us unlimited storage? Or do we paying
We
by
wouldn't.
terabyte?
Technically, there's a limit, but cities 4 times our size are using that, and they're not hitting the limit. So I'm very confident that we won't reach that limit. If there comes a point where we would get close, we could always store stuff on our servers here or on our cloud, but I really don't anticipate us hitting that limit.
All right, thank you.
So John, you mentioned $11,000 earlier. Was that annually is what we're paying, 11,000 per storage, or is that per month?
The $11,000 is for them to move everything here and us take it. Per year, give me a second. Per year, I'm comfortable saying it's about $3,000 a year, what we pay for them to store our stuff. $11,000 would rid us of them completely. So about, a couple years worth, 3 years. But we calculate it's like 3 years and 5 months or something when we were looking at this earlier. But yeah, there's a break-even point that's way down the road. But the idea, to Daryl's point, like, we're storing things that we don't need to store because they've hit their expiration date. And every time we touch a sheet of paper, it costs us money. So this would it's just a way to break free and be done with it.
And for kind of going back to Tyler Technologies and their content management system, as we scan that in, does it OCR the text and then index that?
If we activate that, it can, or we can just scan it as a straight document, but it does have OCR capability.
Thank you.
Our version of Adobe that we pay for actually does that as well. So we have 2 ways of doing that.
Okay, any other questions? Nope. Thank you, Jonathan.
I don't mind it. Appreciate the time. Thank you.
Good morning, Chief. Good, how are you? Short timer?
It is now, thank you. Makes it a little easier. Today, I want to come to you and talk to you about a couple of items. I've got it listed as budget requests. First, I want to go over and give you an overview on what the fire station remodel is going to look like for us. The second, I wanted to discuss some personnel stuff for the future. As y'all know, last year, council voted to approve this LFCO bonds to fund the total remodel of our current fire station. Today, I wanted to give you a little bit of a history on what that looks like and show you some conceptual drawings of what this remodel will look like for us. A little bit of the history. The current station we have was built in 1986 for a volunteer organization. Over the years, we've moved walls, we've added walls out into the app room to try and give us more space to function effectively. We're to the point that we're out of room and we do not have the functional space that we need to operate in the proper manner. Just kind of like some overview here. The original station, as I said, was about 9,000 square foot. Some of the areas that we have issues with is we have a common bunk room that we have 6 personnel sleep in. That's not much bigger than what my office is today. We have an undersized kitchen. We're lacking storage, and we have insufficient storage for pretty much everything that we have. If you've been to the station, we have a lot of stuff stored out in between the apparatus, up against the walls. And this remodel would help us greatly moving forward. Some of the other, from a needs assessment standpoint, Our driveways, both in the front and the back, are cracked over the years. They've cracked, and we've come in and done drill processes and pumped foam into it to keep the concrete from collapsing. So part of this remodel is replacing all of the concrete back on the back and the front of the pad. So that's part of the remodel itself. As I talked about, the need for adequate sleeping quarters, adequate training facilities. Right now, our training is done. You can see one little picture there on the bottom left. That's where we do a little bit of our EMS training, and that is in our bunk room as well. We do some training in our day room, computer training. So part of this, we're wanting to add training facilities. Other needs are adequate decontamination areas for our bunker gear that gets contaminated by chemicals on fires. Currently we don't really have a work area to work on any tools or equipment. We end up in a lot of different places trying to do that. And as I said, adequate storage is something that we really need. The program for the new station, what we're looking at is, I talked about training a while ago. We're looking at adding, putting in a training room that will facilitate about 40 people. Along with this being a training room, it'll be our EOC, our Emergency Operations Center. Gives us the ability of, in a particular disaster, we can stand up our EOC there. Part of the requirements on buildings like this is they have to be firm and secure. By design, this is built that way, concrete walls, and a more secure area. What it would do for us also, it would move fire administration over to the station for all of our different personnel. Right now, as y'all are well aware, we're here in City Hall, and we're running out of room here in City Hall. There's definitely a need for a lot more space going forward. Some of the other highlights associated with that, as I said, is the concrete sleeping quarters, storage. So there's a lot of stuff that this total remodel is going to look like. Kind of an idea of that. Let's skip that picture. So right now you see the area in white. That is the existing building that we have. So if you look at the, I don't know, what is that, tan hash mark on the left? That is a add-on. That'll be storage, decontamination area, workrooms, workout facilities. And this particular side has a 2-story mezzanine area to add that existing storage that we just need, long-term storage. Everything in the yellow and the pink is concrete areas that we will either add or be replacing. So this on the bottom, we're looking at expanding the training facility. And when I say training, flat concrete that we can actually do hands-on training on, into the well lot behind, and then adding parking for the facilities up front. You can see up off of Clover Lane. This particular drawing has some parking spaces in blue on Reeves. That is not going to happen. It is not a very safe place for us to add parking on that particular side of the building, as small as Reeves actually is. I don't know how well you can see that, but this is the actual concept of what this expansion looks like for us. So the drawings in the green on the left is a breakdown of the decontamination rooms, our bunker gear storage rooms, work areas, SCBA work area, and then down below that, that is the mezzanine storage area that we will have above that, the 2-story side on that side of the our parking garage or apparatus room is the area in the white. And then to the right in the tan, it'll give you a better idea on what it's going to look like as well. So for us, we went from one bunk room that everybody's sleeping in, and as you can see on this one, there are 9 individual bunk rooms that our personnel will be able to sleep in It'll have small study area in there and then storage for each of their equipment. We've expanded the kitchen area that actually will hold 6 people, and will have sufficient areas for cooking facilities. Our current station has 3 refrigerators stacked up against the wall. In this particular one, each shift will have an area of pantry and refrigerator and storage of their goods and food needs. Up in the front is our day room. And then when we go over to the pink, that is a common foyer that will go into either the fire station or the fire administration side, along with the training area as well. So the area in the light purple, lavender, whatever you want to call that color, that is the training room and the EOC that I had discussed. And then in the gray area, that is the fire administration area. Within it, I've got 5 offices, small conference room area, and a break room in there as well. Break room doubles for the administrative personnel, and then any training that we've got on or any classes that's just going on with us in that particular area. This next one is just a concept of what the station could look like. The firm that we've got, they did, to me, a very incredible job of making this our fire station for the future. Great concept. It looks like, there again, what we need for the future. There's another view right there. Then we have some conceptual pictures of some of the rooms. Oop, went the wrong way, sorry. Picture on the right is the day room. Picture on the right is the EOC training facility. Picture on the left is the day room. And then just a conceptual picture of what the kitchen may look like. So cost, when we started preparing for this, we had a price that we presented to y'all last year. We reached back out to this contractor, and the price at the bottom reflects what the possible increased costs may be. Our original cost came in at $5,917,333. When we talked with them last month, they said for some reason, the cost of concrete and masonry products have gone up incredible. They said, I don't even know why. You would think they would know. But that increased about $200,000. He said, add $200,000 to that. He said, it would not exceed that, but it would give us an opportunity to make sure we capture any cost increases from now till end of project. The second thing I want to discuss with you is adding an assistant chief. In the past several years, new challenges have been laid out for the modern fire department. Current focuses need to be placed on topics of community risk reduction, accountability, and measurable outcomes. More and more we're data driven. It helps us explain and helps y'all understand what that is for us. The fire chief is responsible for establishing the overall vision of the department, creating a compelling future that inspires all members and stakeholders. The fire chief must be an ambassador for the local government, establish and maintain effective relationships, and create partnerships that further the mission of the department as a whole. The expectations for performance of a fire chief are higher than they've ever been in the past. The job is more and more difficult as the years require. It's beyond just being able to manage a simple fire. It's projecting and managing for the future. Fire chiefs are challenged in other areas of responsibility, such as human resource management, politics, ethics, budget and finance, and their ability to lead change to adapt to what the world is going forward. So as I said, I'm asking for an assistant chief to help with all of these tasks that we need to get accomplished. To adapt to the ever-changing responsibilities, assistant chief is what I'm asking for. The roles and responsibilities, and this is just a few of the roles and responsibilities that I've got here. Assist in managing all fire department services and activities, including fire suppression, fire prevention, emergency management, emergency medical services, hazardous materials responses, disaster preparation, which is a big one for us, and related programs of service. This person would participate in managing the development of the implementation of fire department goals, objectives, priorities, and other areas. He would assist in planning, directing, and coordinating the fire department's workload and work plans. Assist in projects, project development, and project oversight. Select, train, motivate, and evaluate personnel. That's a big one for us. Some of the other areas of responsibility are works with employees to correct deficiencies, assist in implementing disciplinary procedures and processes, assist in directing disaster preparedness and other protective programs for the organization and the city as a whole, assist and advise subordinates in technical matters, remain available for problem solving and research, and responsibility for coordinating special projects at the direction of the fire chief. These are just a few things that the job would assist that fire chief with. On a day-to-day basis for us, there's just a lot of stuff going on, and we do not have the administrative staff to manage everything that's going on. 8 o'clock this morning, I met 2 ambulances over at a place that we're putting a new radio in. I didn't have anybody to do that. As soon as we get done here, it's the same thing. I have to turn that around. I got a phone call a while ago. They've got the work done. Now I've got to take 2 people over to pick up an ambulance. From my perspective, that's time that the fire chief, to take care of everything that we manage, it's time away from doing what's, and I want to say more important, right? So these are the kind of the things that we're talking about and what that true need is, okay? The cost. So Jonathan did a great job of providing us a little calculating form here that gives us what that cost is. So we base it off of, was able to plug the salary in, and Jonathan had calculations on retirement, FSLA, dental, vision, everything associated with it. The first year cost for assistant fire chief would be, there again, that's including all benefits, about $148,000 a year. There's another pretty picture that they provided us. This one's at none. Do y'all have any questions?
I've got a couple for you, Chief. Ross, if you can go back to slide 39. Or it's what it is. Can you go, it's the proposed floor plan. That one right there. Are you able to zoom in to the left-hand side?
Ross, can you zoom that in?
And I'll just, it's hard for me to see on mine,
Get out of
Chief.
it.
But essentially, the questions I have are regarding your proposed decon space. It looks like
Sorry, Bill.
I broke it.
That zooms. Just get out of it. Which one was that? One more. Yeah, that one.
Yeah, that one right there.
Which area?
To the left. The green spaces there, bottom, the
That help?
left-hand corner. Yeah, if you can focus in on the decon space, I just, it's blurry on mine, you can probably speak to it. Basically, my question is, when you're coming in through the existing bay space there, and you're going into decon, how many spaces are you crossing between the bay and the decon space itself, according to this plan?
So one of the things that we've looked at after I got this initial drawing, the SCBA, is that the two I swapped?
Yeah, the SCBA is.
I
just
think
to
I
the right.
swapped the SCBA and the decon.
Okay,
So if you look at it, you see where the gear lockers are?
yeah,
So you enter out of that area and you come through. So theoretically, we're calling this on the left the dirty side because of everything that we do there. So what we don't want to do is have contaminated gear
right.
on the clean side, which would be the station side. So we put it on that side. So the gear room, yeah, we would go through the gear room into the decon room. And then if you look to the room to the left, that's where our extractor, which is what pulls all the contaminants out of our bunker gear. That's where it's at. So that's why we've got that set over there. Like I said, we've got another drawing that we talked about after this that I believe it swaps some of those rooms around. Now that you called that out, I remember we made a switch, but I don't remember what it is. You know,
Yeah,
these are conceptual, and I know, I think maybe next month, council will be looking at this again and voting on the possibility of approving this going forward. And at that time, the company will be actually doing the engineered plans, which definitely changes can be evaluated and the walls moved or rooms changed, so.
The reason I bring that up is, I've walked that space with you a few times.
Yes, sir.
Decon's been something you and I've talked about quite a bit.
That we're lacking?
Yes, sir. So I just, if we're gonna move forward with this, I think we just need to be very intentional on making sure that it's adequate and that we're not cross-contaminating other spaces.
Correct.
Through poor design or whatnot. So if that's just something you guys can look at as you're moving forward.
Right, and you know how it is right now, we walk through to get into the fire station side, we walk right past our bunker gear. Now, we do a good job of when we come back, we pull in the station, that contaminated gear, we take it over and wash it. We're in the process, and most of our guys have a second set of bunker gear right now. So they'll put that on the truck and start doing the decontamination of their equipment as a whole. But right now, it's out in the bay with the vapors from the vehicles that pull in and everything associated with it. So, yeah, absolutely.
I think it's just a
It
very
will- it
very
will be
important
great.
part of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, and one of the things, talking about the decon side and we'll have vapor recovery units for all the vehicles. So as they pull in, they'll hook it into a vacuum system that those diesel fumes and particulates are pulled into a filtration system, so.
Thank you, Chief.
Chief, if the new station looks even remotely similar to the drawings, I think it's going to be a beautiful facility that's going to be definitely needed in that neighborhood as like a little spotlight to what's going on. Can you explain a little bit more about the training facility behind it? I guess that's what I'm a little bit more interested on. What are we adding for the
So
training?
we're adding concrete. I mean, that's the bottom line. Let me,
So it's just going to be like a room that you could do separate training in, or are we going to have like a building that's going to be on fire that you could practice
okay,
a hose on?
hold on. I'm trying to get out of the, oh, hey, that's easy. All right, so this room on the front is a training room as a whole. So that there in the purple, it's our EOC, Emergency Operations Center, and a training room that we can use for a variety of different things. The area in the back, okay. Okay, Ross, how do I get out of this? Let's just escape. Yeah, there it is.
Testing you on your computer skills, Chief.
I'm failing miserably. So right now, so a lot of our training is hands-on, right? Whether we're pulling hoses, where we're doing car extrication that we bring in, vehicles and all that stuff. So we need flat surface to work that So when me and Daryl first started looking at this, I said, how can we capture more surface area? So taking in part of that lot behind us, part of the well lot that we're no longer using, is very important for us to be able to do that hands-on training there. Right now, the area in the yellow, that's where we do a lot of our hands-on training. This expands that by probably about 30%, gives us more surface to work off of. Is that the area that you're referencing?
Yeah, that's what I'm referencing. And what exactly, you'll utilize it for several things, is my understanding. What are some of those things, I guess, what I'm asking?
Oh, it's, like I said, hands-on, anything, pumping water, hose, evolutions, ladders. It's firefighter 101, basic firefighter.
These are stuff that we actually train here for, we just don't have the room. We don't go to Mansfield for this kind of stuff?
We do not.
Okay. Okay, and then it's going to be a two-story building?
No,
No? I see
it's a
first
single-story
story.
building with some two-story features. How's that?
Okay,
So.
So like a loft?
So if you look at on the bottom of that, right there, that is a second-story loft area. Mezzanine is what I refer to it. That's our storage area. Currently, the long skinny piece that you see at the bottom there, on the right, there in the middle, there's already a second story there. So we've got a storage up there that, right now, we've got treadmill and some other type of equipment training up there. And then it's just an overflow storage area up there that is not real wonderful to store. Right now, we store some of our bunker gear up there, but it is not temperature controlled. It's not weather controlled. So although we do spray once a month for pests, there's a lot of spiders up there. So obviously with this remodel, that'll come, it'll all be redone. Same thing with all the HVAC and the management of that, everything will be redone. So basically, in a nutshell, let me back up to kind of give you the concept. So that there in the middle, it says existing, right? That's our existing footprint of the station itself. Everything that's on it today, except for the tilt walls, will be torn out. The roof, everything. Everything that's not a tilt wall in that particular concrete is going to be redone. And so what's that require? So the guys, we'll have to relocate the guys to another location.
that was my question too.
And the builders tell us it's about a 10-month build. I've got it set up for about a year with hopes that 10 months is there. From a realistic standpoint, it'll probably be about 14 months by the time they get built with weather hitting them and whatever that is. In our post-COVID stuff, they can't get parts, right? So that's what the time frame looks like for us. And relocating the other, obviously, there's a cost for relocating, rehousing them for approximately a year.
I might as well move on to that question. We're 2 on, 3 off, right? With your staff, you 48
4
hours
off.
on and 3 days off, correct?
4
Okay.
4 off. Yeah.
So what exactly will you do with the guys during the day with construction going on?
They will not be here. So with this remodel, they're wiping everything out. We're picking them up and relocating them to another location in the city.
You don't know that location yet?
It's 735 East Kennedale Parkway.
Okay.
Maybe.
And while we're
Years off.
nuking the building and rebuilding it, are we updating the technology infrastructure in the building?
That's a huge thing, yes. So all the training technology, everything is completely being redone. All the data management, yes. So we're updating everything within the system itself.
Okay, and then one quick question on your assistant fire chief. So this will be a position that will more likely lighten your load, or is it lightening the lieutenant's load and your load? Is this?
It's both. So, right now, when you compare our lieutenants here to a lieutenant at, let's say, Mansfield, near city, Arlington, Forest Hill, their roles of responsibility is huge in comparison to other departments like ours. And it's the same thing with the fire chief, having a single chief managing all of the things that come up. You know, Daryl had asked me to get some stuff completed this year, and I just, you know, I told him I hadn't been able to get to it. On a day-to-day basis, I just can't get that particular stuff done, unfortunately. You know, one of them is accreditation, and I looked at it, I pulled the book out more than once, I started working on it, and I had no time to do it. New accreditation for a fire department takes somebody full-time, somewhere between 8 months and a year. And that's just working on that, you know, 40 hours a week.
And remind me, how many staff members do you have in your department?
We have 18 shift personnel. We have a fire chief, administrative assistant, and fire marshal. So 21 total.
Okay, so 21 total. So the tough question is, do we have enough to justify the position? I understand that the time is there. You need the time, they need the time, but is the position necessary for how many employees you have?
Absolutely is.
Thank you.
You know, one thing we'll never see, so when you look at some of the other departments, they'll have levels of chiefs, right? They'll have battalion chiefs, they'll have a division chief, they'll have district chiefs, all that stuff. Obviously, we're not that big. And somebody asked me the other day, well, y'all ever have a battalion chief's position? So traditionally in departments, a battalion chief is somebody that just manages the shift. He works shift-based just like all the other personnel. But normally a battalion chief, he's over 3-4 stations, depending on how the city is. We'll never have that role. We'll never have that person. I just don't see it with our, you know, what's our max build out going to be? About 17,000 with a single station. Right now, we won't have a battalion. And even in the future, 8-10 years down the road, when, you know, we have to look at opening Station 2, it's the same thing. The assistant chief, yeah, he has a administrative role that works with the fire chief, but he's more on the operations side. You can kind of liken it to our PD. Our PD is like that as well. Our PD captain is over, if I may misspeak, but it runs a lot of the operations and has administrative tasks that go along with it. That's what I'm looking at.
Thank you, Chief.
Chief, real quick, going back to the cost assessment, looking at 5.9, does that include the costs associated with you guys being located off-site?
No,
For the duration of that build? Have you guys been able to estimate what that's going to cost?
somewhere between $200,000 and $250,000.
Thank you.
Chief, the plans look good. One of the things that I like to do when I'm doing a project like this, kind of say, okay, let's not go to the well twice. So is there anything that kind of got cut or anything that you were, as you're looking at this saying, you know, it would be good to have this in 10 years or in 20 years? Maybe isn't in the plan, but we should look at including.
No, there's nothing that we're cutting. And so when we talked about this in June of last year, we looked at station location, where we're at, what the future holds, right? And at that time, I said, if we built a central fire station in the middle of the city, large enough for the growth of just what you're talking about, we'll need one fire station. That's it. But based off of location and the size that we're at, there'll need to be another fire station in 8 to 10 years, which will be on the other side of town from where we currently are.
Thank you.
Anyone else have any questions? No? All right, thank you so much, Chief.
All right.
Do we want to keep rolling? Or is lunch here? Okay, lunch there. We'll go take a break. Okay, we'll break for lunch. All right, do you want to say, are we going to, everybody staying here 1 hour? Just eat and quickly and come back, or? An hour? Okay, an hour. We'll be back at 12:30. Bye. You ready? Yeah. Hello? Chief Hogan, you ready for us? We're ready for you. Thank you so much for lunch, by the way. It was delicious. Thank you, Carmen's. Give them a shout out. Carmen's Tex-Mex food truck located on Kennedale Parkway. If you haven't been there, you need to go check them out. All right, we're ready for you. Trust, integrity, purpose.
There you go. All right, well, thank you all for allowing me to present the police department and some of our internet technology. I want to talk about the department just a little bit. So obviously, we're very proud of the fact that we are re-accredited this year for the 4th time. This is really important also. One of the classes that I attended during the Texas Police Chiefs Conference was the TML and liability course, which after they really scare you a little bit, they show you some really good stuff. And one of the slides that they had there, they showed that accredited agencies typically have fewer lawsuits, and when there is a lawsuit, the payout is also less than non-accredited agencies. And we're still in very good company with 211 as of a couple of weeks ago at the event, recognized agencies in the state of Texas out of the roughly 3,000 agencies, give or take, that are across the state. So we have 25 employees, 22 sworn employees. Our calls continue to increase. I'll talk about that in a little bit. Our traffic stops are at an all-time high. Bertha? She could definitely back me up on that one. And our calls for service have increased a little bit. But our use of force reports, which is another telltale sign of how well your police department is operating, continues to remain relatively stable and less than in years past. So that's always good. We're still continuing with the geographic and community-oriented policing model. We implemented this in 21. Still 5 policing districts. Each supervisor is assigned to one of the beats and responsible for quality of life. Now, these pictures that are up here are actually situations that we worked on, some in cooperation and coordination with code enforcement. Others we had to address on weekends or after hours. One of those right on top of above beat 2 is a homeless camp that I know code and the fire marshal, everybody else was also working on. But that was another significant project for us as well. So that, and again, in addition to calls for service, in addition to traffic enforcement, in addition to investigations and all the things that a traditional police department does, we are going above and beyond and utilizing whatever downtime we have to address quality of life issues within the neighborhoods, and it makes a significant impact. It helps to bring the community together a little bit more in terms of understanding, hey, there's, we're all living in the city collectively, and let's do our part as an individual. We also really enjoy getting out in the community and going to the schools. So that's Acting Sergeant Tim Scott down there at the bottom, and he's at Fellowship, passing out badges and doing what Tim Scott does the best. He's got a great personality, he loves to serve, so he is actually working with Fellowship right now on some concerns. Fellowship is actually in his beat, So budget considerations that I'll be talking about, along with everybody else. Looking at 2 uniformed officers, a captain, new chassis for the animal control vehicle, 2 response vehicles, and 1 command support vehicle. On the technology side, we're looking at the citywide camera monitoring system, Windows 365, and replacement desktops and laptops. So 2 uniformed officers. Now the salaries and benefits, I probably budgeted a little bit high at about 35–40%, but roughly we're looking at 189, 256 for 2 officers. Some of the things that we need to take into consideration, calls for service are increasing, and they're going to continue to increase as we continue to have the traffic issues we have in the area. Construction still, if anyone has traveled, I guess westbound on the Parkway towards I-20, on some mornings, the traffic's backed up all the way to Corey Edwards in some cases and some mornings. So with that comes the accidents, with that comes the frustration that drivers have, and we have incidences where we have to step in. But all the other ancillary things that our police officers do, that you can't really put a number to it. It does take time, but it's those other events that they participate in, the other objectives they try to meet to help the city. So for instance, there's a picture up there in the top right-hand corner, and those are officers that are going out in the middle of the night to look for homeless camps. Down there we have Corporal Demore. He's out with Public Works, dismantling a homeless camp that we had last year. You know, we typically try to go out with them because sometimes these people don't really enjoy the fact that we're removing them from these locations, especially if they've been there for any length of time. So, you know, that's something else that's kind of, it's not a call for service so much as it is time that we're committed to assisting other departments. The middle piece right there, that square, I believe that was a tweet, or now it's X, an X post. But one of the things I talked about during my annual report is, you know, we go to the schools and we make sure that we have a strong presence first few days of school and last day of school for a number of different reasons. But, you know, that it's just a way that we can continue to help ensure the safety of our campuses. And so those are extra responsibilities and duties that we will complete as a police department. And finally, just the community outreach stuff. You look at, there's a picture, they attended the birthday of Miss Esta last year. And so, you know, we're beyond just answering calls for service and taking reports. That model, that policing model is really not very progressive, and most police agencies throughout the United States that are trying to improve police service have moved well beyond just the answering calls aspect of it. So this is our current staffing models for the day shift and the night shift. As you can see, we have 3 officers assigned to each shift. We have a sergeant, corporal, and an officer. And the reason we have to have a corporal is because sometimes that sergeant needs a night off. And because they work 12-hour shifts, it's pretty burdensome to bring somebody over from another shift to cover their shift and then work their shift when their rotation starts. And also, it gets quite expensive to pay overtime to have sergeants come in and cover other shifts. So the most, I guess, logical answer to that would be to have an additional layer of supervision. The corporal doesn't act as a supervisor or in a supervisor capacity unless absolutely necessary, and that's usually in the absence of a sergeant. So technically, you're looking at, yeah, you have a corporal, but operationally, you have a sergeant, 2 officers working per shift, and that's the operational goal. Our current minimum staffing is 2 per shift. As we're growing, that's becoming more of a challenge. One of the reasons that I wear a uniform, one of the reasons that the captain wears a uniform, and one of the reasons that the investigator wears or has a uniform in his office is because we actually get out, we'll answer calls, we'll help on wrecks, the captain and I searched the house for a wanted suspect last year, which the officers thought that was super cool because not a lot of chiefs do that. But the whole idea is, you know, all hands on deck, and we understand that. So what I'm asking for is not beyond, not because we're just trying to add personnel. There is an operational need, especially on day shift. The challenges on day shift are a lot higher. People are out and about. People are coming home from school at 3:45. So people coming home from work 5, 6 o'clock. So the day shift operation ends at 7 o'clock. Of the 2 shifts, day shift operations typically has more overtime because they get caught on calls late in the day that are a little more complex and they just can't clear. So for instance, a domestic call late in the afternoon at 6 o'clock or something like that. So the calls for service are substantially higher on day shift. There's more traffic, which results in more traffic wrecks. And in Kennedale, I got to say, when we have a crash, we have a crash. We have cars flipped over on their sides. We have really significant collisions that require an inordinate amount of time to clear. And it's not just working the wreck, it's actually helping clear, keep the scene safe so we can clear it from debris and everything else that goes with it. So that's inherent with day shift operations. You have quite a few crashes, much more than you do at night. We also handle a lot more citizen complaints because people are awake during the day. School zones, people complaining about the truck traffic, panhandlers, things that are concerns of our citizens. Day shift officers end up inheriting and having to deal with a lot more of those issues than the night shift officers. That's why there's a specific breed of officer that likes to work at night, because they don't have to do a whole lot of that. They still work a lot on their community-based policing projects and things of that nature. But more of the day-to-day contact, meet complainant calls, those are all during the day shift hours. And we do work quite a bit in the school zones. But then again, when you have 2 to 3 officers working, your resources are limited to hit all the school zones on a consistent basis, and they do try. Plus, I have them do extra things. I have them put out decoy vehicles and things to kind of enhance our presence in certain areas, certain locations. I'm sure you've seen those around the city. So they do even more because I know we don't have the resources. We'll at least try to plant vehicles in different places to make it look like we're there. We also have a lot more events during the day. And, for instance, the last one we just had, the car show, we end up having to pay an officer overtime to come in and work that. Whereas if we had, additional staffing, we can actually post the officer to those events, which would help us save money in the department as far as overtime costs in the future. So those kind of considerations are reasons why we're looking at adding or asking for 2 additional police officers. They would be put on day shift. So one and one. There's 4 shifts, 2 day shifts. So one officer would go to one day shift group and the other officer would go to the next day shift group. All right, here's one of my big asks. This is a police captain. If you look at the graphic, if you make out the mouse maze up there, everything goes to the captain. And that's the way an organization is supposed to work. Not that I don't obviously get my hands into a lot of things and personally have to do things myself, because we are a very small agency and I understand that. But in terms of operational capacity, operational, organizational, the way things are supposed to flow, you need to have somebody below the rank of the chief. So he is the stopgap for pretty much everything. And this graph is actually our current organizational chart, but as you'll see on the next one, it doesn't really encapsulate everything that we totally ask the captain to be involved in. So right now, the 2 biggest areas that we have are operations and then what we call support services. Support services, one of the biggest areas that he constantly has to concentrate on is investigations. That's DEA task force, auto theft task force. We get audited through the property room. We have to conduct audits ourselves. That has to be managed, that has to be supervised. He's also got animal control, which is another facet of our department that, again, requires a substantial amount of oversight. We have personnel recruiting, that's our hiring and recruiting processes, training and field training. We have a reserve officer, our city manager, he's still a reserve officer with us. And we do have a chaplain that's not on that, but he's on the next one. And then community engagement. Community engagement was moved after inception of community engagement, and I felt comfortable that we were on the right path. It was moved into the chain where it's supposed to be. So that's community services down at the bottom. So his direct reports, he has 10 formal and 12 informal reports. The 10 formal are the sergeants and the investigators, community engagement, animal control. So that's a lot of people, a lot of different areas, and a lot of different hats to be in charge of, or to wear to be in charge of these areas. And he has 2 more informal, and that's the SROs. The school resource officers are supposed to report to a day shift sergeant, but when you have 2 platoons of sergeants, sometimes makes it difficult. So he ends up having to intercept and work with the SROs to ensure that we're meeting not just what we ask them to do, but what the school district's asking us to do. So he gets very involved in that as well. So really, he's got 12 at least that he will manage, basically on a day-to-day basis, which is quite a bit. So with the proposed additional captain position, try to use this pointer a little bit if I can. So one captain will take over operations. And the reason a captain over operations makes sense in any organization that I've worked is because this is where a lot of your operational liability will be. And we don't have a second chance to get a lot of this stuff right. We need to make sure that the sergeants feel like they're properly managed, that they're properly supervised, they're properly trained, and they're properly mentored. So with the captain of operations, there's a lot more oversight. I ask them for quite a bit of information. I ask sergeants to do weekly or biweekly reports. I think I mentioned that during my annual report. So there's a lot of reporting up. Use of force reports, which are critical. We got to get those done accurately and correctly. So the captain of operations would actually manage operations. I mean, that's the whole intent. They'd be out there also acting as a scene commander. Of course, I would go out there. I actually kind of like going on scene, so I don't mind that at all. But we also need somebody that is in more of a formal role of that's kind of understood that they're a critical incident commander when needed. The next would be the captain of support services. And if you look at all of these things, these are actually things that should be added in the previous slide under that. But if I added them, it would look pretty ridiculous. So this is, when you think about all of the different responsibilities that the captain currently oversees, we're looking at internal affairs, TCOL compliance, CJIS compliance, the recognition program, the chaplain, and then special events. Special events planning for us is really important. We do create operational plans for every event that we have. We try to look at worst case scenario and we try to plan for it. We reach out to our local partners, and so there's a process even for, it doesn't matter if it's parade, doesn't matter if it's Christmas lighting, doesn't matter if it's, anything of significance for the city requires time. So typically it's me and the captain working on those, which is fine. I kind of like doing those too. Those are fine. But the whole idea is it's much more work on top of one person. So along with the rest of this, so the captain of support services would be in charge of criminal investigations, property evidence, the animal control officer, records, and community engagement, hiring, and so forth. Now, I don't want to make it sound like the captain does every single piece of these areas. We delegate these as much as we can to our sergeants. We still run what's called the Patrol +1 program, where officers and sergeants are if they have a specific area that they're interested in, for instance. One thing that's not on here is the drone program. We just finished rewriting or revising the drone policy. There's a lot of work that goes into a drone program. You can't just start flying the thing. there's FAA compliance and there's retraining and there's certifications that go with it. So that's another area that would fall under captain of support services. But we do delegate those things to the most capable of our officers, or if they have a special interest, like Officer Miranda. She really enjoys the whole drone program, so she found the policy for us from an accredited agency. We revised it, and she's been kind of like the lead on getting our drone program, off the ground. So the whole Sergeant Andrews, who will be here tomorrow night, he's in charge of recognition, but there's still got to be some oversight to these positions. Sergeant Yarbrough is in charge of in-service training and the field training program. So you see where I'm going with that. So the sergeants have additional tasks. They don't just work patrol. They actually have other things they're supposed to accomplish and do. So with an additional captain, you have the admin support that they need so that they're not overwhelmed trying to get their regular job done and trying to get through one captain to get their objectives completed. Our next ask is a new truck for animal control. I really wish I had a laser pointer. I like the laser pointer better. that help a little bit? All right. So these are actual pictures of our current animal control vehicle. I know it kind of looks rough on the outside. It actually doesn't look too bad. We try to keep it clean. You know, looks okay. It needs new graphics. But this is the inside of the vehicle, and this is the driver's seat, and that's the armrest. And then this is the slowly deteriorating dashboard with cracks. And the vehicle is 15 years old. We've had it in service 15 years. It's got almost 100,000 miles on it. And the old graphics on it, which would cost us about $2,500 to $3,000 to put new graphics on it, roughly. That might be a little bit on the high end, but still, we're looking at a couple $1,000 to re-graphic that truck. It's got the old K on it. So we're looking at an ask of this 47, which includes taking the animal containment bed of it off and putting it on the new chassis and graphics. We're still in the process of replacing our police fleet. There's 2 vehicles that we're going to auction off 4 vehicles. And the 2016s have been around for a little while, hence the 16 is the year of the vehicle itself. 664 has 62,000 miles, almost 63,000 miles. 666 has almost 63,000 miles. These are our current unmarked, what we call investigations vehicles. So if a detective needs to go out on a call, they would take one of these vehicles. We loaned one to our evidence manager out of town, and she swore she'd drive her own car before she ever drove one of those again. So they're not really roadworthy on trips outside of the local, what we're doing in here. They're just got a lot of age, and as everyone in the room knows, you know, our streets now, they're being repaired, and it's awesome, but they weren't always that way, and so those cars took a lot of wear and tear. So we want to replace 1664. We have moved a couple of other units into the investigations area, and we want to replace these 2 with new patrol vehicles. The total cost for both would be $153,000, and that's completely outfitted. That's lights, sirens, all the fun stuff added, graphics. And we are also requesting a command support vehicle. A command support vehicle essentially would help us with a number of different things. And, you know, it's not something that we obviously have to have. We can get away with not having one of these, but I figured, why not? We'll see if it's possible. But what we're looking for is a vehicle that allows us some more flexibility whenever we have major incident, critical incident, special events. It could serve as a mobile command center. It could serve as a warming station. It could serve like when we have the power outages that we unfortunately sometimes have. We have a place that's got a 300-watt inverter, so we can charge everyone's cell phones, tablets, laptops, all that kind of stuff that want to come in. We're looking at having some workstations built into it, and an emergency lighting package. The emergency lighting package would be critical or definitely helpful for us, especially when we have a major crime scene, major crash on the roadway. Provide us some additional lighting so that we can collect evidence, take pictures, do what we can with the assistance of the fire department and their fire trucks. So it also would serve as a post when we have, for instance, when we have the thousands of people that show up to our Christmas tree lighting ceremony. We could post it right here in front. It's a place that's visible. It'll be something that we can use for officers to be able to come in out of the cold or the rain and take a quick break, and also use it to monitor with the use of our drone. So adding a screen and being able to deploy the drone and then have a place to actually monitor that. Right now, I've got a screen in the back of my Tahoe I can plug in to stuff, but it's kind of a small screen and there's not a lot of room in there. But this would provide us a little bit more continuity in terms of a long-term operation, especially using our new drone. All right, now for IT. So we're still requesting and asking for the citywide camera and monitoring system. You know, and there's some specific areas I think that are really truly, to me as a police chief, I'm concerned about. You know, we can piecemeal this. I've talked to the vendors. They've submitted separate quotes for these different locations that you see up there that are bulleted. But one of the major concerns that I have is at the library, and they're doing such a tremendous job, and I'm not just saying that to be nice. They are doing a fantastic job on attracting so many people on a regular basis. But as the former commander of the Crimes Against Children's unit at Arlington PD, you know, one of my biggest concerns is always, you know, what do we do in the event that something happens? Do we have at least some pictures to start distributing, to start broadcasting, to start sending out in the community? And right now, the camera system we have is not adequate for that. Especially all the kid programming that we have. That's, in my opinion, that's where I would start if I was given if I was allowed to start with this program. I'd start with the library and then start looking at every other place that we congregate a lot of people. So next would be Town Center, then Sonora, and then City Hall. The rest would be, you know, as we could. Police department, we got a pretty decent, it's very old, antiquated camera system, but it works for now. And, you know, it does record, so I'm okay with that one so far. I'm not sure what the fire department's capacity is right now. The baseball field, we have nothing, and the rest of these areas. And then we also have Rogers Farm Park, which I met with a vendor, it's been almost a month ago. That one shouldn't be any more than what we're looking at for Town Center. They have some really great technology now where the entire pole is a, what do you call it, the sun, right, solar panel, sorry. So the whole pole is a solar panel now. So they erect this pole with the camera on it, and it basically powers itself. It's really, really good stuff. That would be his recommendation, by the way, because he's electric and run electric to these cameras at Rogers Farm, which would be incredibly expensive because it doesn't exist right now. So I think anywhere we have a large concentration, especially of families and children, I think that's where we would want to start. And I would ask if we're not willing to spend over, you know, almost $500,000, I definitely would recommend piecemealing it, and maybe every other year or so we can add more capacity to this system. And another one of the, I think, department favorites, I know city director's favorites, is finally getting us to the cloud through Office 365. This is a really big project that IT is crossing their fingers, hoping that we finally jump on board this. And because summer is coming, and as I just mentioned to a couple of council members, summer is coming, and those AC units do go out upstairs on top of the police department, and it gets extremely hot, and it becomes a critical incident where last year I think we had one go out. It was about 9 o'clock or so on a Saturday. Our IT director, Ben Singleton, left a daddy-daughter dance to get here to actually help us get the thing back online. So, you know, I was here, the captain's here, everyone, we're all here because we're scrambling to try to get the air conditioner to work because it's got all the city stuff on it. Plus, it also manages all the police department information. So, yeah, we can't have our computer systems go down. I mean, it's just beyond. I can't tell you the problems that would cause. I'm sure you guys know a lot about that as well. We also had that truck that broke our fiber line, and we were down for a couple of days because of that. So yeah, it only makes sense. The annual cost is going to be $37,000. It may increase, of course, but these were quotes from our IT group from NetGenius. The one-time implementation fee, we're looking at about $10,000. So first-year implementation, we're looking at $46,700 on it. But that gives us enough for 111 users, which is significant. So anybody that works for the city will have access to this, including elected officials. So that way you guys have access to email and information that you need to see, that instead of coming here to log into a computer, you'd be able to pull it as you need to. So it's very convenient, and it works. It's also a very safe and deliberate system to where, you feel comfortable saving things. Right now, our IT people, they do back things up, but in order to pull that stuff down, and after it's been backed up, and then we have to, let's say our servers go out, let's say that, we have a major catastrophe with the server room, we're having to buy servers, we're having to purchase more equipment to replace what we had, and IT would take several days, if not longer, to put that information back where it belongs and then reformat everything so it works. So again, this saves us that and the potentiality that we would have some type of major critical incident or those air conditioner handlers go out. And I've been back since August of 2021, and those handlers have gone out every summer. At least one goes out every summer, and it's a major thing for us. So the last big thing is replacements for our desktops and laptops, or 4 laptops. He's asking for 62, or the IT gave me the number of 62 that need to be replaced. These are desktops. These are the boxes, basically, typically under the desk, right? This is important, at least to start the recycling or the cycling out process of these. So even if we don't do this all in one, budget purchase, it's something the city's going to have to do, because most of the desktops that we have are 6 and 7 years old. And my desktop went out on Friday when I was trying to prepare for this meeting, so that was great. They were able to recover everything, but I got a text later on that night, hey, you want to come back to work and see if it works again? And so, yeah, and my machine is about 6 years old. So that's going to have more frequency. We store a lot of important information on there. So they're recommending that we cycle those out and get the newer generation. We're getting a little bit of a discount on a bulk purchase. He said about $30-40 a machine. So we're getting a little bit of a price break if we'd buy 62. The 4 laptops are replacement laptops that have been requested. I'm not sure which departments where the need was, but that price is static. That's the price we're going to pay. It doesn't matter how many of those we buy. So we're looking at $1,200 or $1,300 each for that. For total full implementation, $65,000, almost $66,000, and the laptops and desktops have 3-year warranty. That's it for our presentation. Everything's looking great at KPD overall, though. I mean, I'm very happy and still thrilled to be the chief. And I think we got a good crew over there, and I'm very proud of all the work that they are doing. That's from our Facebook page. I just kind of took out the background. Any questions for me?
We're very proud of you too, and all of your whole staff. Thank you so much for this, and I'll go ahead and start off with Councilman Navarez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Chief, I got a handful. I'll just start from the beginning of your presentations. Why do you want 2 more officers?
So, like I said, our day shift officers are the ones that typically will work between 10 and 12 calls per day. It's extremely taxing, and the calls are, again, we were trying to provide the correct level of customer service. So gone are the days of showing up, taking your information, writing a report, see you later kind of thing. We're also looking at trying to make sure that we've encapsulated the entire event. Is there anything else that we have to discuss and talk about, and just provide that good, small town customer service to our people. So calls for service increasing or have increased on day shift, the complexity of the calls. One of the things that when you become more community oriented in your policing structure or culture is that people feel more comfortable calling you. So, and we want that. We want people to call us. So we get a lot of me complainants. And although the call itself might not generate a report or a stat, we could spend 10, 15 minutes talking to somebody. And so And that's what we want to do. We want to be able to provide that level of customer service. We're also looking at, I know we're growing, but another consideration is that the areas around us continue to grow. And so does the vehicular traffic coming through the city. So do people come in here from other places to visit and/or conduct business. So we're really trying to stay ahead of the curve by asking for additional personnel to keep up not just with present calls, but also for the anticipated increase in calls, especially as we develop. And as Bertha said, with more people come more criminal issues, of course, and that's just inherent in any city. Doesn't mean that we have a lot of crime in Kennedale. It's just we have other issues, things happen that we have to report and/or we have to respond to.
So as you know, I did the ride along to understand your new system that you incorporated in Kennedale by dividing it up in 5 sections. One question I did have about that is, do we have 5 sergeants on duty right now, for example?
No, we have, it's split up to 4 sergeants and a corporal.
And they're on duty right now?
No, we have 1 sergeant on right now.
Okay, that's what, so you guys rotate, there's usually 1 or 2 sergeants out there at any given time?
There's usually 1 sergeant, 1 corporal, and 1 officer working
Oh, okay, okay.
per shift.
So how does that break down to the divisional? If one, like Yarborough's in charge of my neighborhood, but he only works once a week, how does that work out, I guess?
What we try to do is so the sergeant or the supervisor, because we have a Corporal Demore is in charge of beat 3, I believe. And so we try to actually split the, since we have enough to split 2 per beat, we'll try to put the other officer or the responsibility of a beat to an officer that works the other shift. So you could have the shift that works Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, for instance, and then they'll take care of their beat, but you also have another officer assigned to beat 1 for, in this example, that would pick up and help with initiatives in beat 1 on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. So we split it that way.
So how many lieutenants do we have currently?
None.
None, and that's since we lost, who was it? Didn't we have one before?
Not to my knowledge, no,
No?
sir.
Okay. So to the captain's idea, I guess, my question to you, to have 2 captains, would some of those responsibilities be more ideal for like a lieutenant?
Well, I considered that. The problem is that lieutenant would also have to report to the captain. So that's just another direct report to the captain and making the captain still ultimately responsible for that side of the house.
So you want to cut out the middleman. So instead of us having 2 lieutenants per captain, let's say, you'll just cut that out and just get 1 more captain?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So right now, our current staff, we have sergeants, corporals, and captain. And so we'd be adding or requesting to add another captain.
Okay. And then on the animal control, how many calls do we have a week or a month? I don't know what numbers you have, but generally, how often do we use our animal control?
Well, it's cyclical. Right now, like for instance, the feral cats are out and about quite a bit, and so he's receiving a lot of requests to help with that. We still got to get our feral cat program in place. He's helping write the procedures for that. So on average, per week, if I just had to give you a ballpark, I'd probably say at least 10 to 15 calls, and then
That's a lot.
that's just what he's maybe dispatched to. And some days he's actually dispatched quite a bit. But then he's also out there picking up, animals that are dead in the street or
cattle or horses that get out?
helping with that, or or dead cattle. That we had a call like that a couple months ago now. And then they sent me pictures of that. I don't know why they did that, but.
Onto the vehicles, how many patrol vehicles do we currently have, and how many did we replace last year?
We replaced 2 last year. We have, right now, we have 6 patrol vehicles, which includes 3 of the older, the 2019s. 2 that are actually still not upfitted, and that's not anything that we can control. That's a supply issue. So 2 that need to be upfitted, brand new, and then so 3 of our new vehicles are out, and then we're still utilizing the 2019 Tahoes.
And I'm sorry, what was the total on that?
We have 6, but one's in the shop for an oil pump. So 5 operational right now.
Okay. And then on the support vehicle, which I think is a cool idea, who would be the officer that would go get that in a scene? And I'm talking about like an ongoing scene, a new one, not the Christmas one, but who would go grab that in a night or a day?
Well, the nice thing about it doesn't require a CDL, so any one of the officers could be dispatched to go pick it up and bring it back to the scene. If we're looking at a protracted event, then we usually are calling people in. And so one of the instructions could be, hey, I need to go to the station, you're gonna pick up the van, you're gonna bring it out, and make sure we have it out there that way.
Okay, let's switch to the IT for a second. I know you're in charge of all of it, right? The whole city, so this is not just there's not 60 computers in the police department. This is citywide, correct?
Yes, sir.
On the laptop part of it, let's start with there. The laptops in the police vehicles are the waterproof ones that can be dropped, correct? I was looking at it. They're little old Dells, yeah.
Yeah, we have, well, we're going to the new ones, the Toughbook.
Yeah, Toughbook, yes.
We were using the G-Tacs. G-Tacs are about another $2,000 more expensive, so we're moving away from those. The G-Tacs were incredibly, I mean, they're bulletproof, and they're actually meant for military operations in the field. We don't really, thank goodness, don't need that capability here, so we're able to go to the Toughbook, and it's a little bit cheaper for us. This does not include, this is not a request for any Toughbooks. These are, I guess, the department directors have discussed this with IT, so they added this to the quote.
So how old are the ones in the vehicles?
The new ones that we have.
Are they all new, or they're not all new?
No, we've replaced a few, and I have to get back to you on that number exactly, but we still, like the one I use in my office to monitor calls and things, it's a G-Tac, works great. I actually prefer that one personally, because it's got a lot of the ports and things on it, so you can run all kinds of different stuff on it if you need to. But the G-Tacs are still holding up really, really well.
Okay, so, and this is probably more for you, Daryl, than anything. One of the things that I require my clients to do is a rotation. It's harder to replace 62 computers, for example, and I do 5 years with PCs, 4 years with laptops that are not bulletproof. With the bulletproof one, I would do six at a max. It's easier to break it down to 12, for example, a year, and replace your oldest, and have that cycle to where you're recycling out older computers every 5 years, than it is to buy 62 computers at $65,000 and incorporating that within the system, which is going to be another $65,000 to set them up. And I would encourage you to look into that kind of rotation with our ITs. And the reason why is because with PCs, you get about a year. I say computer years, 1 year equals 10 years. And because about 5 years, you start seeing that the technology gets obsolete. So although you're buying something every year, you get the new technology, so at least one computer can have like the next generation of 10 years from now, and then phasing out old technology. So I would encourage that you look into a policy, an IT policy will rotate out and just averaging out 5 years for PCs, 12 a year, and it's easier on a budget than buying a whole ton of them.
That's correct, and correct me if I'm wrong, Chief. The 62 is basically in reference, if we go to 365, you're actually working off the server, correct?
Yes, sir.
So our current setup now, we work off of our desktop. So, you know, ultimately, like for now, I'm set up, I can go and log into my laptop. Besides going through my desktop, I go to the server. And I think that's what's in reference to the 62. If I'm correct for that, is that ultimately their goal is to have just a ghost?
Yes, sir,
And
but people will still want to probably save things on their local
Yeah.
hard drive, and that's where the issue comes in of the older machines,
okay.
because that still needs to be updated, and, yeah.
And just
Well,
kind of-
that's where the 365 comes in, because the OneDrive backs up everything on the hard drive or the desktop, whatever you want. And I like the unlimited space. That's all fine. And as we move to more cloud-based systems, especially with the software that you're looking at, the software and things, ideally, I would like to get rid of the server room permanently.
Absolutely.
And whatever we need locally for infrastructure, IT infrastructure, we can put at the new firehouse, which is a better place.
Correct. just kind of piggyback off the chief in reference to the patrol cars. As we replace the patrol cars, we also replace the equipment inside, which ultimately is our laptop. So honestly, we prefer to replace our patrol cars roughly about the third year. We've been hitting 5 and 7 years. Actually, you can see we got a 2016 is what we're trying to replace now. That's 8 years old. That's really too long. And you look at the technology that's within that patrol car is already outdated. There's so many other things that come along that's going to help a patrolman, and that equipment is what we're trying to get to date now. With that, the GTACs, at one point, we split it up, just like you're talking about. 1 year we go in and we replace them, then the next year we spread it out in that manner. Mainly because they are expensive for that. And he was able to find the Dells that are more compatible to what our needs are, which is, you said, $2,000 cheaper. So what we're doing in the patrol cars are ideal to what you're indicating today. We just hadn't had that capability with our desktops. We've been replacing them as needed. And that's one of the steps that we're trying to go and put in place, these plans to where it's not an all upfront cost and we're throwing out $65,000. Unfortunately, as we go through our inventory and find out what we have, we're seeing that, hey, some of these are well outdated, 7, 8 years old, and we continue just to upgrade the software or upgrade some of the things that are within that unit. And right now, we have a lot of them that are just truly outdated all the way around.
I'm glad to hear that you guys are doing up the car, because that was my idea too, is to rotate even the city cars. You know, it's easier to ask for 2 than 10. And that's just kind of a mentality with computers. It's easier for, you know, all my clients to do 2 a year, 3 a year than to do 10 on that year that taxes was really high or low, whatever it is. So I'm glad. I just want to see us incorporate that in policy. I know we're catching up. We have a lot of catch up we need to do. And any computer that has the Windows 7 sticker needs to go, for sure. But I just want to make sure that it's usually a policy that we can just add to our IT policy. And that'll also signpost to NetGenius to say, hey, you know, these need to be rotated out these year, and just kind of give them the capability to do that as well.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Chief.
Sure.
Councilman Glover? Representative, no question. I only had one question. Thank you so much. It's a lot. First of all, I just want to say all these presentations are amazing. It's a lot to take in, and I appreciate the work that you've done in putting all this together. Go back to the camera, the citywide camera and monitoring system, and doing it, the suggestion that possibly we do it piecemeal. The $500,000 is for everything, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Basically the 441. So if it's piecemeal, would I be safe to divide this by 10 and come up with like a 44,000 or something like that per placement?
So they gave me individual quotes for each location.
Okay,
And so the price, like for instance, that I gave for the library, now that would need to be updated. I got that in late 2023.
okay.
So you're looking at 40,000, for instance, for the library currently,
Did you
roughly
say how much?
40,000.
40, okay. So
Right.
that was pretty,
But like City Hall is 101,000.
okay.
It's a larger space and a
Okay.
lot more exits and entrances.
So is it by camera? Not by location, but it's probably by camera.
Yes, sir, that's one of the considerations. Also, depending on how the design layout of the building, because, you know, sometimes you can put a wide angle camera in other places that really you're wasting money doing that. So it depends on, you know, where you're placing the camera to.
Are you going to monitor it, or are you just going to recall it?
Well, we will recall it most likely, but we will have the monitoring capability of it. I got a really great demonstration, a couple different companies, and yeah, from a desktop, you can pretty much pull up everything and rewind, record. And we have to limit access, make sure we, you know, don't have that open for everyone, but it can be monitored. Like for instance, and I'll give you, If we had operational capability of having cameras at Town Center Park, we would be monitoring it during our large events. And that's just a no-brainer. I mean, they do that at AT&T, they do that anywhere else. You have large venues and people, large groups of people showing up. So in those cases specifically, we can have it monitored.
Are there ongoing annual costs associated with this as well, support costs? Usually they're in the ballpark of 10 to 20%.
Yes, sir, we did discuss that. I'd have to go back and look at the individual quotes to see how much that would actually be. But this is installation of the cameras, and of course, there's the cost for keeping them. And it's all cloud-based.
That's a good question. Is the videos going to be stored on the cloud, or are we going to do it internally?
Cloud.
So there's an ongoing cost with cloud storage.
Yes, sir.
How long will we keep it?
The
The videos,
The
for 6
re-recording?
months, we delete them, or?
I think that'd be our preference, whatever we wanted to do. And I'll just give you an example, like right now, WatchGuard, we don't need to delete anything, everything's up there for as long as we want it. So, their capacity is pretty significant. So, I'm sure we can give them a rotation cycle if we want. I'd want to keep it at least 6 months if we have to go back and look at an event. Right, unless it's flagged, then we keep it indefinitely, or maybe part of an investigation, right, yes, sir.
You had talked about primarily using it for recall unless there was a specific event going on. Is there a long-term plan to utilize or maximize the investment in terms of having somebody stationed to monitor at all times for more preventative policing?
I mean, we can, we'd have to, create a space for that. We can maybe utilize one of the current spaces we have, and then obviously hire someone to do that for us. Right now, again, I don't think we have a need for that yet. We might in the future, but I think just being able to recall information is really more important for investigative purposes. Or if we have, events, I'd want to have maybe someone monitoring, events at the park frequently.
If that need were to arise in a decade or two or whenever, would this system, if kept up, enable you to actually utilize it for that?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's actually that picture is a screenshot of what you would see if you're watching that from your desktop.
So this is not the Safe Neighborhoods one?
No, sir.
The ones that came to our HOA and asked us to pay for a camera system that you can have access to? It's not the same company, correct? Out of Georgia?
Flock.
Flock, thank you.
Flock. No, sir, this is not Flock.
Okay.
No.
Why this system over Flock, though? I know you were kind of excited about Flock.
Flock is more geared toward vehicular traffic and certain fixed locations, fixed posts. It is, Mansfield Dispatch monitors their Flock cameras now, and they actually dispatch things they see. I think that's more of that type of camera system, monitoring system. It's kind of built more for that type of purpose. This would be, we wouldn't want to use Flock in a park other than the parking lot maybe. It's not really meant for that. That's not the intention of it. And I've sat through a couple of different presentations and met with the Flock representatives, and that's still their bread and butter is just, the actual location type of Flock camera system set up. So for instance, we put one at the QT, and it would give us, license plate hits and, stolen car hits and that kind of thing. It would help us out. And it would also help us out on follow-up investigations because Flock is a pretty robust system, and it flags certain things. You can actually search for, a sticker in the back window, and any vehicle with a sticker in the back window, it'll actually pull up that image and any license plates associated with it. So it's kind of more of that type of, it can be a preventative tool, and it's monitored, like I said, in dispatch in Mansfield. So it's very proactive, but at the same time, it's excellent for follow-up for investigations.
So this is just like a standard, and I'm assuming 4K at least cameras?
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
So we can get the license plates or details of faces?
It can. Now they won't. The state prohibits us from using facial recognition, which is one of the things we discussed. And Flock won't do that either, but Flock will definitely run the license plate and give us that information connected through our dispatch services. This one would be us if we decided to monitor it, you know, pick up on, you know, certain things. Now, it is also a smart system, so it can pick up on anomalies. There's a lot of detail about that, but so for instance, just maybe sporadic behavior, someone's kind of circling a car, you know, walking around a parking lot kind of thing. That can send alerts if we want to do that. So there are some other options that are available with it.
So this is not just a passive system like I would get at my house. This actually has an active AI that
Yes.
and tells you what's going on?
And it has facial recognition capability, so it's a pretty smart system. Not that we would use that, because we can't, but it does actually have that level of sophistication.
Okay, thank you.
Did you want to say something?
You go ahead.
No,
With this camera system, it can also be monitored with dispatch capability.
It has the capability, yes, sir.
To be shared with our communications dispatch.
Right.
If they see something that may not necessarily be monitored as they're looking at the screen just waiting on something. But if there's something that comes up, just say we get a call to Sonora Park, dispatch can look at that, and patrol or any other person that has the authority to look at it can monitor that video camera.
Correct, yes, sir.
So who would get the alert if I'm out in Sonora pulling car door handles and it alerts somebody that there's suspicious activity? Does 911 get that, or do you guys get that, or both?
We could actually work on having both have that capacity. On-duty supervisors.
The idea is not for it to be monitored 24/7.
Well, I'm glad to hear that.
We can then look at, real time on it. So if there's like a vehicle leaving, at least we should be able to get a license plate or some type of description of whatever's taking place.
Yeah, I'm not a big proponent of, I am a big proponent of privacy, especially in the public, even though, you know, they have no expectation of privacy in the public. But if it can actively let the police know that somebody's trying to mess with my car, I'm excited about something about that.
I think there are park hours that, you know, Sonora, if someone pulls in a Sonora at midnight, you know, parks are
Right.
closed, then send an alert, roll a car to see what's going on. Just for one moment, on Office 365, totally on board with that, no issues there. One thing I would suggest, Daryl, would be to have some, I don't want to say mandatory training, but highly encouraged training for all staff to make sure that they're able to take advantage of all the features, because there is a lot to unpack in that suite. And there's a little bit of a learning curve to some of it if you're not used to it.
There's a lot of things they would never utilize in that too. That's my biggest concern as well. Like maybe Teams, for example, I don't know if they're going to utilize Teams, but that would be one thing that they might not use.
Are you saying you don't want them to use it?
No, I'm all for 365. I mean, that's, Microsoft's pushing it anyways. You can't really get around it, but I agree with you that there's a lot of things that the city could use. You just don't know how to use it, or that is capable. I think Mr. Glover is right on. You should have a good conversation with NetGenius about some of the features that 365 offers and how that could be incorporated as a government agency, between the agencies, between fire department, police department, and your offices.
Yeah, I don't know if we have a LMS under Caroline's department, but if we do, we could assign online self-paced training. Microsoft has a ton of that. It's usually free, which would not hurt to increase adoption.
Mayor Pro Tem, do you have any questions? No? All right, very good. Thank you so much. Want a break? Did I hear break? Bio break. Okay, 5-minute break in between. Okay. All right, we'll get started again. We have community development.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council.
Welcome, Director Gonzalez.
It's great to be with you. I'll present our budget requests here for community development. I'll touch briefly on just department highlights, challenges, and then we'll get into the budget requests towards the end. So a couple of our department highlights. We discussed this at a couple weeks ago at the annual report for each department, but we've seen we're open for business. It's great. We've seen an uptick in commercial development projects. Our infill residential development continues, and then we have a potential. I would say this is probably a conservative number for 400 new rooftops in the next, I think, 1 to 5 years. So that could probably be stretched out longer, just depending how things shape up. But again, this is just looking at projects that have been proposed, have been in review, and that we're starting to see some ground movement. And that's an important number. Again, I want to say it's a conservative number, but when we talk about additional staff requests, this would obviously drive that, right? We will right now, if we're sitting at 10,000 people, a lot of departments, and ours in particular, are kind of looking at our departments to when this city becomes, 15,000 people, when we hit those. Now, that not to say that's going to happen in the next 1 to 3 years or 5 years, but we don't want to be at that level and not be able to operate at a level of excellence to properly support the customer expectation at that time. So again, this is just kind of laying the groundwork for that. But that is, I think, a great development. We have, this last year, renewed our focus on customer service and our departmental culture. You've seen that representative throughout all the departments here. We've got improved interdepartmental coordination. Fire department has been intricate, and what we've done this year, the police department, the coordination, communication between those departments. I've been out in the field doing field inspection with Chief Brown, right? Some of the police department calls for service, it's probably our fault, right? When we go out there to kind of address something out there, we are calling upon them for their assistance. That, of course, takes a patrol officer away from, other calls for service to come assist us. And so, but we're grateful for that coordination and cooperation from our neighboring departments. We've also seen cost savings from reduced dependency on third-party services. I touched on this a couple weeks ago, but also cost recovery for our third-party inspection costs in review. So this is a familiar slide. We shared it a couple weeks ago. This is just kind of outlining there in blue what we're looking at this last fiscal year for our third-party inspection costs. Having brought a lot of that inspection services in-house, we've significantly reduced our cost on third-party inspection and plan review as well. Cost recovery highlights. So these are a couple projects that have been in review for some time, and now that you'll start to see some dirt move here recently. But this is the cost that the city has spent on reviewing these projects going back to probably 2019. And so to date, we've been able to recover these costs, which I think is pretty significant. That kind of, I kind of was chuckling as that kind of pays for our software, right? But that's always a good thing, right? I don't like to say it, but when I come aboard and looking at our projects, I kind of felt like I became a bill collector. But certainly wasn't my intention, but it's important. It's taxpayer money that's being spent, and we need to recoup those costs. Here are some of our department challenges that we have. So right now, we're operating with 3 staff members versus a 5-member staff, and this was before COVID. I think we're hanging in there pretty well. We've got permit software inefficiency. So a couple years, I'll talk a little bit more about software, and you've heard that discussed already this morning. But current software right now, a couple years ago, we were using MyGov. A lot of cities use MyGov. I'm familiar with MyGov, and the decision was made to switch to what we're currently using. I probably wouldn't have made that decision, but there are some inefficiencies with the current software system that we have. One right now is that we're not actually, we don't have it open right now, is a no online portal for permit submissions. That's a challenge. We've got poor mobile inspection functionality. It's actually, when I say poor, I don't mean that. I mean that literally. When we go out there, we have an iPad, we're not utilizing it because the software that we have just really isn't functional. It really isn't adaptive, responsive, I think is the correct term. Doesn't work well out there in the field for mobile inspection, where other cities, even cities of our size, when a building inspector is out there performing an inspection, they can just click away, here are your deficiencies, here, correct these items, and then they can click a button, send that inspection report directly to the contractor or the homeowner. Right now, we go out and we perform the inspection. So one of our end-of-day tasks is we've got to come back and write those up. And we put that up on a PDF that we amend, and then we email that out. So we have no public service request options right now. We'll talk a little bit more about that as well. And then our GIS, when it was implemented, it doesn't mirror real-time TAD information. So our staff has to use not only our interactive GIS map on our website, which is linked directly with TAD, and that's got some issues here last couple weeks, but our permit software itself has a GIS module. And when that was done, it was implemented in a way to where it's not real-time data. So if I'm in my permit software and I am looking up property owner information, the staff, we all have to cross-reference that with what's really on the books. And so that's a challenge as well. And then right now, our software does not integrate well with finance, with their STW. I'll have a recommendation for software, and the main goal and the main ask was that we have to be able to communicate with finance. They get our individual daily reports, and I believe they have a staff member that has to input that into STW manually. So instead of just being able to upload a report, it takes a staff member on both sides to get that squared away. And then right now, because we have our building inspector is also our code inspector, it's a dual position, and it really limits our proactiveness. And I'll explain that here, what I mean by that here in a minute. So these were the stats that we provided a couple weeks ago, looking over the calendar year. And so what I did is I just took these numbers itself, and it equated to just over 2,200 individual tasks. Now, this does not include the phone calls that we answer, the emails that we answer, the development meetings, calls from real estate agents inquiring about zoning, questions about building code, all these other things. These are just numbers that we're able to track. And so just using that number in and of itself, we have about 2,200 individual tasks that involve our building and code inspector. Really, this could be said about pretty much any member of our department. When Betty's issuing 650 permits, right, she's got the schedule. Now, the 1,000 inspections that you see there, she'll receive a complaint, and that's got to be logged and emailed. So, and then when it comes to issuing certificate of occupancies, I've got to type that up. A permit clerk's got to communicate that to the new business, and then a code inspector or building inspector. I like to go hand deliver those. We'll tell them to come pick them up, but I really like to hand deliver those. I think it improves customer service. But that's about just under 9 tasks, just using these numbers per employee, but more specifically that building and code inspector. So when we talk about inspections, they can be a 15-minute inspection, they can be an hour, depending on what the trade is or what the job is. We've done a framing inspection on a 5,000 square foot house. It took 2 staff members, myself included, 2.5 hours just to do the framing inspection. Now, that doesn't account for the foundation inspection, it doesn't account for the form board, doesn't account for all the rough ends from each trade, but it takes quite a bit of time. So if you have 8 inspections scheduled and you got a potential it's going to take you an hour on each inspection, now we're looking at overtime or saying, hey, we can't do that until maybe the next day. Some cities, because of their lack of staff, they'll only receive a certain amount of inspections per day, and then they'll schedule it out the next day because they just don't have the staff to fulfill that. So that's sort of a challenge that we have right now with the dual role. It's worked out well as far as cost savings, but when I'm asked about, what does Kennedale need to kind of complete the asks of our department, I won't say it's probably city planning. Our department historically has had a AICP certified planner in that role for a long time. I wouldn't say it's probably focused on building inspection because we've had professional folks that can fill that need. I think that Kennedale, a major tasks, or in accomplishing our goal, our major task is on code compliance, or a focus on code compliance specifically. And so this is our current department structure right now. And again, there's that building and code inspector dual role. This is how I see our future playing out down the road. Now, this isn't tomorrow or this fiscal year or the next fiscal year, but this is at a point to where the city's positioned to support this, I would say that. But if you see here, these are the three disciplines: planning, building inspections, code compliance. And this is a pretty typical structure for cities of our size, but also larger. So when we get into the 15,000 population, 12,000 population, this is pretty typical. You'll see here, there's the administrative assistant. You'll see a planning tech, the city planner. You've got permit clerk, building inspector, and then code and compliance. We've got a code enforcement officer, and then down the road, I kind of envision potentially having a health or environmental inspector. We don't right now. We contract with the county to do our health inspections. We have, unfortunately, we have very few restaurants in town, but Lord willing, that'll change, right? That's a big ask that most people want. We want more restaurants in town, and we would love to be able to do that. But with that comes more grease interceptors, grease traps that have to be inspected and regulated, and there's other things that come into play, right? So for this fiscal year, our request is simply this code enforcement officer section of this future department schematic, I'll call it. I've added some other numbers there. I probably should have added a question mark, right? So for the administrative and city planner position for fiscal year 26 and 27. A lot of that, again, is dependent on how the city grows and expands, if it grows and expands, right? And then here, the health inspector, when we get into a couple fiscal years down the road, that's something that we'll need to consider adding to our ranks. So first budget request is for a code compliance, a separate role for code compliance. So that would be a base salary of $50,000 per year. I'll say that number is pretty conservative. In the code compliance, code enforcement world, I think that number is under what I think is consistent in the market, but code compliance, there's a lot of there's more focus in that particular field because communities have recognized the need to maintain property values, improve property values. And I've talked about this before, about the three phases of construction or disciplines in community development. You've got the pre-construction, that's your city planning, your engineering. You've got your construction phase, which is your inspections. But the post-construction phase is something that is often missed, but is extremely vital. And so more cities are recognizing that. But I believe this is the request that I think we can get somebody hopefully local and be able to supplement our ranks. Right now, our building inspector has a code enforcement license. I maintain one as well. But again, we're hoping to secure a separate role for a code enforcement officer. Our second budgetary request is going to be a new department vehicle for that particular, in preparation for that staff member. Here's the one that we're grateful for last fiscal year that we were able to purchase. That purchase was about $34,000. Talking with the same dealership, those costs have gone up, obviously, just like anything else. But the $40,000 should be enough to secure a new truck, similar truck of that size, and then the graphics as well on there. And then our third request, which is probably our largest one, is going to be the MyGov software. So in your packet, you were provided with some resource material from MyGov. So MyGov is what Kennedale used to use a couple years ago. When I go back and look at the records, the processes that were put in place, records retention, inspection records, when MyGov was operating, it was MyGov 4. It was seemed like things were working out pretty well. I'm asking for a return to MyGov, and this would be MyGov 5, which I'm familiar with. But with this has the online public portal that we currently don't have. So people can submit online their permits. They can register as a contractor online. It significantly reduces all our data entry and time that we have to account for in the department. Licensing, everything like that is done online. There's also the request manager. So if someone wants to complain about, and rightfully so, about a pothole or maybe a water main break or a code compliance issue, they can pull up their phone and they can send us that request. That request then gets logged directly into the permit software. It schedules an inspection for the code enforcement officer to go out and fulfill that complaint. But then also when we're communicating with the complainant, it's updating that complainant in real time. So we can answer that complaint, and even if they didn't want to give us their personal information or contact information, they could log onto that portal. They can just pull up the address of what they've complained about or that area that they've want to see corrected, and they can actually look at the progress that the city is doing on that. Now with this 26,000 annually, 27 annually, that also includes 7,000 to 8,000 of that is public works. So we bring public works into the mix as well. When when we're doing right-of-way permitting, impact fees, service requests, it has a module to track their work orders. It has a module to track their asset management in that. And so now we're all communicating on the same platform. And so this is the request that, our last request that we have. Now, the first year costs are, I believe it was 36,000 for upfront costs. That includes the data importation from the, what we have currently today. Also, we'll be able to obtain or retrieve all our older MyGov data, and we can actually search that as well. But that includes also obviously training for both our department and Public Works with this particular budget request item. Again, be community development and Public Works involved using the MyGov software. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions council has.
Just on the MyGov, I just wanted to ask you, that also is going to be able to integrate with, you were talking about finance, being able to speak with the software you're currently using, but this will integrate well with Tyler Tech, right?
Correct. So MyGov 5, MyGov in general, but MyGov 5 in particular will integrate with Tyler Technologies, and I asked specifically about Encode 10 in particular, which that's the version of Encode that finance and the courts and everybody is looking at. But they integrate with Encode already in other cities. MyGov, for example, Mansfield is on MyGov 4. They will be transitioning to MyGov 5. A lot of other cities in our area use MyGov 5. There's usually two, kind of in our world, two top leaders. Tyler is the top one, and they have two versions. They have an ERP version, which is the one that we demoed. It's the more cost-effective one, and they have Intergov. Intergov is about 5 times the cost. We did not demo Intergov. Intergov is used in the Northeast, Northern Tarrant County, large municipalities, larger populations. The ERP version that they had did not have the GIS functionality that we needed, and the recommendations or the references from other cities that have used ERP, their version of the ERP, they've since transitioned back to either MyGov or another vendor outside of the ERP. But they spoke very, very highly of the Tylers, their Encode. And so I've spoke with a couple assistant city managers and finance directors about that transition and why they moved away from the ERP. And they said, no, we love the finance part of it, but with the ERP, when it came to code compliance and building inspections, we couldn't track what we wanted to track. It almost seemed like it was a step backwards for them. And so that opened up the conversation back to look at MyGov again, looking at what's consistent in the region, and cities who aren't really on the Intergov, the Tyler, creme de la creme software package. MyGov is meeting a lot of their needs and the needs of jurisdictions close by that are a lot larger as well. And so I seem pretty confident in that return back to MyGov.
One thing you mentioned that I actually, from the user end, that I've enjoyed, and when we do contract work, we're submitting for permits or things like that, it is extremely user-friendly. And as it has the capacity to track data real-time, it helps with accountability as well, because for the contractor, when you go in and put your permit in, it actually timestamps everything. And every time you log in, there's an update. Anytime there's a message, you get a notification. So you almost have direct contact, so to speak, with your department. And in the notes section, it tells you exactly what's going on with your permit. It tells you how long it's been sitting there, if it's been reviewed, if it's been opened. So every time you click on something for the user, they'll get to see that. So I think it's a really awesome piece of software all around.
I agree.
Thank you.
So Nathan, help me understand, the MyGov will incorporate with the MyCivic?
Yes, so the MyCivic essentially just links to a URL, so it would link to that portal, public-facing portal that MyGov would have established already. So if you log on to like City of Mansfield right now, City of Venus, believe it or not, it's on MyGov, and they're blowing up as well. So you can log on to their portal, see how that works out. You can track your permit submittals. You can see how many times you've sent in a request for service. It's very, very intuitive.
So me as a citizen, if I have the app, let's say we have the Kennedale app, that'll link to another place where I can take a picture and upload it to you.
Essentially, your MyGov or the MyCivic app would link to, through the URL link would just pull up the public portal of the MyGov section. So when you go on to community development, and even on the front page of our website, I imagine this is how other cities do it. They'll have an icon that says submit a request or apply for a building permit. As soon as you click that, it opens up the public portal for MyGov. And so the city app would essentially just take you right there. And MyGov is actually built for mobile use. So it's very responsive on a cell phone, but when we're out there in the field, it's also responsive on a tablet. And then, of course, if we're working the front counter, it's got the desktop functionality as well.
Do I have to be a member or is it anonymous?
You can remain anonymous, absolutely. So if you wanted to submit a complaint, if you're going to be a contractor, what they call a collaborator, so that would be our contractor. You would submit your licensing, your certificate of insurance, your liability insurance, state license, your applications. You would submit all that to us online. But if you wanted to submit a complaint, whether that's a pothole or whether that's your neighbor hasn't cut their grass, you could remain anonymous on that. And it automatically schedules the inspection. It shows up on the inspection side of things for staff to go and get that addressed.
So this will also help with permits?
Absolutely, yeah. It'll significantly cut down on the amount of time that Petty has to, she comes in the morning, she'll check her inbox because you email your permits in. So the first thing she's doing is she's looking at inspection requests to get those scheduled as well. But then she'll just go down the list and work on what permits have kind of come in over the weekend, or what inspection requests come in over the weekend. So in this side, what it's going to do is she'll be doing a completeness check. So she'll still need to verify licensing and everything like that, but the contractor can schedule the inspection. They can send in their request, instead of us having to pick up the phone, or unfortunately, because we have one staff member that's, again, working down a list, it's almost first come, first serve. So we have a window. We say at 12 o'clock, all inspection requests have to be in to be scheduled the next business day. Because if it involves our third party, like if we need a plumbing inspection done, their cutoff time is 4 p.m. Well, ours is noon, but from noon to that 4 p.m. is kind of that grace window. So let's say we get a customer coming, hey, I got a sewer line break, can you come out next? It gives us a window that we can kind of assist with. But if they've emailed a request in and we're going methodically through each one, sometimes we may not get to that in time. So this would, I think, greatly improve our customer service responsiveness.
What about other permits like concert in the park, or like I have couple home businesses I have to register with the city for my home businesses? Can I do that through MyGov 5?
Yep, you would submit it all through the online portal. So the special event permitting would be something that you would have sent through. There are some permits that require review, so like a special event permit would be submitted online. We'll do our completeness check. Staff will then take that and distribute it to each department for review. So that would be like us, Public Works, Fire, PD, and they'll be able to, review it, sign off on it, and then we'll go to issue. But business licensing, that could be done online. Once your business license expires, you can simply just renew it online.
Will it remind me?
Should, yes, absolutely. It has functionality there for expirations on that. And so on our back end, I can pull a report to see who owes us money out there.
Me right now, I'm sure. On the MyGov 4, what's the cost of the MyGov 4 versus the MyGov 5?
So when I looked at our historical data and what we were paying monthly or annually for MyGov, we were paying $14,000 a year annually when we were under MyGov. This one would be $18,000 with that. And then the additional cost in the annual cost, that includes the work order and asset management modules for Public Works. And the public portal portion of it is at no cost to the city. So that's included in everything.
So obviously, there's a lot of cool upgrades with MyGov 5. How does that help your department?
Having worked in MyGov 4 and MyGov 5, MyGov 5, it's easier to navigate. The MyGov 4 was very, it was stepped task oriented, and it didn't really communicate with some of the other modules as well. So MyGov 5 speaks well with other departments or other disciplines within our department. So if I needed to do workflow, permit tech, permit clerk accepts a permit, they then distribute it to review. In my computer, I'm pulling up my dashboard, it's telling me Nathan, you got 10 permits you got to get reviewed and get out. Whereas MyGov 4 didn't really have a dashboard capability. And so it was a matter of word to word, mouth to mouth, saying, hey, you got a permit, you need to get to work on that. I'm logging in, I have to type in the actual physical address to find the permit. So there wasn't something that was comprehensive, an overall snapshot. With MyGov 5, it has that dashboard. So it says, this is how many permits have been received. This is how many have been answered. And so, if I'm a plan reviewer, which I am, so I'm going looking at the permits that require plan review, I know exactly how many permits we have in the queue. Or if you're Todd or another code enforcement officer, they know how many complaints that they've received, how many they have to answer, and go out and investigate those complaints.
Let's switch gears to your future plans. Can you bring up that for me as well? Yes. So obviously, your priority need is another code compliance officer or one.
Correct.
Just a side on that, what you said you're licensed to do that. Is this an annual licensing? Do you have to take classes? Like, how does that work for code compliance?
It's every 2-year renewal. You are required to maintain CEUs every year to maintain that license. I have one. Todd has a code enforcement officer in training license that he's just received. He has to hold that for a year, and then he can reapply to become a registered code enforcement officer. There's only 2 licenses that the state has. And so, but I also have some other CEUs I have to maintain based off my ICC certifications in building safety. And so that answers your question. There are, I believe you have to do 2 hours every year of legal aspects training in addition to the other requirements.
So we incorporate the ideas earlier of our step plan for staff and the bonuses for like certificates. That doesn't really apply to code compliance because you're required to maintain it anyways, or is there another certificate that y'all can
No,
get?
absolutely. Code enforcement has a number of certifications out there. So, you're registered, that's a state license, but you can obtain a ICC property maintenance and housing inspector certification. You can obtain the zoning inspector certification. That's important because part of code compliance is zoning enforcement or zoning compliance. The business that said they were going to open up and say they were going to operate a storage or warehouse, you go in there and they're operating something completely different. So that's part of zoning compliance. But when you obtain those certifications, you can actually receive a national certification through the American Association of Code Enforcement. And they have 3 levels as well. So even in the code enforcement field, there are a variety of steps that encourage advancement within that field, in addition to a lot of related disciplines in building safety.
So is there like a specialty or a focus?
For code compliance?
Yeah, like I specialize in skyscrapers, for example.
Well, that's probably more on building safety, but for example, a code official is a general term, but that can encompass a building inspector, a code enforcement officer, a fire marshal. Those are all folks that are tasked with ensuring health and safety by regulating or administering building code, fire code, property maintenance code. And so certainly there are building inspectors, code enforcement officers that they say, hey, I'm kind of getting tired of doing just nuisance abatement, high grass and weeds and junk vehicles. I kind of want to learn some other disciplines. You know, I was one of those, so I got into building inspections, and then it was an easy transition into that other discipline. Because rental inspection, we don't have a rental inspection program in town, but we get a lot of calls about substandard or, you know, living conditions in our rental properties here in town. Well, if you have a tenant, in other cities that have a rental inspection, before you can move that tenant in, you have to call the city for an inspection to make sure it meets minimum safety standards. We've been in some rental homes that don't have, you know, the knobs are missing from their, you know, their tub. They're having to use a wrench, you know, and so, you know, we're not at that point. We have a significant amount of rental property in town, but there are specialties, rental property maintenance, both residential and commercial, outside of just basic nuisances. And that's the bread and butter of code enforcement. That's where you start, but then you can, like for me, I started in that field, and then I got involved in the commercial side. So like parking lots, striping, vacant building registration, signage. You know, if we're looking to attract businesses, you know, one of the conversations we're starting to have with businesses is, hey, if your tenant's been missing for, you know, you haven't had a tenant there 5 years, but the sign's there. We got businesses up and down the Parkway looking to set up shop, but they see a sign, they think a business is there, but there hasn't been a tenant in there for 5 years. You know, so one of the things is you say, hey, you need to remove that old business signage and blank it out, or put a for lease sign, and that's how you encourage more. That's how you fill some of these vacancies that we have in town.
All right, last question. And it pertains to this chart right here. If we told you, Nathan, make a plan to get to this marker by 2030, your first priority is obviously the code compliance officer. Where would you go from there? How would you build it every year?
I would look at following code compliance. The next step would be a city planner position that would work hand in hand with our planning technician. And the planning technician is a very vital role, but the city planner as well, that's a professional licensed, certified, licensed, it's usually a AICP certified position. And they would be the ones kind of leading that conversation with the zoning changes and some of the other mechanisms that we have in town right now. I got to go out there physically, post a property, send out the letter, you know, schedule the hearing, communicate with P&Z. So that would kind of defer a lot of those tasks to the city planner that would be responsible for that. That way I can focus on other areas. So when I'm out in the field posting for high grass and weeds or posting some of these other things, again, that's time taken away from budget or the other tasks that we're got to get done as well. I would look at filling that, and then again, a lot of it's dependent upon how the city grows as well.
Okay, thank you, Nathan. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Nathan, you had talked about MyGov. Obviously, you have a lot of experience with it, and I saw in the slides that you guys sent to us, there's an implementation plan and a training plan. I'm assuming that's included in the cost?
Correct. So they're usually about a 6-week training window. The other vendors we looked at was 6 to 8 weeks per module. So just the building inspection, just the code compliance, you know. So this is collectively, and given my familiarity with it, and we've already been a vendor, although they've been a vendor of ours before, so a lot of those workflow processes are built into MyGov 4 that could be expanded upon. I don't think the implementation will take too
You'd
long.
see a benefit to have some of the other staff members attend the training as well, where there's
We will have, all hands on deck, so it would be, we'll probably reach out to fire, but also definitely Public Works in our department, anybody that's involved with permitting. The caveat's gonna be how do we include PD in that conversation? What we'll do is we will put a review task for the police department, but because they're not linked into MyGov, and they certainly could be, we could create an account for them to log in specifically for like special event permits, anything involving them. And they would log in there and they could complete the review. We'll get that update on our end, so we know someone from the police department has, done that part of it. Right now, it takes an email, or we have to communicate through other means.
So week 5 is it's the training for the end user. I see that as kind of two parts. So the other challenge is, as we implement new systems, the user end from the private sector. So when people go in to navigate these new processes and submit for permitting, and some people might not be as equipped to navigate that process. How are you guys going to approach that as you implement this and helping developers or business owners or residents while they're trying to figure out how to navigate the system?
We will schedule a after hours, we'll even do it on Saturday if we need to, a building permit 101, how to submit a permit using this new collaborator system. But those who aren't as tech savvy, we'll still have the papers on the wall where they can go in, fill it out, and we'll just be, it's gonna speed up our process internally by having this. But we'll still have that capability for, I can't deny paper plans or anything like that. So just our preference is digital, but if they want to print out a big old roll, it gets kind of expensive, but they're welcome to do that as well.
Thank you.
Councilman Glover?
Nathan, what was it about Tyler Technologies, again, that wasn't a good fit for your department versus MyGov?
They did the ERP version, which was a scaled, very significantly scaled back version of their permitting software, did not have a GIS capability, did not communicate with GIS at all or integrate with it. So that was kind of a strike one. It also, it had a public portal facing portal, but it didn't really have a like a complaint or a service request function for it at that scale. Now, the InterGov version, anything I asked about, do y'all have this, do y'all have that? They absolutely had it. It was just significantly more expensive. I've worked in a city that transitioned to InterGov, and I'm familiar with that particular number, and that's a number that I did not want to present to council, for sure. So, but the GIS and then it had some difficulties that was from the references when I called cities that were using it. I went back, it took about a couple weeks, and I kept asking, hey, who's out there using it? You know, and so I want to talk to those building officials or those planning directors. I couldn't find a single one that would give me the okay to, that they would recommend it. And those that were on the list are no longer using ERP, and they only had it for about a year. So this department went from MyGov 4 to Unicity, and now we're at, year 2 or 3 on that. I didn't want to come to council and say, hey, let's try this out for a year, and then come back the next year and say, let's go back to MyGov. So MyGov 5 is robust, meets all our needs, and it checked all our boxes.
So we would potentially still have 3 systems when this is all said and done, Tyler, MyGov, and we're keeping Civic Plus for its public-facing portion? Okay. All right.
And they all interchange. They all talk to each other.
It sounds like it's open API to connect the 3.
Yeah. That's, when there's time and money, anything can talk. Unless they've already got some plugins built where they can show us that out of the box.
Yeah.
Kind of chalk it up to a 2025 goal, usually how those work out.
Yeah, the communication with finance was the number one ask. So I've had a lot of vendors, and that was the first question, you guys talk with Tyler Encode? No. All right, thanks for calling, have a good day. Of course, wasn't that rude or anything, but but that was key. And then they were able to actually show me on their back office some of the other cities that they're currently working with that use Encode 10. And so they have experience in exporting financial data from their system that'll integrate into Tyler's. So it's not an automatic thing, but like towards the end of the day or first thing in the morning, it would take a staff member to essentially click a button, and then finance has it. They just take it and upload it. It's just a matter of finding out how finance wants that spreadsheet or that document to be mapped out. But there wasn't any issues with integrating with Encode 10.
Okay, thank you.
So.
Mayor Pro Tem, go ahead.
Nathan, you were talking about a new vehicle. That current vehicle that you bought last year was a GMC, right?
Correct.
And so you're going to go with the GMC? The reason I was asking, because the police department is asking for a Dodge. You're asking for a GMC. A lot of times, if you go to a dealership and you're saying, I'm getting 2 vehicles, they'll kind of cut you a deal.
I'll take a Dodge. I was gonna ask for a Cybertruck, but I didn't. I don't think, we may get a grant for it, that'd be great. So, but, yeah, I just, they always have 1 or 2 on the lot where we got that one from. I'm not opposed to Dodge, just need to get from A to B, really.
I was just looking at something that could save a little bit of cost on vehicles.
Absolutely, absolutely. We're gonna take this to BPI this year, and it's a nice truck. It's a nice truck, and kind of laugh at some of those other cities that have Rangers, but, yeah, it's all right. Look at Kennedale, here we go.
Nathan, I just have one quick question. The MyGov, the $27,000 annually, did that include the 10,000, or it was 26 annually plus 10,000? It was actually 26 or 27 annually then?
This would be 27 annually. The
Plus.
upfront cost for year 1 is the 36,000. There's a quote that I've shared with,
Oh, it's 36,000.
for the first year implementation.
Okay.
So this is annually. The quote that we have is about 36,000 for the first year cost. So that's where the implementation costs are. So that's the number that we're factoring in. But again, this kind of hits 2 birds, 1 stone: community development, public works, and then the community itself with the online portal. So in actuality, we're looking at an increased cost of about 4,000. We were paying 14 annually with MyGov. Going back to MyGov, we're looking at 18 annually just for our department. The other costs, again, is through the modules from Public Works.
Okay. All right, so it's 27 annually and a 36,000 one-time implementation.
Correct,
So I had written down 10,000 for some reason. Okay. All right, very good.
Well, and let me go back and refresh that, but I believe it's 10,000 are the additional costs for year 1. So year 1 is the 27 plus the 10. So in totality, I believe it's the 36,000. So it's
Okay.
not 36,000 just for
Okay.
implementation.
Okay, all right, so it is 10. All right,
I'm sorry.
plus 10. Okay. All right, there we go. I like that better. All right, very good. That's all I have. Thank you so much. You guys do a really good job. Just a quick question on, because the first thing you said was the focus here for us from you is code. So what I'm hearing is that we definitely, there's some code culture we want to just bring in, and you're hearing from the citizens, maybe from the steering committee, that's important.
Absolutely. If I were to triage the community, and I've been able to do that a year and a half now here, what is the top need for community development? Which discipline needs the most focus? And that would be code compliance.
Yes, sir.
And we did that with the building inspector role. It's working out fine, but our inspection numbers are up, meaning we have less time to devote towards code compliance. So that's where I need to, and it was cost savings as well. We need to split that so that we have someone dedicated specifically for code compliance. And of course, then now our building inspector who's licensed can supplement that, and so can I as well. Plus, I'm getting tired of going to court, so.
Nathan, where's the Fig Tree Estates at? I'm not familiar with that one.
That is the Linda Katie Circle project over there that
okay.
It's underway, so.
Good job on the recovery, by the way.
Good team effort.
Where's Russell Ranch?
That is the 1220 Mansfield Cardinal and Eden Road.
Oh, okay.
So that's
Okay, that's that little.
Russell, it's that triangle piece, R4.
Okay.
Yeah, that's and I just learned that like 3 weeks ago. Hey, what are you calling this thing? Oh, Russell Ranch.
Oh.
Okay.
All right, well, now we have a name for the pizza, because we always do, this one, is that what you're talking about?
I got a name to attach to the invoices, so I just had an address before.
All right, very good, thank you so much. Who do we have next? You're dead? Did I drain you? I'm done. I mean, I've got it right.
That's the wrong one.
All right. What? All right. Hello, everyone. Thank you for listening to all of these things. So I am going to talk about all three of these departments, and we're going to talk about 2024, 2025, and beyond. And by beyond, I probably mean 2025, 2026, but that's still beyond. So first things first, we're going to talk a little bit about the situation that we have with the library, senior center, communications, all of those things that are kind of rolled up into one entity with me kind of presiding over all of them. So it makes a little bit of sense to kind of jump into the idea of actually incorporating all of them together and making them into their own department, which would be the Community Resources and Connections Department, which could in the future involve the recreations activities for our parks development. The reason why these things make sense is that we are the entity for all of the public at any age to come and get help, services, education, enlightenment, entertainment, and that's our purpose for now and the future. So this would incorporate the library, the senior center, communications, and community events and recreation activities into one department. The events activities is kind of a future thing, and it's really, really based on the events for the community as well as the park development with the bond that's coming up and the activities that are going to be part of our future no matter what. So this is what it would look like. There would be the department director, and then we would be adding some positions, most significantly in the library because we have been growing by leaps and bounds in the library, and with the potential 400 plus rooftops coming, we anticipate that increasing over and over and over again. And one thing that we don't have a lot of is room, first and foremost. But we need to look at how we are structuring the library in terms of how we deliver services and who we have in those positions. So we would look at having staff in 3 areas: the library, the senior center, and then the events and marketing area. And then you can see down below we have the future recreation coordinator added, and that's what I'm talking about and beyond. So let's start with the library because you know I want everything for the library, so we'll just start there. So the first part of this list includes more space, replace the shelving, RFID conversion, incentive pay, and staffing. So we'll go through each one of those individually. More space, I don't know if you guys have been over to the library recently to see what we're doing, but I've seen many of you over there, so we are out of space. We are kind of held in the one side of the 2 rooms at the library, and we have been doing all of our programming in the community room side. And every time we finish, we have to clear it out because somebody's going to rent it. And so we don't have any permanent space where we can actually do all of these things. The maker space, which is already kicking off in a big way, lives in my office. So if you've been to my office, you'll see that every time we have to clear out the community room, I have 6 carts in my office with my chair, and that's the maker space. So it would be awesome to be able to have a space where we could just have that technology, education, and access. We have increased our programming completely on all age levels. We have been seeing ginormous, that's an official word, ginormous increases in participation. We don't have space for our collection development. As a matter of fact, when you go into there, it's kind of frustrating because you can't see where the books are because everything is packed the way it is. We have gotten too big for our building the way that we are. And so what we want to do is no longer rent out the other space. We want to use the senior center as that rental capacity for the city and take over the other side of the building as the adult portion of the library. So that's number 1. All right. Number two, we want to replace all the shelving. All of the shelving that we have in the library is original to the original library. It's not original to this building. It was brought over from the old building. And so in that transition, they're steel shelves, so they're pretty sturdy, but in that transition over being moved several times over the years, some of them have some structural breakdown and we're going to have to replace them anyway. When we did our inventory recently, they got nudged and there's now one that's got a big bow in it that we're not going to be able to fix, and I can't move it again because it will collapse. So I want to be able to replace all of our shelving and put in mobile shelving. So all of them would have casters, so we could move the books and shelves around to accommodate our growth and flexibility. We want to be able to find grant funding for that, but that's a competitive area. So there's one in particular that we're pursuing, but this is a need for now, not a need for we hope we get funding later. So, but we still keep looking for funding for later. We want to convert our entire collection to an RFID system. So those are just like your toll tags where you have the little clip, the little tag in your book, and you can actually just check out the book by placing it on a pad. This will allow us to be able to check out things more efficiently, more effectively. Inventory would be a breeze. Last time we had to touch every single book to inventory with an RFID system. You run a wand down, you get a complete inventory. It's an amazing use of staff, and it's a great technology improvement. And by improving our technology capacity now, we'll be able to add on later as things change over the future. Incentive pay is a big one. I really want to encourage library staff to become more involved in their professional development. I want to be able to present the city of Kennedale with an extremely highly capable and educated library staff, and I'd like to keep the staff that I have. And so by encouraging them to improve their professional skills and find certifications or educational opportunities, I think that will help us maintain a high level of proficiency as well as morale and a very positive attitude. Now, this request does not include the 2% annually that Jonathan talked about. So this is above and beyond that. And then staffing. So this is what I see as our current and future needs. So right now, we have, I am the only staff person in the library with a master's in library science. So obviously that's great, but I'd really like to see more people have a professional basis in librarianship to help grow the library population. I would like to have a supervising librarian and public services librarian who is MLS, who has their master's, to do adult programming and outreach, small business education, and collection development. I'd like to have an MLS youth services librarian to engage youth and family programming, do outreach for youth and family, and then do teen engagement, which is something that we are really lacking because we just don't have the staff to do all of those things. And then I'd like to take one of our current employees who is a part-time and convert that to a full-time technical services to do cataloging and all of the backroom things, labeling, et cetera. And we still have our full-time library clerks, and then we would still have one library clerk. So right now I have me and 3 full-time and 2 part-time. That's what I currently have. For reference, a supervising librarian, normally looking at the state classification system, normally comes in the range of 54 to 88. We would probably start mid-range with that. And then the youth services librarian, the state classification says 42 to 68, mid-range on that as well. And then your assistant librarian, 32 to 50 essentially. So those are just the ranges. I just wanted to let you know what we're looking at in terms of implementing somebody with those capacities. So that was the library. Now, the senior center. The wish list for the senior center includes replacing the flooring and paint, upgrading to a commercial kitchen, utilizing the spaces as the rental space for the future, and then future staffing. First, the floor in the senior center is extremely damaged. There are areas that have holes. We're using silicone to patch the holes. Our concern is slip and falls. We see people coming in with walkers. We don't want walkers to get stuck in holes and people to trip and fall. We have a transition from the hallway to the restrooms that involves a step that people are having to navigate backwards in their walkers. So there's a huge safety issue in terms of what that floor is presenting. The floor is going to cost about $40,000, and then the paint in there needs to be updated as well. So looking at about $45,000. This is not necessarily a need. This is where we have the wishes, and converting the kitchen into a commercial kitchen. There's not a lot that's lacking in that kitchen to make it a commercial kitchen. And so it is in our interest to look at whether or not it is feasible to make that change. If we do make the change, so I'm looking at $25,000. If it's over the $25,000, I don't see it as being good for the city, because I don't know that we would ever be able to use it for that much. But if we are able to do it, it would allow us to have more flexibility and be able to provide additional resources for our city activities, events, and the rentals. And then this one doesn't have a real financial impact outside of the refreshing. I just want to begin to utilize this space as our community rental space. Future staffing is, I'd like for the city to explore us taking on the activities director part-time as a city staff person, because it's fantastic being able to use Meals on Wheels for this. It's really great, but I'm finding that we have a lack of community connection. We have them answering to Meals on Wheels rather than answering to us. And that puts a little bit of a disconnect when we're talking about what we can ask them to do and what we cannot ask them to do in terms of reaching out to the community. I would really like to have somebody who has a much closer relationship with our community, first and foremost, and can look at our residents as their community members. That's my hope. This person would still be able to coordinate all the meals for Meals on Wheels, lunches and breakfasts, because that is a separate program that is free. So that is something I think that we should definitely look into. The communications wish list is all about people, because there is no actual office for the communications. It's all about, we are growing, we are trying to be more forward in everything that we're doing in terms of bringing people to our community from the outside. We would benefit from having staff now and in the future. The graphic design and marketing, it would be great to have somebody who could come in and do marketing activities, graphic design, part-time, just to help meet the needs that we're starting to have. We're planning on having more and more events as we move forward, and so eventually it's going to be almost too much for one person to do all of that at that rate. So the next is the changing our event coordinator from 50% to 100%. Currently we have her doing programming for the library at 50% and then event coordinations at 50%. And already in the less than 3 months that she's been here, she's already added 2 brand new events that we've never done before, and has also added programming at the library, probably at three programs per month. So we're getting definitely a lot out of her, but both at the library and in the events, we could get more. We're doing more, we're going to need more, so I would like to see that increased. In the future, way off, when things change for the park situation, I'd like to include a recreation coordinator, somebody who's going to work with the event coordinator to build disc golf tournaments and things out in the parks that bring our community plus communities from the outside in to use our spaces. So, and that's it. So I am open for all of your questions.
Go ahead, go first.
Everybody hates me today. I have a lot of questions. Elizabeth, first of all, you've done a fantastic job. As of just last weekend, I get a lot of compliments on some of the new programs you have, like the Lego program and some of the kids programs, and I'm getting more people telling me they're utilizing those programs. And that has a lot to do with you and pushing it out there and making sure the word got out. And I just want to commend you on that. That's the program's been around since my first kid, but a lot more people are utilizing that, and it's noticeable. I also agree with you about taking over the space over on the rental and doing the senior center. That's exactly the idea I came up with as well, and I think that's spot on. And I encourage the city to look into that. Let's talk about a few things in your presentation. You're talking about shelving and grants. Can folk maybe help you with the shelving on that?
Yeah, absolutely. We would definitely ask folk. So this isn't a problem. The situation is that folk is dedicated to providing for the library, which is exactly what I need them to do, but their preference is to provide things that are outside of the city budget. So programming, monies for developing new programming, that kind of thing is their preference. So I wouldn't count on a lot of funding from them, but I would definitely ask.
I think if you didn't get the funding for that, that would be something we would consider.
Perfect.
But why? If everything is going to, like you said, we have access to any book in the world with our library card, why have more shelving, I guess? Because
It's
kind of
not
books are
more-
kind of less obsolete.
Well, so people like to say that books are obsolete, but there are libraries all over the world that are never going anywhere. So
Sure.
books will never be obsolete. The number of books we hold is going to change, and that's something that we've been working on currently. People still will need books no matter what.
course.
People will not have access to technology and will prefer paper. That's never going to change. What I want in terms of shelving is shelves that are easier to use. So shorter shelves that are on wheels, fewer shelves than what we have now, but hold significant and well circulating material. So there are books that people will want to check out all the time, like cookbooks or things of art or things that get used often that we want to make sure are available for people to have hands-on access. So we won't be using as many shelves, but we'll be using them better, is how I would answer that.
And I agree with you. I prefer the smell of a new book than my laptop for sure.
Smell of your laptop.
On the, we were talking earlier about incentive pay for the staff, the step plans.
Right.
Is that more intrusive than what your kind of idea of what you were doing? If we reward your librarians if they go get certifications?
Correct,
or-
yeah. And our situation is a little bit more difficult because there aren't necessarily certifications that one can go get. You either go get your associates in library science, you get your bachelor's in library science, or you get your master's in library science. It's not as straightforward as, we can go get a certificate to be able to do that. And so our incentive plan is a little bit, it's going to be structured in the same way where we identify areas of education where you could improve your skills and then be rewarded for that. But if we implement the citywide education incentive, they will be rewarded in that case as well, so.
So by you renaming your department and incorporating a lot of things in our city, which effectively saves us a lot of money because you're handling a lot of stuff, wouldn't that give your staff a little bit more range to go out there and do different certifications?
Oh, yeah, especially if we were able to cross-utilize all of their skills, because I know you know this, but all of our staff comes with multiple skills, and so to be able to pull them out and push them into different areas, I think that would be spectacular. And I would do that because that's what I do.
Let's switch to the senior center, which I know you took over probably 3 years ago now when you first came on?
It's been 2 years. I love how you keep adding time to my,
No.
in June
I
it
feel like
will
you've been
be
here
2
forever.
years.
Tell me a little bit about the disconnection between Meals and Wheels. You said that they're dictating to us. But
No, 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 I don't want to ever say they're dictating. What I'm saying is that the staff person works for Meals on Wheels. They do not work for the city of
Oh,
Kennedale.
okay, thank you for clarifying.
Yeah, no, and so that person is employed by them, and so they answer to them. And we're very fortunate with the person we have over there because she is extremely involved. But I feel like we could do better for our citizens if they were employed by us and we had direct control over where they were spending their emphasis time in making connections. The other area that I'd really like to see increased is outreach. And Meals on Wheels isn't necessarily here to do outreach for us, so.
So I'm on board with the painting and the flooring. That's something I've been talking about for a decade. Let's talk about the kitchen.
Yeah,
It's less utilized now, and yes, it does need updating, but it's less utilized now because we do the Meals on Wheels.
correct, correct.
Besides the event part of it, if we rent it out and people can utilize the kitchen, why would we want to update that kitchen?
That's it. Yeah, that's really it.
Solely for
It's, that's, if we're talking wish list, that's a real wish. That's not even, I think that if it serves a benefit to the city, that we should do it because we have the chance to. But if it turns out that it's more money than it's worth, then, it's not something that I am extremely behind, so.
So if we make that the event center to rent, like, for example, last year we were over in the library.
Right.
What would we do with the seniors during the day if
No,
somebody's
no,
trying
no,
to-
they would still be there in the day. And so the rentals wouldn't start until after 3:30 p.m. on weekdays, and which is the same at the library now. You can't rent during the middle of the day.
So it's pretty normal.
It's the same, yeah.
Which would you prefer, a $15,000 increase for the seniors or some of these items to be taken care of?
What would I prefer?
Yeah, like annually 15,000. If we added 15,000 to the senior budget, I think it's what, 50,000 right now annually?
Around
So if
that,
we made
yeah.
it, 65, is that more beneficial or is knocking some of these items out more beneficial for us?
Are we talking specifically about the senior center only?
Not, yeah, for the seniors
Okay.
only, only with the seniors. So either staff-wise for more events or some of these painting, whatever.
So I think that the flooring is imperative. I think that needs to get fixed, period. That is a safety issue. It's a hazard and it looks bad. One of the things that I had in my slide is that, it looks like garbage, to be honest. It's dirty and we can't get it any cleaner and you can't wax it anymore and there's holes in it and
agree.
that's what we're gonna rent out. It's the whole Kennedale pride concept that we want to be proud of what we're offering to our citizens, and that's
Especially our
really
seniors.
not a good thing. I want it all, Jeff. I'm not going to sit here and say I only want 15,000.
But in general, you're happy with the budget and you would prefer to get some things done?
Those are imperative. I would say I would really, if I had a choice, I would prefer to turn that employee into ours. Because I think we could do a whole lot more good being able to direct that person directly. So, but I'll say it again, the floor needs to get fixed.
Yes, I completely agree, and it does need a good coat of paint for sure, and maybe some new windows as well.
The paint, I have pictures today, as a matter of fact, and this is one of the downsides of renting it out. I'm just going to shoot myself in the foot here, but somebody put duct tape on the wall this weekend, so now there's huge chunks with no paint. So there's good and bad with all of it.
To the part on the graphics designing.
Yes.
Which I know you've done a lot of the city's stuff the last couple of years, and I know you're not an expert, although you're pretty much an expert now after 2 years of doing it. Do you really need a staff member for that, or would you prefer contracting some of that out?
I would prefer that it get done. So, we would investigate what's the best. I think having a staff person makes more sense because you're going to have more and more and more, and you'll grow that person into a full-time position that's going to be down the road.
Sure.
Yeah, so that makes more sense to me.
So-
And outsourcing graphic design, you have to have relationships, they have to understand what the mindset is and all those things. So it's a little more difficult. I think growing somebody in-house to be able to do those things makes a lot more sense.
I get that. You need to find somebody that talks Texan or understands
Exactly,
Texas. Hey, I need it to
yeah.
look like Texas and they understand.
God knows I have trouble with that.
Trust me, I run into that in my business as well. Okay. My last little comment to you is I know you have the 3D printers coming.
Yeah.
And I'm super excited. I've been spreading the word for you.
I'm gonna let David talk about that
But
first a second.
my recommendation is one of your staff's going to need to be an expert in that
Yeah,
because
so far that's me, and that's okay right now.
They're usually
Yeah,
more of a
we're
pain in the
all-
butt.
we're all learning. So that, one of the things about the makerspace is that we have each taken a machine to become really good at, and I've chosen the 3D printer for me because it interests me the most. But there's also an embroidery machine that I haven't even touched yet. So there's somebody else becoming the expert on that. So
Perfect.
each one of us is taking on one of them.
perfect because you're going to need it.
Yeah, I just printed something while you guys were listening up here, so I'm excited.
we
to
already
go
got it?
back. Well, it's over at the library. I have it on my app, so I
I'm going to come visit you soon. Thank you.
can, thank you.
Councilman Griffith?
So talking about space and you guys commandeering the community room, and then I liked your opening statement, the Buzz Lightyear comment. So what does the future hold for you in terms of space? Once you
Take that over.
take that over, how far into the future does that take you?
So I hope it takes us a little, and as quickly as we have been growing and as much engagement as we have been involved in, I can see that we're going to grow out of that space relatively quickly as well. And so one of the thoughts, conversations that I've had is what are our options? You know, how do we continue to satisfy the influx? And one of them is to build off the back at some point and increase our space that way. We are amazingly good at making use of every inch we have. So, you know, we'll be fine for a little while, and it'll be like Christmas if we get the other side to be able to expand in that way. But I can see as we grow and households come in and more need for our services, as we expand what we offer, we're going to run out of that space as well. So it's a conversation that we're going to have next year about, okay, now what do we do? You know, we've increased it and brought all of this to our community. Now, how do we satisfy their needs?
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Councilman Glover?
One question, a couple of observations. So on the question side, if you take over the other side of the library, would that mean that voting would all move to the senior center as well?
The voting would have to move someplace completely different because the senior center does not meet their ADA compliance.
Is that because of the busted floor or?
I think it has to do with the width of the hallway.
Senior center that doesn't meet ADA requirements? Do we have a plan for that? Because that seems like something that would be kind of a big deal and the kind of a showstopper.
I hope there's a plan for that. Yeah.
Maybe Chief Brown can carve us out a room as a new fire station for that, or?
For the voting? So the voting can also go to one of the schools in the area, and it used to be at one of the schools. Yeah, and it has been in City Hall. I guess it was here in, during COVID, so, yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah.
there's a.
Yeah, there's,
work.
voting will still be available, it just won't be at that.
All right.
Yeah.
Agree on the floor in the senior center, if it's a safety issue, you've got to get it fixed. There's one slip and fall, and we're going to pay that fee 10x and insurance payout or something else. Probably wouldn't want to wait on that. The staff for marketing, I think that one thing that we have been doing a better job of, I don't know if everyone here follows the city of Kennedale on social media, like on Instagram, but we are doing a better job of, or your team's doing a better job of posting when the city hosts functions. We should just talk more about ourselves and let our citizens know we have these things going on. So no issues there. As far as the makerspace goes on the 3D printer, so I've visited the city of Arlington's makerspace before. I've used their printers. They're a little old and they're a little slow. Not a problem, but they're just, you can be there for a while if you're waiting on it. The one that Elizabeth and team bought was the Bamboo Labs. It came out very quickly based on what you said compared to what the city of Arlington has. What I had I requested to be printed was a Ryobi battery charger holder for slat wall. So if you have a Ryobi system, it has a little slide on, but you can't mount to a wall or anything. This converts that, and I'll post a picture of it later after I get it mounted. But essentially, look around your house, look around your garage, you'll find something like, I wish I had this, and then go online. You can usually find a print for it, and then talk to Elizabeth and see if they can print it for you. But super cool, take advantage of it. I think everyone can find something to print if they just kind of look around for a little bit. So very excited for y'all.
Yeah, and well, and what we printed for him, it was seamless. That printer did an amazing job. It looked like professional. You would have purchased that from the store. It was amazing. Yeah, well, and then I'm just going to hop on that because somebody stole the door jamb to prop the door open, so I printed one. It's perfect.
There's also websites that you can look into where you can be a member to get blueprints for different weird stuff, like door jams and things like
Yeah,
that.
so Bamboo Labs has their own makerspace website. So we've been able to go in there and pull a bunch of different stuff off. We've printed up a project that was up to 4.5 hours. We haven't printed a project longer than that. The next thing I'm going to do is print a 24-hour project just to see what the printer will do. Now, we're going to have limitations on what people can do, nothing over 4 hours, because if you tie up the machine for that long, it's not available for others. So, but I'm going to do the 24-hour one before we've opened it to the public, so not breaking the rules yet. Yeah, but those, I mean, next weekend at the farmer's market, we're going to have all of our makerspace stuff out at the library running so you can see it doing things. And then in May, we have actual education workshops.
Excellent. I love that. Yeah, it's really exciting. Mayor Pro Tem?
Oh, I have no question.
Okay. Same for me. Obviously, the floor has to be done, period. The other things are, so the quick question on the staffing for the part-time activities director, basically, it's not an increase of cost for us. It's the same cost. We're just not paying Meals on Wheels, it'd be paying ourselves.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that there's the required retirement for a part-time employee, but that would be the only benefit that being paid out for a part-timer.
Which I heard, I think is a plus 21%.
Retirement right now is 16.
But I mean, the whole benefits package, is it a plus? Someone said that earlier, because I jotted it down.
Yeah, for taxes, everything.
Yeah, taxes, FICA, everything.
That was for a full-time employee.
Oh, full-time?
Different because we only have to pay their retirement fees.
Okay, so it's at a 15%.
16.8 is what TMRS requires us to pay right now.
That's all I had.
A
Daryl,
little
you
bit
have
food
something?
for thought. When we were looking at the upgrading the commercial kitchen for the library, for the senior center, we've had a lot of discussions from our community wanting a commercial kitchen for them to come in and utilize. So we were anticipating, we're looking at the kitchen now. It can be at a minimum. I know at one point, I think it was 3 or 4 years ago, it came in, it was roughly like a $80,000 improvement. I do not believe it'll cost that to make that a commercial kitchen. So those are some of the topics that we discussed. One is a Vent-A-Hood, which is generally one of the more expensive pieces that you'll need. We believe we can come in there and put that in at minimum and be able to have it inspected when we have our events, or if we have someone that's wanting to come in to serve or have a catering business that needs that capability, we have it and we can rent that out as well. Currently on the EDC, we've had 3 requests, 4 requests for do we have that to offer? And that's what we were looking at for the senior center. We already have a kitchen that's there. It's prepped for it. It's not a commercial grade. So there are some things we'll need to come up and update. But it can be separated. And currently, as we make this transition, the kitchen will be blocked off from normal rental space of the room. So it's going to be two separated sections of the community, or at what point it becomes a community room. Because currently they come in, they utilize the seniors' refrigerators, or they take their belongings. There's a lot of confusion that takes place with that. So we'll come in and we'll obviously have to separate the two. But that was the purpose in looking at transitioning that to a commercial kitchen. Because we've had several want to come in and utilize it.
Well, I think too, as we start looking at small business education, looking toward a small business incubator model, it would definitely be something that we could offer to the community and say, hey, if you need this, that's kind of like the same idea as the makerspace. If you want to make a prototype and you have the model for it, we've got what you need. Same thing with the kitchen. If you want to bake something and learn how to do these things to have your own business, here it is. And now we're a small business incubator. So there's a lot of bonuses.
Chili cook-off.
Excellent.
Only if the chili gets better.
Cooking classes?
You know, so this is an aside, but a lot of communities use that to teach how to run your own kitchen. So if we actually had it as a commercial kitchen where we invited technical education into it, it could be a program that we offer. I mean, these are all possibilities for the future if we open that up.
I know a certain local somebody that would love that, to even just teach our seniors how to eat healthy and cook healthy with fresh vegetables. So there's a lot of benefit, I think, from it as well.
Well, and that's one of the vision of what we're looking at, of what we offer to our community, is one, it's a resource. The library has always been a resource, and we have never taken advantage of that. And that's one of the visions that I had. And also Elizabeth is able to come in and actually see that. And we're starting to implement that as we continue to grow. Just as she's indicating, we're out of space. There's a lot of things that we're able to offer that is a resource to our community. And these are things that's being asked that I've heard for 28 years, other than a book. There's so many other things that are associated with life in general, that we can and have the capability of sharing that opportunity. It's just like, you know, the makerspace. Those are things that are, although they may be simple, but they can be complicated in a sense that we now have something and have someone that can teach that. And it's a very simple, honestly, it can be a very small business opportunity for somebody to say, oh, wow, that is easy. I can go do this, and they can do it out of their home. It's not a place that they have to go somewhere and have this full production warehouse or anything like that. It can literally be a garage business. And that's what we're trying to generate, in a sense, is we have this capability, we have this vision of it, what can we do with it?
What do we do with it?
And as we move forward, there's other options, and when we're talking about we're out of space, we're already forecasting 5 years from now. So we do have a plan, and we will implement that at the point where it's needed. But there's other things that have to happen before we start talking about it, and that's what we're looking at. But we are projecting for the next 3 to 5 years, and I think it's something you guys will be extremely proud of, and it's already in the works, just as a council as a whole.
I think this is a good plan for immediate results in the need. A more long-term solution would be build a police station and then give the old police station to the library. That way we can utilize what space we do have, but it would make more sense in the long term. And I'm not saying obviously tomorrow, but whenever that need is there for the police station, we can always give the old one to the library as well.
We'll just have the whole around the park will be the library.
We'll give you a
complex.
skyline over.
Right.
All right, thank you so much.
You're welcome, thank you.
Okay, 5-minute bio break, please. Thank you.
Sure.
Only because we're stretching, Christian.
You're good, you're good.
But we are ready for you. And you're the last one, right?
I am.
All right. Woo.
Green eggs and ham, I am.
Most important for last. Here we go.
Good, good. I'm sure, Madam Mayor and Council, you have been bombarded with staffing needs and IT needs. I'm just going to switch some gears for infrastructure needs. So I know we've been talking about this for several years. It's been on the books. This is that project that we have on Hillside Addition between Bryant's Court and Meadow Lake. It's what we call a bottleneck. We have a 12-inch into an 8-inch into a 6-inch. And Arlington been receiving a lot of complaints. You can see. Arlington been receiving a lot of complaints for SSOs, of sanitary sewer overflows, a lot of complaints from odor, and like I said, and maintenance issues. So we think it behooves us to go and replace that so we don't have a bottleneck anymore. And this is just going to be, I broke out the project into 2 phases just because of cost. So we could do this as a one-time project. A one-time project, or which is going to be this piece, or we could do it in 2 pieces. That arrow, this piece on your top here, damn it. This here, we were thinking we could do it as one project, which would be like, you know, a OPC of 113,000, replacing 250 linear feet of 6-inch with an 8-inch. Or we could go back and do a full project and include this little piece that was the 250 feet and do this entire limits here, which is now 800 linear feet from a 8-inch, from a 6-inch to an 8-inch. We have one section here, this bend here to here is a 12-inch, what am I call it? Concrete pipe, and this is cast iron pipe, and down here is PVC pipe with a 6, a 8, and a 12. So we are thinking about going and replacing this entire limit from here all the way down to here with a 12, and then include this 6-inch here and this other 6-inch here with an 8, as if we do one project. The important thing about doing it with one project, we're gonna eliminate 2 design, 2 mobilization. So we're just paying for 1 design, 1 mobilization. So we're gonna probably save like maybe $100,000. Instead, if we just go back and do this one project at a time, and then go back do this as a separate project. If we do the entire project to include this first 250 feet here, it's going to save us like about $100,000. And like I said, this is basically it's eliminate most of the regulatory impact it's going to have with us for the SSOs. And that's the most important stuff, is the SSOs that we get from TCEQ that Arlington receives, and then they transfer it to me. So we don't want to get a whole bunch of those, otherwise you're going to be getting into the fine aspect of stuff with the TCEQ.
Christian, what's an SSO?
Sanitary sewer overflow. That's when sewer come out through your manholes.
Okay.
So because of the size here, like I said, out here is a 12-inch, then it goes down here to an 8-inch, and it goes here to a 6-inch. And this feeds from all this part of town all the way down here, and it goes into here, and then it goes this way, and then this way down to the Arlington collection system. So it comes into here as a bottleneck because out here is a 6-inch, and out here is an 8-inch, and out here is a 12-inch.
Thank you.
Sorry, Christian, which direction is it flowing? Left or right on the red or right?
Going from here up this way. So it's going up to this direction.
But the red, in this picture, the red is what you're asking to replace. Is that going from
This is
east to
going
west or west to east?
from my right to my left. So it's going from right to left. The flow is going left.
Okay.
So it's going left, that's the flow. And right now, this piece here is 6 inches. And we want to upsize that to an 8, just because of capacity issues. Going to another project in Peggy Lane. Peggy Lane, as I understand, been in the book since 2016, 2018. In Peggy Lane, we have a lot of complaints about the road condition. And I don't know if you all remember those about Peggy Lane. Peggy Lane is the one with a so-called cul-de-sac that had a tree in the middle of the cul-de-sac, and it's now gone, and it's now a little pond. So if we get into and do this project, we don't have to go and do minor repairs or fill potholes, so to speak. It's going to eliminate all the AC pipe because we have a 6-inch water AC pipe, and we have a clay pipe. I think it's a 6-inch clear pipe. If we do this project, we're going to eliminate all these issues, and we're going to have an improved project like we are doing currently at Sweeney Hyatt. And it's going to eliminate a lot of complaints that we get almost every week. And I know, like you see here, the price is pretty steep, but we're going to have, concrete street, sidewalk, curb and gutter, new water line, new sewer line, and storm drain as well. So if you can see in this picture here, if I kind of blow it up, it's going to be blurred. So the blue line here, it's your water, the green line is the sewer, and the red line is the storm drain. And like I said, this has been in the making since 2016, and nothing ever took place since then. And it's in a dire need for rehab or reconstruction. The street is in bad shape. There's partial curb and gutter, there's no curb and gutter, and people are complaining now that they've been flooded out. Yeah. Because the streets sit here and the homes are here, so if we don't have curb and gutter, they're always going to be flooded out. Another infrastructure, I know I've talked about this last year, about especially our concrete streets. Concrete streets, and if you take away all your collector and your arterial streets, which is like Bowman Springs, Little School Road, Kennedy Sublet, those are your arterials and collector streets. They are in good condition. When you go to your residential street, they're in horrible condition. And to replace all of them and do a full reconstruction, you're looking like millions. So my recommendation is to go and do panel replacement. And that's going to be costly too, because it's like maybe $150, $200 a square yard. So I'm just recommending that we do at least $1 million for 10,000 square yard and pick the worst of the worst. And maybe tomorrow when we do that street inventory update from IMS, it's going to give us a breakdown, and hopefully they have the report that from the analysis. It's going to tell us the percentage of poor street, percentage of fair, good. But on average, all of our residential streets are in poor condition. So we have to do something about that. Otherwise, it's either you pay now or you pay later, because when you're paying later, it's going to be very costly to do a full reconstruction. So it behooves us to go and do panel replacement, let's say 10,000 square yard, $1 million a year. Eventually we're going to get there, but if you just want to wait and let's keep it like this, where the streets fall apart like here and here. There's no way you could go and do a panel replacement. You have to do a full reconstruction. And, we're going to continue to work with the county. And as I gather it, for the rest of this year, the county is not going to play with us for this year. They're going somewhere else. So there's no more hot mix streets or HMSC or asphalt streets overlaid this year until something really happens and they decide to come back. But between now until next year sometime, we are not going to see them in our city to do any overlays. Other than that, we'll have to do a contract and hire a contractor to come out here and do some overlays, and your price is going to be higher than what the county get, which is we probably pay a third to what a contractor would cost us. And the last thing on my request, we've been like every 6 months, every 2 months, it depends. I've been paying $500 for a technician to come out there and make a repair on our AC unit. So I think it behooves us to go and replace that unit while it's still in fair condition, it's still working, but the summer is coming, and if I don't replace it, I'm afraid it's going to fall apart, and it's been costing, let's say $1,000 every 6 months. I think if I go ahead and invest $18,000, $19,000 for a brand new unit, we're going to be saving a lot of money. And the only item I have on my list, I want to have another storage bay. Right now at our shop, we only have one storage bay. I want to have another storage bay where I could go and put some, the sand that we buy for winter months, so we could have it on site and we could have it covered. And I want to build a concrete bay, which is 22 by 23 concrete, and then I want to have it covered with a steel awning with galvanized. And the total package for the concrete bay and the awning, I got an estimate of about $50,000, $57,000, depending on what kind of steel we use. And I think that's it for me on infrastructure needs currently. Oh, let me back up a little bit. That's not on my list here. Donnie Lane. Donnie Lane is in bad condition. We get a lot of complaints for the street. However, the most important part of that is storm drain. We don't have no storm drain existing there. So right now the water flows on the street to get to the creek. So I would like to add this as part of this here to do a storm drain project from the creek to the cul-de-sac.
Do you have an approximate number on that?
For that, if we do storm drain on one side, or if we do an inverted curve or a swale, it should probably be like 25,000. But if we're gonna put the actual storm drain, we have to do both sides. That probably might be like 40 grand, 50 grand. But again, I'm gonna take that back. It's gonna be more than that because we'll have to have it designed. And having that design might cost us $20,000.
So we'll just say safely 100.
Being conservative, yeah, the 100 should get us there to get rid of that ponding and the water sitting on the road and all the complaints we get for Donnie Lane on that part of the cul-de-sac.
Questions, Councilman Glover? I'm going to start with you this time.
Does the $19,000 for the HVAC unit, does that include ductwork also, or is that just the compressor and the air handler?
Full unit.
Has the price of those tripled in the last 3 years? Because
This
only
is
a
a 3
3-ton.
ton. For this 3 ton here, you're looking like 19 grand, 1850.
I've replaced both of them on my house, but I didn't, it just wasn't before everything went crazy. Regarding the sewage, I know we have a development that's going in near Hillside. Do we have to, we obviously need to fix the sewage problem. Is that only going to be exacerbated by that development that goes in?
If we go and replace this with the 12-inch, we're gonna have enough capacity for all the new development.
Is there an opportunity to recoup some of those costs from that development?
Not if we do it, but no, because if a developer comes in and he wants to develop here, he would have to put water and sewer in this development, then his cost.
That's over in Shady Creek on that side. I'm talking about the townhomes that were approved. I think during that meeting, we said that the sewage would flow down through Hillside.
Yeah,
Are we gonna
I
get
don't
the-
think that's gonna be the location. It's a little bit further east.
Okay.
This line here, actually, Falconwood, that area is what's feeding that line. It's just west of the Magnolia Hills, where we just had Miss Patterson's house.
This is west of Shady Creek.
No, this is
Yeah.
out there.
Yeah.
And you could get back some of the money, because if you put a new development, you're gonna get your impact fee and stuff for water and sewer. You're gonna get something, but not for rehab or reconstruction.
Okay. What's the total ask from a budgetary number here? We
So
got
let's say if we do this entire piece of project here, this is 670,000. And if we just add this little piece to it, that's another 100,000. So that gives us, what, 7,000? 670 plus 1, that's 770.
But then we have Peggy Lane's. That's
It was
3.1.
$800,000.
I'm sorry.
You'll have that next month.
Yeah, as one project.
Sorry, I meant, what was your total ask on the infrastructure side? So we're at 3 million for Peggy Lane, 670, so call it 4.
So that's 6.
Rehab
It
was
was
how much?
7.
Million?
Looking like about $4 million.
Okay. No additional questions. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Sorry. I think one of the questions I have is, it's what, a year and a half ago, we were working on infrastructure and sewer problems in Basin B. And why wasn't this brought up then, when we were pushing for a bond and stuff like that? Because obviously this could have been something we could have added to that bond if we knew that it went from a 12.8 to a 6 back to a 12.
Well, this project was going on before my time. When I came on board, I jumped in and said, nope, if we have an SSOs, then this is a regulatory issue, you're gonna be fine. Then I decided that we need to start doing this project. And those I&I projects you're talking about, I think we'll talk about that probably tomorrow afternoon for as water and sewer plans for the future. That's gonna be another item that needs to be included in that.
Well, the picture that I'm looking at, I guess it's Briar Court. Do we actually have a sewer line that's running underneath someone's swimming pool?
Yes, that is somewhere on this side.
How did that happen?
Oh. Well, that,
Okay.
I tell you what.
I have no further questions.
That sewer line was installed way before that homeowner came in and put in a swimming pool. So that tells me here that this sewer line here is probably like 15 feet.
So if they start working on this sewer line and then they find they got another problem with this sewer line going underneath the swimming pool, they're going to rip out a swimming pool and not replace it? Because it shouldn't be our responsibility to replace it.
Right.
Okay, weird.
Yeah, that's gonna be on the homeowner, but at least over here, we're gonna have, well, I don't know if they build this without having a permit, or if they just gonna put a swimming pool and then check with the city. But we have right away here. So I don't know if they didn't follow city rules of getting permit, but we have a sewer line there, so we have right away, so we could go in there and rip it out.
Are you talking about that red line that's next to the pool?
No, no, look,
Some of the green line, it goes directly underneath it.
you see here,
To a manhole, cuts across the swimming pool and goes to another manhole.
right here.
Right through the middle.
Okay.
It wouldn't be the first unpermitted pool in this.
Yeah, some,
I mean, that's an easement right there.
so I don't know if the homeowner didn't follow, get a permit or anything to let them know where we have utilities running. They just went and built a pool.
Christian, I want to ask a question, but I'm almost afraid to ask it. Especially after yours. How many, so we have a lot of pipes that are 12 going to 8, going to 6. We have a lot of bottlenecks, right?
Yes.
How many bottlenecks do we have?
On the top of my head, I can answer that
Okay,
totally incorrectly, but we do have a lot. And apart from that, we have a lot of, most of your sewer lines aging in their concrete pipes,
right. The clay,
the clay
Yeah.
pipe, the VCP.
yeah,
I call them VCP, vitrified clay pipes. So, and I guess we don't want to have another issue
right.
tomorrow like we had right down the street.
Little
there.
road, right.
I remember
gonna-
that neighborhood
Dumb
has
question.
had issues, and that's your neighborhood has had issues with
Yes.
backflow before.
Yes, oh yeah, oh yeah. Why was it built that way? Why was it built with the 12 to an 8 to a 6? Because that's an obvious bottleneck. I mean, I'm not an engineer, but,
Well, I could tell you this much. They built it based on what the needs were and the funding they had available. Okay, at that time, everything was clay pipe. Okay, we have clay pipe. Then Dr. Lyon came into the market. Okay, we could connect Dr. Lyon because that piece of clay pipe that's in the middle here is failing. So they went in and put in Dr. Lyon. Then PVC comes in. Oh, well, okay, that's in the market. We'll remove that clay pipe. We'll put in a PVC pipe. But at that time, you didn't have development around here, so your capacity with a 6-inch was good enough. Now you have a lot of homes, a lot of usage. 6 inch is not good enough.
right. So whenever we're redeveloping, aren't we or shouldn't we be considering the impact down the line? Okay,
Okay, well, the standard now for all new development is to have a minimum 8-inch.
right,
So we are asking all developers to come in here, if they put in a water line, sewer line,
right.
the minimum needs to be 8-inch.
The impact all the way down, right.
Correct.
God bless you. All right,
And, as we go, we'll have to go back and, find money and start removing all your clay pipe. It ain't gonna happen overnight, but we need to.
so we have the clay pipe, and then we have the bottlenecks. So we have multiple
And we
issues.
have asbestos water
That's his
pipe.
pipes, yeah, in that neighborhood.
You have asbestos water pipe in the city that we have to remove eventually.
The cast iron's because it crosses a creek, so that's why they put it in cast iron,
Yeah, they have
to keep
crossed
it
it.
from
They should have to
leaking.
be
So that's
cast.
why it changes from clay to cast iron to PVC.
Well, I mean, I understand that. It's just the sizing that I have a question about, especially as you're developing it. You're like, okay, we can't do that because of this. So if we do that, we need to fix this at the time.
Yeah,
I think that's
As a-
what the problem is. As developers have come in, they have put in what they believe is apical, then it's going, somebody else came in and put a 6-inch. So I think you just have different developers, because whenever you're looking at the map, we have your area, and just to the east of you got Shady Creek. So you have 2 developments that was built at 2 different times, and then for there, they come in with a 12-inch, then it goes all the way down to a 6-inch. So it's an improvement without the other being
Correct.
improved. And that's the reason why it's going to a 6-inch.
Correct.
well, the norm should be, you should be upsizing anytime you do a development. Should be
Exactly.
upsizing because
Exactly.
Well, it's actually, it's a combination of a lot of things. So even Arlington had the same issues as they filled out. You have a development that was built in the 50s, basically, and they had, their standards back then were asbestos pipes or clay pipes. And the capacity there was, the potential there was small. But then we grow on the south side, we do all this development down here, now we're pushing all that through 6-inch pipes. And then the standards have upraised over the years. In the 80s, they changed, in the 90s, they changed, and they just recently changed in the last 10 years around here of the standard, and just better materials that are out there. We don't no longer use asbestos or clay, for example. And so these are problems that every city has as they expand and they fill out their borders, is because it's the mishmash in different time periods.
Exactly, and that's what I just want us to not do as we move forward. You know, we can't do anything about what has been already done. But as we look forward with new development, i.e. what's going on in my neighborhood, we need to look at the whole picture to see how this impacts the infrastructure as it's, going all the way down, not just to get them in,
Correct. And that's why the bond that we took last year to do the infrastructure from the lake to the racetracks, that is potentially there for future proofing. We are future proofing that development from the south side all the way north.
Right.
We're projecting that it's going to be mass amounts going into where we need to go, or little amounts going into mass amounts.
Right, and that's been needed to be done for over 10 years. So, and then we still have what is currently in place, so we have a work in front of us.
We have a
you know,
lot,
we do.
we have a lot of work
Yeah.
for
With that, and with
infrastructure-wise.
under the ground and on top of the ground.
Right, we have elevated storage tank that needs work, we have ground storage tank.
Streets.
We have streets that need work, we just need the money. And, back up to the question why they have 6-inch. At the time, if nobody's complaining, you don't have no SSO, you don't have no maintenance, hey, it's working fine. And then overnight,
not.
we have one backup, there you go.
Yeah, that one has backed up. I mean, I've been here 30 years and I've known about that one multiple times. So
Unfortunately, the way to fix like that old neighborhood is, when we finally fill out, we enter the phases of regentification neighborhoods. That's the only way you can really bring it up to code, because, at that point, it'll be 100 years of piping out there, 120 years of piping. But then you have developers going to come in, regentify an area, and that's when they will fix it all.
Gotcha. All right, we'll pass it on down. Councilman Griffith?
With that, some of the ways that you fix things moving forward is with good policy, good ordinances, and I know that we just reviewed some and updated them, so that's good. Christian, I have a question for you is, I'm understanding that you guys are in the process of kind of reviewing the entire sewer map or sewer plan. When you get through that, how are you going to prioritize which areas or projects take precedence over others?
Well, it's going to be where your development is going to occur. If we have development going on, let's say down by the racetrack, and we know out there we have an 8-inch, that obviously going to tell us we need to upsize that.
Based on development needs? Is
It
that the
is,
answer? Yeah.
ultimately.
Yeah.
Well, we have the issue citywide, so it's not really in one particular area. And as what you guys are describing is our challenges as we move forward. There's no way to correct it other than prepare for it, which ultimately, kind of go back to Mayor Pro Tem's concept, why didn't we budget this with our bond that we issued? Friesen Nichols was looking at the racetrack sewer line being the most important, mainly because of the potential growth that's there, going from a 12-inch to a 6-inch, which we have this same concept. However, this has already been, this area has already been developed. It's just it's a clay pipe. In my opinion, that needs to be corrected. And this concept is a two-piece. I like to come in and replace the clay pipe and get it to standard of where we need. The red line is just kind of like a bonus of getting there. That's the concept. It's a $3 million project, but ultimately we can come in and we can break that up because it is coming in from 3 different ways.
Well, this one.
But I think my biggest concern is that one should have been addressed due to the fact that is Councilman Navarro's neighborhood, Vineyards, Beacon Hill, My Street, Peggy, all that sewer, Shady Creek is all coming in and bottlenecking, and it's the same problem that we are addressing on North Road. So now we have multi-residents that have a bottleneck problem with sewer. And like I said, well, I've always talked about we're one Thanksgiving away of clogging our whole system up. So I just didn't understand why that wasn't addressed with that bond, but.
At this point, the only thing I can refer to is Frieza Nichols. That was their recommendation. It was not that we left it out for that purpose. The purpose we were looking at, that was being the problem, the issue. And currently, once again, I think it's just that development is built out is the reason why. As Christian continues to look at our infrastructure in that manner, we were able to identify that as one, another bottleneck, and two, it's got clay pipe, which we just had an issue on Little School Road. That's what gave us the intentions, hey, what other clay pipe do we have that's coming off of the same feed? And that's where this was identified.
Just a second ago, Daryl, we were talking about the cost of this project for the long, not the one that's being displayed right now, but the full length. Yeah, that one there. The cost on that is 670,000. Is that correct?
Correct. And then if we chip in this other piece here, that's this one.
Going east.
Additional 113, so it's 783 total for the two
Okay,
pieces.
got it.
Councilman Navarez?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Christian, I want to actually talk about something that's not even on your list. Just a quick question, though. Asphalt versus concrete, which do we have more as streets? Concrete or asphalt?
It's like 50-50.
Really? Okay.
I think we have 51 lane miles on the network, and about 26 is probably concrete.
So with,
Because your Bowman Springs, your New Hope Road,
yeah.
since they're arterial, they're wider,
Mhm.
so it adds up more, but it looks like less. When you're doing lane miles, it adds up more versus your 18 feet and your 20 feet asphalt street.
What's the lifespan on an asphalt street?
Engineering wise, it should be 25 years.
Okay. And then my question is,
It's like about 5.
what I wanted to discuss with you is I know we do, we do what, it's a cold mix pothole repair,
Correct,
but the hot mix pothole repair would last longer, correct?
correct.
So I'm actually, I guess, a little surprised I don't see an item here to do like a hot mix truck or anything from you.
Well, to do hot mix, then you have to have a walk behind saw. You have to have a special skill guy that would operate the saw. Well, we do have a little roller. So if you're doing potholing with hot mix, you'll have to have a bigger roller than what we have. So you're looking like, and then you have to have another.
For pothole repair? Like, you're saying the roller we have wouldn't do a pothole?
When you consider a pothole, are you talking about 12 inches, 6 inches?
Let's say a big one.
Well, then it don't work doing it with a hot mix.
So when would we,
But if you have to do a hot mix repair, you want something like 2x2 or 4x4. But if you have something like 12 inches, 6 inches, you have to go with cold mix.
okay. Is there any need in the asphalts for that kind of hot mix, or are we good with the cold mix?
We are good with cold mix, but it costs us a lot of money and time to go every day and patch a hole that's 6 inches here, 2 inches there, 15 inches there. And it's because it's all over the city.
Yeah, I guess that's kind of my point. While we're trying to fix some of the more serious ones, we could be prolonging some of the not so serious ones.
And that's where it comes in, your cold mix gonna last probably, if you don't get a freeze and thaw, you should last probably 3 months. But sometimes it doesn't.
How long would the hot mix last?
Hot mix, like I said, if you put a good patch, it's gonna last you 5 years, 10 years. But the bad thing with the hot mix, if you wanna do a hot mix patch, then you will have to go every day to the asphalt plant.
Mm-hmm.
Because you can't bring that and store it because it's gonna go hard.
Yeah.
So you buy it, you use it. With cold mix, you bring it, you use it there, you bring it up, you use it back. But cold mix, hot mix, it don't work like that.
So what you're saying is if we did move to like a hot mix, we would need a full staff pretty much doing that all day,
All
every day?
day, every day. So you go to the asphalt plant and buy asphalt every day.
But we do have the mileage for that need, though. Our total mileage of our streets?
To some extent, yes.
Okay. Is that something you would consider for the future?
Doing hot mix patching,
Yes, sir. No?
it's not worth it. It's too costly.
So it's more cost efficient to wait till it breaks and then just repave it, retop it, basically?
Yes, or we could, once we start getting, let's say, 25% of your, the segment has potholes, it's going to be more cost effective for us to go and replace that segment, overlay it.
So just pave over it, basically, on top of it?
Right.
Yeah. And
So
then,
wait for it to really fall apart, but you have to go and do a full reconstruction.
and then help me understand that on the asphalt side, I'm sorry, the concrete side, we cut sections out and then re-concrete it, and that's how we fix holes? Okay, thank you.
Well, right now, we are using coal mix to fill the asphalt potholes.
But that's 3 months, especially
And-
after a good
And
rain.
it's like 3 months, you have enough life out of it.
Okay, thank you.
Do you want to wrap us up?
I'd love to. So last week or 2 weeks ago, we had a discussion in reference how we can come in, that may be a solution to some of our issues dealing with the concrete, that we can come in and not necessarily patch, but patch the concrete area, then come in and do an overlay with the hot mix to help possibly solve some of the issues that we have currently with our concrete. Can you explain to them that process? And as we're moving forward, we were also looking at New Hope Road, Sweeney Heights, some of these larger roads of how we can come in and implement what we already have and correct the foundation of these roads. Can you explain that to the council?
Sure. So Darrell and I had a little chat about, what we could want to foresee down in the future for street maintenance. So what we could do, all these areas here that we have broken panels, we could come out and saw cut that and take out all the bad areas, because the rest of the areas are fair, they're fine. So we saw cut that, and then we go back and we do a base repair. We gotta fill it back with 227, which is another concrete product, or we could go back with a type B asphalt, and then come back and overlay the entire street limit from curb to curb, segment to segment with hot mix. So there is not a concrete street no more, but you have a concrete base and you have an asphalt surface. So we could come back, and like I said, we'll have to remove all this, replace it with concrete. We'll just doing the base repair with 227 or type B asphalt, and then come back and do a 2-inch overlay from curb to curb.
The idea behind that, as the future growth, traffic, so on, and we get potholes again, we're no longer patching concrete. We can go back and we can fix with asphalt.
Well, you're still gonna have asphalt, because the areas that we didn't replace with the concrete, it's gonna be the concrete base. So you have concrete, then you have a asphalt. So if this concrete base is still good, and you don't have a pothole or anything developing from underneath, then there's no need. But if we should have this concrete here, and then underneath here start crumbling and falling apart, then eventually the surface layer, your asphalt, is gonna have potholes. So then we have to go and take out that whole, the asphalt plus the concrete. But it's just, the bottom line is putting the asphalt on your concrete is gonna give you some service life.
Can you explain also, when we were talking about New Hope and Sweeney High, we understand that obviously that's going to be a project that we may end up starting this year. One of the cost savings that we were looking at is somewhat the same process. Can you explain that as well?
Well, there's other options. We could do a mill and overlay, or we could do a full depth reclamation, which we call a POL, like what we did on here on Third Street, where they pulverize the whole street and you shut down the street. Otherwise, we could just go and do a base repair like we have, but if they consider this an asphalt street, we could remove the bad asphalt section, put back some asphalt with larger size rocks as a base, and then just come back and lay it with an inch or 2 inches of hot mix. Then there's another process, what they call HIR, hot in place recycling, which is another procedure that they do now in asphalt, where they come and they just mill 1 inch of your street. Then at the same time, they put down a virgin 1 inch of asphalt that's been screed on the street as they move along. So that's very efficient, very cost effective. So that's one aspect that you could do. Or like, if you want, if we're going to do a small segment, we could just do a mill and overlay and do the base repair and a mill and overlay. And those are, you could only do those, a mill and overlay on a street that's, it's not bad and it's not good, it's fair, where you have some linear cracks or some alligator cracks or some edge cracking and a couple of potholes. But if you have a lot of potholes, a lot of alligator cracks or a lot of map cracking, then you can go and do a mill and overlay. You have to do a full depth reclamation. So it's either you catch it early or you wait till it falls apart and then spend your money and do a full depth reclamation.
Well, I guess we'll see where we are with the street study tomorrow night.
Yeah, I think hopefully the folks from IMS should hop on in. If not, I'll have to swing it. But I think they said that they regurgitated some of the data that they had on the survey. And basically, it's like 50-50 our streets are bad. 25% is fair, 25% is good. So it's not looking too good from the original official survey.
Yeah.
And it's all stemmed back again, like I said, all our concrete streets on the arterial and collectors are in good shape.
Right.
It's just the residential streets are in bad shape.
Right. I think it just depends on where you live. Obviously, the older the neighborhood, then you have those issues, but the newer neighborhoods, you know, they don't have the issues. But with that, we'll call it a wrap from,
Actually, Madam Mayor, there's one department we haven't heard from today, and that's the city manager's office. Did you not have a wish list? Do you need another Ross?
Or the mayor's office or council. You will hear that next month. As far as, for the most part, there's no necessarily wish list per se. There will be some adjustments to it, but I'm not prepared to bring it to you. It's nothing more than what we already have. That's the main reason why I didn't bring it today. There will be one request, and that's it. And once we get that, honestly, it's not time yet.
Well, with that, Madam Mayor, I'll make a motion to adjourn.
have a motion in a second?
A second.
All in favor? Meeting adjourned.